By now, the monster army had completely surrounded them and was continuously wearing them down. At this rate, not to mention maintaining resonance for half an hour, the Army Soul Corps might not even be able to do so for 20 minutes or even 15. In such a short period, how many enemies could the 3 Army Soul Corps kill? 1,000, 2,000, or 3 to 4,000? Even if they could eradicate 10 or 20,000 enemy troops, it was still a situation destined for defeat. Moreover, the soldiers being slaughtered were merely the cannon fodder among the attacking legions. The real warlord-level powerhouses and leader-level commanders were all stationed in safe locations, attacking from a distance. No matter how powerful the Army Soul Corps were, they were helpless when mired in a quagmire. At that moment, boom, a massive, dark blue figure flew out from the midst of the black fog. The black fog surged forward in time, as if it were its chariot. Accompanied by the advancing black fog, giant wings unfurled, and the overwhelming coercion suddenly spread far and wide. 10 meters. 100 meters. A kilometer. The many monsters besieging the Army Soul Corps abruptly stiffened, their pupils revealing an instinctual terror. Under the gaze of those dark blue vertical pupils from the azure sky above, they seemed like insects about to be crushed at any moment. These monsters were at least of elite-level strength. Under the dragon's coercion, they did not collapse on the spot, but they were inevitably heavily affected. Those farther away moved sluggishly, while those closer trembled like sieves. Seizing this opportunity, the Army Soul Corps advanced forcefully, aiming for heavily clustered enemy positions and delivering one devastating sword light after another, as if they intended to slice the earth itself apart. "It's actually a frost giant dragon." From the azure sky, the old general commented, "Indeed, in such a large-scale war, a single frost giant dragon could easily match many fourth-order strongmen. It has the ability to turn the tide of a local battlefield." However, do not forget that there are 3 battlefields here. No sooner had he finished speaking, on the left, outside the second town, a red giant dragon soared into the air. It spread its immense coercion and unleashed waves of blazing flames. On the right, outside the third town, a blue giant dragon took to the sky as well. As it diffused its coercion, it opened a glowing blue enchantment, which absorbed numerous techniques and reflected them back. For a moment, the defending forces' might surged once more. This was the strategic value of giant dragons. In such large-scale wars, other powerhouses could only protect themselves, but the dragons could ignore low-level attacks and spread their coercion, which did not deplete their own energy, to weaken the enemy on a large scale. However, the blue giant dragon at the third town is a water mirror dragon, isn't it? It doesn't possess the strong physical defense of a typical giant dragon, and its level is a little lower, not yet reaching 4 order. Compared to the frost giant dragon and the red giant dragon, the battlefield where the water mirror dragon is located signifies your weakest point. The old general's eye for detail was sharp. He immediately recognized the weak link among the dragons. He directed the first and second battlefields to continue maintaining their positions, while under his command, the corps at the third battlefield launched a strong offensive. He was the strategist. On the various battlefields, fourth-order commanders conducted more precise commands. Third-order strongmen, leading elite teams, roamed around, looking for opportunities to strike. Ding-a-ling, the sound of a bell softly rang out, yet eerily echoed far and wide. Nearby, third-order strongmen leading elite squads suddenly rolled their eyes back and, powerless to resist, were pierced through the chest by ice cones flying from afar. Simultaneously, a wisp of gray smoke shot out from the Treeman forest toward the location of the fourth-order commanders in the distance. The smoke shot forward like lightning, crossing a kilometer in the blink of an eye. The smoke was like an arrow, piercing the Man-Niu soldiers, blocking its path as easily as if they were cardboard. A long spear appeared, followed by a strong, black hand gripping it. A muscular figure emerged from the smoke, his muscles bulging as he brandished the spear, creating black and gray dragon-shaped trails. Such audacity! But to think that will be enough to defeat my officers is far too simplistic. My commanders are no weaklings either. This was a leader Niu at the fourth-order peak. His stature was mountainous, wielding 2 axes larger than bedboards. His back arching, he brought down his axe with a mocking glint in his huge eyes that hinted at human-like scorn. The next moment, the sound of clashing metal resounded. The palms of Leader Niu split open, sending him stumbling backwards with shock, leaving deep marks on the ground. However, he was not alone. As Rakshasa pressed his advantage, guards and shamans from nearby and afar joined in the attack. A dull yellow glow enveloped the area. Axes and blades slashed like nets across the sky. Yet Rakshasa sprouted 2 additional arms from his back. One pair clapped together, shattering the yellow glow. The other pair swept around, casting palm imprints in all directions. The Man Niu elite guards were sent flying, knocking over countless warriors. And as Rakshasa stepped forward, the Fenye evil spear thrust from the side. Thrust! The spear pierced through Leader Niu's neck. The next moment, boom, an onslaught of ranged attacks rained down. The old general had hoped to use Leader Niu as a sacrifice to eliminate the dark, sturdy man. However, Rakshasa had already vanished from where he stood. When he appeared again, he was hundreds of meters away. With spear in hand, he struck and swiftly removed another fourth-order strongman. He moved in and out 7 times, treating the enemy army as though it were nothing. Indeed, he didn't have the ability to ignore the multitude of attacks, nor could he single-handedly confront the entire army. But he was far too much stronger than any fourth-order strongman. Fourth-order opponents didn't last more than 3 moves in his hands. No one could match him, and so it was as if he entered a land with no one to oppose him. Such a strong warrior. The old general was somewhat surprised. But in a moment, on battlefields 1 and 2, there were Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4 dancing among the troops. And there was also normal state Uda rampaging all around. Jun soared through the skies, swooping back and forth at godly speeds. Lu manifested the shadow of divine honor, the giant spirit god trembling the earth. Isloa strolled among the chaotic armies, not lifting a finger, vanquishing countless enemies with just her magic spheres. Isn't the number of such strong warriors a bit too much? The old general fell silent. Being who he was, he naturally wouldn't be surprised at the combat power displayed by generals like Rakshasa and Lulu. He had seen many of these top warriors before. He had even seen a few fourth-order peak strongmen who were stronger than these generals. It's just that, having so many top warriors belonging to the same territory was a bit too exaggerated. Based on the appearance of this lord and the rank of these generals and troop types, he speculated that at most, the territory had been established for 2 or 3 years. In such a short time, how did he manage to subdue and train so many top warriors? His future is greatly promising. Young man, I've started to see you in a new light. Setting aside command skills for now, the fact that you've gained the recognition of so many top generals means you're no simple lord. However, don't think it's over just yet. No, the one who's finished is you. Don't forget the rules of this challenge. His voice had just fallen. On the 3 battlefields, the 3 monster armies left only a few to continue entangling with the army Soul Core, while the rest parted from the troops and hurried towards the towns far away. From beginning to end, the monster army's target had always been the towns. But from beginning to end, the purpose of my proactive attack has also only been one, which is to ensure that the fallout from the battle does not spread to the towns that need guarding. Towns are too fragile. On Battlefield 3, the ground trembled violently as hundreds, thousands of sturdy roots broke through the soil. Clumps of earth fell softly. The shadow of roots enveloped the whole field. At this point, the main force of the Treeman troops was merely a bit over 100, but as they fought, they never exhausted, sustained by the battle. 100 versus 15,000, the advantage is ours. On Battlefield 2, Duo Lai, after preparing for a short while, clapped his hands together. Heaven and earth, encased in ice for 1,000 miles. A majestic and towering wall of ice spread out from behind it, forming an arc that blocked and contained the enemy forces within. The next moment, Duo Lai pointed towards the sky. The sky grew dark, clouds churned tumultuously. Thunder glow illuminated the sky, and pillars of thunder crashed down to earth. In just the blink of an eye, A region spanning thousands of kilometers was transformed into a grim thunderbolt hell. Duo Lai, in terms of output and killing enemies, had already surpassed the complete troop legion which had resonated with the army spirit. Battlefield 1. There was no shaking of heaven and earth here, no splendid display of thunder and ice shadows. Yet this was the most stable situation amongst all the battlefields. The imposing holy mountain stretched across the middle of the road. The field of skeletons slowly closed in from all sides. Thus, one had entered the territory of the King of Skeleton. We hold the advantage in high-end combat power. In terms of the number of troops, we still hold the advantage, haha. Bone 2 cackled with strange laughter. Dead Bone nodded slightly. Countless thousands of undead surged forth from the holy mountain and the inner regions of the field of skeleton. With this, the outcome was decided. The old general lapsed into silence. This challenge was meant to test the challenger's command skills. However, under overwhelming power, even with all his tactics, he had nowhere to apply them. He simply couldn't hold back. This power was not at the same level at all. No, wait, I'm supposed to be the one guarding, yet looking at the several hundred meters tall formidable treeman and the special being who could encase miles in ice with a clap of the hands, the old general once again fell silent. He had seen much and was knowledgeable, never surprised, no matter how unusual the circumstances he encountered. But at this moment, he still wanted to ask, is this lineup even reasonable? Who has a deck where every card is the ace of spades? This is truly a sight rare in a lifetime. The old general surrendered after 20 minutes, ending this challenge even more swiftly than the previous ones. Perhaps that was the benefit of having a keeper overseeing it. Ding! Prompt. You have completely cleared the Land of Challenge, Orange Tower, and may now enter the third area. Prompt. Your privileges in the secret realm of the Land of Challenge have been upgraded. Explore specific privileges on your own. Prompt. Reward extraction in progress. Dang. Prompt. You have obtained Equipment Embryo, Excellence, ×3. Prompt. You have obtained Guiding Landmark, Commerce, Excellence. Prompt. You have obtained the Hero's Proof, Special. Prompt. You have obtained Miracle Blueprints, Choose Your Own, Excellence. Prompt. You have obtained Building Upgrading Stone for Troops, Special. Clearing an entire tower indeed brought about a bountiful harvest. The only pity was, I fought too quickly. I didn't get the chance to discuss command skills with the old general. The Land of Challenge, within personal space. Mu Yuan's figure appeared here, surrounded by 7 treasures that emitted a bluish radiance. As expected, there's no purple light. He wasn't surprised. The gap between the epic and superior grades was particularly vast. This was true among troops, and it was the same with buildings or other creations. Epic miracle buildings were even rarer than epic lifeforms. It is said that the most precious reward for passing the third area's yellow giant tower is an epic level random remnant soul. Thinking of this, he became rather disinterested in the yellow giant tower. Epic troops? Who are they trying to impress? This yellow giant tower, let's not bother with it. Of course, he wouldn't be able to pass it anyway. Mu Yuan estimated that with his current level, he might be able to get through the first or second challenges of the yellow tower, but truly clearing it was a far-fetched dream. Lord Linglong Shen Linglong, who he had met several times, was currently challenging the yellow giant tower. She was a 7th level Great Lord. Her subordinates had yet to reach the legendary realm, and her top 4 order wasn't as good as his Tianyuan division. However, Mu Yuan wouldn't assume that his comprehensive strength was above Shen Linglong's. The power of a lord was often not reflected in individuals but in groups. Whether it was Shen Linglong, who made the Dragon Gate list, or the Lord of Amber City, who wasn't outstanding in the Land of Two Realms, their strongest force was their legion. If things went as usual, they would have an army spirit legion with a scale of over 1,000. However, a legion moving out couldn't compare to the agility of individual experts. When lords explored the wilds and searched for treasures, they would often only take a handful of elites, not pulling an entire legion along and maintaining a fully integrated formation to advance steadily. That would be terribly inefficient. Clearing the yellow giant tower is still quite far off for me, and the difficulty of areas further up is becoming increasingly unreasonable. It's said that the top area hasn't even been reached by anyone. Mu Yuan shook his head, his thoughts were wandering too far. He looked at the treasures in front of him. Among the 7 treasures, aside from 3 superior prototypes, the rest were all top-notch. These treasures were difficult even for a lord with a substantial amount of contribution to exchange for from the Taishuan Covenant platform. After all, they were usually out of stock. The value of the hero's proof goes without saying. This credential. Well, let the commanders who have not advanced to heroes compete for it themselves. That left 3 other items. The guiding landmark, a choice of blueprint, and the upgrade stone. Guiding landmark merchant, grade. Superior, description. A special guiding landmark. Once established, it can greatly increase the territory's attractiveness to special talents. Also, a territory with this special landmark has a probability of attracting mysterious merchants who travel among thousands of worlds to briefly stop here. Mu Yuan touched his chin. Mysterious merchants? He had never heard of them. Perhaps a special kind of person, the elite among merchants. If a lord is fortunate enough to meet such a merchant, could they purchase some rare items from them? And the cost? If it's trade, what would a lord need to pay to obtain precious treasures? Too little information, only when we meet them will we understand. Anyway, even without considering the merchants, this superior grade landmark has the ability to attract special talents. That's enough. Talents. Who can never have too many of them? Mu Yuan picked up another treasure that glowed with a soft blue light. Miracle Blueprint Choice, Superior, Description. You can choose a miracle building blueprint within the range of your own knowledge. Note: please select the blueprint within 1 hour. If the time limit is exceeded, a random superior blueprint will be generated. Within the range of knowledge means the blueprints the user can at least name. He wouldn't be able to choose a blueprint that has the abilities he wants but couldn't precisely name. Mu Yuan pondered. There are many types of superior grade buildings, and I can name and describe the capabilities of quite a few. In his mind flowed a variety of miracle buildings he recalled from high-grade information, along with their major abilities. Some caught his eye, and he had even thought that if his contribution was plentiful in the future and Taishuan Covenant platform had stock, he should exchange for a few. For instance, the superior building, Energy Well, which could gather and store significant amounts of energy, could power an entire city or be used to charge and amplify specific miracle buildings and facilities. Another example would be the superior building, Sky Clearing Dragon Court. It was a place for training and breakthroughs that could significantly enhance the meditator's insight and aid users in breaking through some higher order barriers. And then there's many good items, but he could only choose one. However, a superior building, no matter how strong, is not as good as putting together an epic building. Collect Magic Axis, Magic Furnace, and Magic Celestial Instrument, 3 superior grade buildings, to construct an assembled epic miracle building. Now, to gather the 3 components and construct an epic building, he was only missing one. The core component, the Magic Axis. The time was ripe. The glory of the epic building was about to shine. Ding! Notification. Your choice of blueprint has been transformed into the Miracle Blueprint, Magic Axis, Superior. The blueprint, floating in front of him and emitting a faint bluish radiance, slowly changed, with an imposing golden building coming into view. Mu Yuan put away the blueprint, feeling somewhat excited as well. However, in order to assemble the epic architecture, he first needed to construct the Magic Axis. He glanced at the construction requirements on the blueprint and sent out a task to Sophia on Langsing and 17 in Shilling Town to procure materials. Purchasing the main materials would take some time. The construction of the Magic Axis would also take a bit of time. So, he picked up the last treasure, building upgrading stone for troops. Grade. Special, description. A special item used for upgrading troop buildings. The Lord may choose one of the following 3 options to upgrade a troop building. 1. It can increase the basic grade of the troop type that can be recruited within the troop building by 1 level, not exceeding 4 order. After upgrading, when recruiting, there is a small chance, a very small chance that higher order troops obtained will also be upgraded accordingly. 2. It can increase the recruitment quantity of the target troop building. After upgrading, depending on the grade of the building and the number of recruits, the monthly recruitment quantity can be increased by 3 to 10 times. 3. It can enhance the environment of the target troop building. After upgrading, the building's range of environmental reform will be greatly expanded, and at the same time, the upgrade speed of the specified series of troops within the range will be improved. 3 directions for improvement, Mu Yuan pondered. His own Treeman Forest and Ice Spirit Cold Pool were third-order troop buildings, capable of recruiting base troops of the third level, rare 1-star level Treeman and Ice Spirits. If he increased them by 1 level, the base troops recruited would be promoted to Treeman Guards and Snow Girls. Accordingly, there is a small chance to recruit Ancient Tree Men and Winter Snow Maidens, and an extremely small chance to recruit War Tree Men and Winter Snow Maidens. No wonder, such upgrades cannot exceed the 4-order level. If it were possible to exceed the 4th level, it would mean that the Lord has a very small chance of recruiting epic troops when hiring from that troop building. This treasure, merely glowing with a sapphire luster, cannot break through the epic barrier of heaven and earth. Even so, for other lords, increasing the base rank of troops they could recruit was an immense gain, enough to make countless people envious. For Mr. Mu, this kind of upgrade wasn't really necessary. Either choose 2 or 3. If I choose 2, applying it to Treeman Forest and Ice Spirit Cold Pool would indeed be effective. After all, the number of Treeman or Ice Spirits I can recruit in a month is just a mere 10. But the trump card of my Tianyuan territory isn't Treeman or Ice Spirits. Instead of improving weaknesses, it's better to strengthen strengths. At this moment, the quiet region around the Orange Tower, the orange light at the very top shone in an exceptionally dazzling splendor before soaring into the sky and disappearing. Another big shot has broken through the Orange Tower. I wonder which senior of my Taizan it is. Outside the Orange Tower, a young lord who had just walked out of the tower looked up, full of admiration and determination. But I'm still young, sooner or later, I will be able to make it through this area as well. At the same time, in another parallel challenge space, a prince from the Yongxing Empire stepped into the 7th level of the Orange Tower. Finally, I've reached this level. It is said that the guardian of this level was a famous war god known as Shield of the Sky in the ancient Bright Empire. But times have changed, and today, I, the 39th prince, will show this war god what the son of the heavens of the new era is like. A confident and proud smile curled at the corner of his mouth. To shake the guardian in one go at this level, he deliberately spent extra time on the 6th level. And now, he was about to ascend to godhood. Come out, my generals. 1, 2, 3. A total of 5 epic generals cultivated to the 4-order or even the 4th-order peak were dispatched to various towns. The 39th prince issued a supremely confident challenge to the guardian. A prince from a current superpower? Upon hearing this, the complexion of the old war general guarding the gate also became grave. Indeed, the times had changed. He had just been taught a harsh lesson by a young lord of the new era. And this one looked even more confident. Half an hour later. Boom! The monstrous army of monsters broke through the town. The monsters formed into military formations and slaughtered one top-tier fighter after another. The 39th prince's eyes went wide. The old general stared in disbelief. That's it, that's it. With such meager skill, who gave you the courage and confidence? The old general felt that the era hadn't completely changed after all. West of the Tianyuan territory, the land of the skeletal cemetery. Here the fog was dense, and not a sliver of daylight could be seen all day. From its depth, the wailing cries that occasionally emerged chilled the hearts of passers-by in the vicinity. This was one of Tianyuan territory's forbidden lands. But no order was necessary, as no territory citizen would dare to intrude upon this region. At this moment, Mu Yuan's ears were filled with a multitude of mournful howls. He wasn't chilled but felt as if he was returning home. He was very familiar with these howls. They were the ghosts singing. Sometimes, the clatter 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 of bones would join the chorus. That was the skeletons providing accompaniment. Walking on, the sight of mounds not far away covered with legions of skeletons and ghostly figures becomes clear. Hundreds of ghosts fluttered around him, making screeching shouts of joy. Having crossed the Tomb Mound area, they came to the giant pit zone. It was a pit dug out shovel by the skeletons with awakened consciousness, still teeming with little skeletons. Skeletal Cemetery really is a bit crowded. The area occupied by Skeletal Cemetery is actually not small at all, even slightly larger than a First-Order territory. However, there were far too many undead beings in Tianyuan territory. And if the undead beings wanted their cultivation speed enhanced and their levels to grow slowly, they had to spend a lot of time in this area. The expansion of the Skeletal Cemetery area is actually slow, but if undead materials are invested or some undead system buildings are constructed, the process could be accelerated. Still, for me, the rate of expansion is too slow. This was the imbalance between territorial expansion and the growth of the undead troop type. If the number of skeletons continued to rise, it could potentially affect their natural development rate. On the other hand, if the grade of this special sacred ground were to be enhanced, the upgrading speed of the undead troop types would further increase. Prompt: do you want to use the troop building upgrading stone to upgrade Skeletal Cemetery? Prompt: do you want to enhance the environment and benefits of Skeletal Cemetery? Yes. Mu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. In front of him, the gorgeous gemstone radiating azure light started to dissipate inch by inch with the tingling of a notification. An invisible force spread outwards, as if the spring breeze nourished the earth, as if all things were poised for revival, of course, the undead version. The black fog between heaven and earth suddenly surged, with gusts of chilly wind one after another. Within the graveyard, countless skeletons and specters looked up. Even the lower-grade skeletons without intelligence started to dance instinctively with joy. For a moment, the shrill and mournful howls within the tomb area became even more incessant. The gray-black soil symbolizing the boundary of Skeletal Cemetery spread inch by inch. This ash represented deathly stillness, yet was different from the decay of the land of filth. It contained intense death energy. Inside the boundary was a paradise for the undead. Outside the boundary, not a touch of death energy encroached. One inside and one outside, as if they were two separate worlds. As the gray-black soil expanded, Mu Yuan sensed that he could direct the expansion of this area according to his will. This is good. It won't affect the core area of the territory or the development plan of the southern region. Thus, the desolate land spread towards the west, new tomb mounds sprouting upon it. Among the swirling mists above, one could vaguely see the phantoms dotted with coffins and gravestones. It was just like when a territory upgraded and expanded. The upgrade and renovation of Skeletal Cemetery lasted a whole 2.5 hours before it concluded. Mu Yuan, surveying from the Lord's perspective, nodded slightly. The area has expanded roughly by 5.5 times. Previously, although Skeletal Cemetery was only a first-order troop building, its footprint was not much less than that of Treeman Forest or Ice Spirit Cold Pool. Now, the domain range of Skeletal Cemetery naturally far surpassed the latter too. A dense black mist floated above it. The surging mist appeared like dragons rolling about, creating an eerily terrifying atmosphere. Underneath the black mist, within the graveyard, buildings stood erect. Most of them were constructed by self-aware undead. There were also a few miracle buildings. One of the 3 breakthrough dojos possessed by Tianyuan territory was located within Skeletal Cemetery. At this time, the roiling black mist converged towards the breakthrough dojo, spiraling like a vortex. Not long after, streams of potent auras rose one after another from inside the dojo. It signified breakthroughs occurring among the elite undead earnestly cultivating within. 3 skeleton generals, 2 ghost generals, and 1 count vampire have broken through to the 3rd order warlord level, and 21 elites have stepped into the 2nd order elite level. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. This was just the beginning. With the upgrade of Skeletal Cemetery, Mu Yuan believed that in the future, the undead on this land would climb to new heights at a faster speed, proclaiming the resounding reputation of Tianyuan territory. Loaded with an undead template, when Mu Yuan stepped into it, he could feel a sense of exhilaration and freedom. Not far away, Hong Yi had chosen a bigger and more sinister tomb mound for herself, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. Ah, sleeping is so much more comfortable now. Sario took deep breaths. It couldn't help but soar into the air, whistling back and forth as if a happy dragon were frolicking. Mu Yuan. He always felt that upgrading this precious land was a waste. But General Dead Bone was reliable. It stated, the elements of death and shadow in the world have thickened by at least 6.3 times compared to before. I'm trying to absorb and direct it to boost my fundamental attributes and expand Wraith's sacred mountain. The bright Tianyuan glory, my bone will not shirk. The soul flame within its eye sockets flickered with increased activity. 2 days later, ding, dang, dang, in the core area of the territory, a gold-colored building, around 20 to 30 meters tall, was rapidly constructed under a massive engineering team and the effect of miracle power. It was as if a hand of heaven and earth was performing three-dimensional printing, rapidly shaping the building. After a while, ding, prompt. The superior grade building, Magic Axis, has been completed. What's next? Isloa also came to the site, looking up at the building and expressing her curiosity. How exactly should the three buildings combine to form a higher graded, more magnificent miracle building? She could not fathom it. Mu Yuan, of course, also could not understand the principles behind it. If he could, how could these buildings be worthy of the name, miracle? However, the moment the Magic Axis was constructed, on the territory panel, the names of the three major buildings, the Axis, the Furnace, and the Celestial Instrument, began to flicker and light up, as if hinting at something. The Magic Axis is the core component. With that thought, Mu Yuan tried dragging the names of the Furnace and the Celestial Instrument buildings on the panel over to the Magic Axis. Instantly, a prompt sounded in his ear. Prerequisite conditions met. Proceed with building combination? Note: this combination upgrade will cost 1,000 soul crystals. Proceed? Hiss. A full 1,000 soul crystals. But fortunately, during the Red Fog disaster moon period, the Tianyuan territory had made a profit. Sophia had earned a sum by catching fugitives on Langsing, and they had also garnered a generous gift from nature when they defeated foreign powers in the Land of Two Realms. Moreover, due to the inconvenience of acquiring remnant souls recently, the territorial warehouse had a relatively large stockpile of soul crystals. A famous 5-star general once said, "If soul crystals cannot be converted into strength that accompanies you, they are pointless." With this in mind, though Mu Yuan felt the pinch, he found no reason to choose no. Yes. Hundreds of meters away, the Magic Furnace and Magic Celestial Instrument lit up with miracle light. The two buildings seemed to split apart, turning into myriad exquisite and exceptional architectural components that began to assemble around the Magic Axis. At the same time, Magic Axis took to the sky. Look, the building is flying in the sky. Duo Lai's eyes widened. From a distance, the domain interferer began to hum, operating at full power. Mu Yuan glanced at it, noting the 60 soul crystals he had recently placed inside the interferer, and after thinking it over, he said to Duo Lai, "Keep an eye on it. If the soul crystals burn too quickly, add some more." "All right. Sure." In the sky above the domain, with the Magic Axis as the core, countless virtual scenes spread out. It was as if they were constructing a miracle building on a regular day. First, a three-dimensional scene was outlined, then the building structure was erected from below, inch by inch. Only this time, he did not need to invest any materials or send people to assist. The building was constructing, spreading, and expanding on its own. A vast shadow spread out. It was like an island, suspended in the azure sky. "It's huge." Duo Lai uttered an uncultured gasp of amazement. How did the Axis, the Furnace, and the Celestial Instrument combine into such an enormous entity? Isloa also could not understand. But it was the incomprehensible that excited her to trembling. Her desire to explore rose boundlessly. After a while, a colossal building, resembling a pyramid with its base joined to an inverted pyramid, hung high in the firmament, as though it was a star. Soon, the building, which covered an area of at least several football fields, began to slowly fade from view in the high sky. The shadow was gone, but Mu Yuan was clear that the enormous epic structure was standing there. Ding! Notice. You have constructed the special building, Staff of Divine Right, Epic. Staff of Divine Right, Epic, description. A composite defensive building that combines manufacturing, reconnaissance, and striking capabilities, possessing immense great force. Abilities. 1. The Staff of Divine Right has the abilities to suspend, move, conceal, and defend. In low power mode, the staff can absorb elemental particles of heaven and earth in the vicinity for daily consumption. 2. The staff possesses the capacity to store and solidify spells and large-scale magic, as well as the ability to quickly imprint and create magic scrolls. 3. The staff is capable of upgrading the spells stored within, thereby enhancing the power of the stored techniques. 4. The staff can open a reconnaissance sky eye at a designated location. The cooldown time and maximum distance of the sky eye depend on the level of the Staff of Divine Right. 5. The staff has ultra-long-range striking capabilities and can release large-scale magic within the detection area of the Eye of Heaven. 6. For more uses, please explore on your own. As expected of an epic building, there are many attributes. Lord Shepherd marveled. The capabilities of the Staff of Divine Right are far from just those described on the panel. As a lord, he could remotely control miracle buildings and had already discovered some additional abilities. For example, how to access the interior of the Staff of Divine Right's building. Like the Intermediate Mage Tower, it too is a building suspended in the air. The difference is that the Staff of Divine Right is situated even higher, standing tall amidst the clouds of the azure sky. Will the transportation to board the Staff of Divine Right be the same as the elevator platform for the Intermediate Mage Tower? Mu Yuan, the Dark God, investigated and after a while, said, "No, it's not. It's through the Staff of Divine Right's own teleportation circle." Open panel teleportation array settings, select array patterns engraving location. Click confirm. After the 3-step foolproof operation, a dazzling beam of light burst from the end of the Staff of Divine Right's building. The pillar of light descended to the earth, gradually engraving a teleportation circle of about 6 meters in diameter and of profound mystery, right below the building. Miniature short-range targeted transfer array. It could accommodate up to 12 people for teleportation at the same time. "Let's go, let's take a look inside," Mu Yuan said, and when he turned to look, he discovered that Isloa had already vanished. Where is she? She was squatting next to the teleportation circle map, stretching out her hand to caress it carefully while mumbling to herself, and letting out bursts of unintelligible laughter. Mu Yuan. When did she get over there? Isloa is a mage, not an assassin. This teleportation circle can be directly engraved into the earth without needing any high-order materials as a medium. You should understand what this means. She kept staring, muttering non-stop. But Mr. Mu is not a scholar. How would he understand what this means? Isloa didn't ask him. She was asking herself. This means that as long as we grasp the mystery of this array pattern, we can use ourselves as a foundation stone for teleportation, and maybe even develop spatial shifting abilities. No, we could even create a special troop type with spatial jumping capabilities. But why the hell would you want to use the human body as a foundation stone to engrave array patterns again? Can't help sticking to the old trade of human transformation, right? Mu Yuan wanted to ask, but didn't. After thinking it through carefully, such an operation seemed feasible and offered broad prospects. Putting aside anything else, if he could develop a spatial ability, he would need to consider the learning ability and spatial affinity of the troops to disseminate it. In the eternal world, even high-order troops would find it difficult to master an advanced technique on their own, at least not in a short period of time. However, if they were modified and had the teleportation patterns engraved, spreading spatial abilities wouldn't be an issue. Mu Yuan trusted in Isloa's abilities and her fervor in this area. He also trusted in himself. The evolutionary miracle was the best backup plan. If it really could be done. Understanding the mystery was far from what could be achieved in a short time. Isloa had a spatial ability of her own, but her understanding of space was very weak, and her teleportation skills were practically non-existent. She would learn it slowly. For now, Isloa was delighted to have a target to observe and learn from. The Tai Zan Alliance had acquired many technologies by learning from miracle buildings and constructs. Stepping into the teleportation circle, in the next instant, a hazy blue light rose, encapsulating the two like an inverted bowl, scooping them in. The three of them disappeared within it, spinning, shaking. There was none. The teleportation process of the Staff of Divine Right was very smooth. With just a moment of bewilderment and a blink of an eye, Mu Yuan stepped onto another place. Here, a long corridor spread out to both sides, with a metallic floor beneath that was smooth and shiny. Standing on it was almost like being able to see one's reflection. The interior of the Staff of Divine Right is mainly divided into several areas. The area we are in is called the Audience Corridor. Apart from this, there are the Engraving Factory area, 9-turn Furnace area, Divine Right Mechanism area, and several blank areas that can be arranged at will. The area was vast, with many zones, and the three of them gaped like country bumpkins. Soon, Dead Bone and Lulu, as well as Shi Lu and Hong Yi, who came over for fun, also arrived, each widening their eyes. Country bumpkins +4. Dead Bone and Lulu were core commanders, and they were more concerned about the role the Staff of Divine Right could play in war. Its role is significant. The Staff of Divine Right is capable of long-range deployment of large-scale magic like the earlier 9-headed Roaring Thunderflame Dragon, which we can directly cast hundreds or thousands of kilometers away. Of course, the prerequisite is to have coordinates or to open the Eye of Heaven, Isloa said. But if that were all, Dead Bone felt it was just so-so. After all, an enemy that couldn't be defeated at a distance would still be unbeatable, and might even locate and approach them, which wasn't safe. Mu Yuan spoke, therefore, we need to upgrade our existing spells. He led the group to the 9-turn Furnace area. This space was extremely vast. The surroundings were empty except for a huge translucent furnace hanging in the center. Around the furnace, 9 currents wound like 9 chains shackled upon it. Within the furnace, several light balls bobbed. The largest light ball, upon closer inspection, revealed the entwined shapes of 9 Thunderfire Dragons. Alert! Would you like to upgrade the large-scale magic, 9-headed Roaring Thunderflame Dragon, 10? Confirm. Alert! Upgrade in progress for the large-scale magic 9-headed Roaring Thunderflame Dragon. Current progress. 0.01%. 0.02%. 0.03%. Alert! You only have one upgrade in progress, unable to simultaneously upgrade a second piece of large-scale magic. Alert! After the upgrade, you can infuse it with energy, invest soul crystals, and within a shorter amount of time, you will be able to craft this improved and upgraded large-scale magic. Mu Yuan rubbed his chin. Compared to the magic furnace, the Staff of Divine Right not only had a higher limit but also simplified the process of creating large-scale magic. At least, there was no need to drain Duo Lai day after day anymore. It must be understood that even for the large-scale magic 1000 Prism Large Reflection, which was crafted with Difu at its core, the main force infusing energy during the process was still Miss Duo. There was no other way, as the spell crafted solely with diffuse energy infusion was vastly inferior in power to the spell crafted with the combined forces of Difu and Duo Lai. Such a piece of large-scale magic that had exhausted Duo Lai's utmost power often took 2 to 3 days to complete the crafting process. The manufacturing cost was relatively high. Now, it seemed possible to find some tool people to take Duo Lai's place. Of course, having Duo Lai infuse energy could eliminate the conversion of middlemen, and the efficiency was generally higher. As for investing a large amount of soul crystals to craft large-scale magic, impossible, absolutely impossible. After leaving the 9-turn furnace area, Mu Yuan then detoured to the adjacent Divine Right mechanism area. This was the control center of the Staff of Divine Right, and right in front of the control panel hung an inclined giant reflection mirror. Through this mirror, operators could oversee the surrounding heavens and earth, with an observation range even larger than the territory of the Tianyuan territory. The direct observation range is about 60 kilometers, within which it's as if we have opened the Eye of Heaven. From now on, monsters hiding in forests or caves will be directly revealed in their true form. Of course, the Eye of Heaven did not possess the power to see through objects, but under the gaze of the Eye of Heaven, higher-order lifeforms shone like stars in the night sky. Even powerhouses who concealed their aura, hid their forms, or changed their appearances could not escape the scrutiny of the Eye of Heaven. At the very least, most abilities related to hiding could not deceive this Eye of Heaven. If the Eye of Heaven only observes within a 60 kilometers range, it can be used indefinitely, but it consumes quite a lot of soul crystals. However, if the Eye of Heaven wants to observe beyond 60 kilometers, there will be a limit on the number of uses. Reconnaissance Sky Eye, 3/3. The opportunity to use the Eye of Heaven can be restored once every 24 hours. With the Eye of Heaven at his disposal, it was untenable not to give it a try. Mu Yuan searched for a target, and after some thought, he chose the Land of Two Realms, which had recently experienced several legendary battles. I remember the direction is, and the distance from our territory is. He input the coordinates. Before long, the giant reflection mirror began to glow, the dense white mist dissipated, revealing a bird's eye view of mountains and rivers. It was the northern part of the Land of Two Realms. The coordinates he entered were slightly off from the actual location. The observational range is approximately a 20-kilometer radius, and the duration is 10 minutes. Of course, both the range and the duration can be extended with upgrades to the Staff of Divine Right. Under the watch of the Eye of Heaven, Mu Yuan quickly spotted a player's exploration core and several groups of monsters that included elite-level and warlord-level beings. Neither players nor monsters were plentiful. After all, there had just been a major sweep in this area not long ago. After trying out the function of the Eye of Heaven, Lord Shepard finally arrived at the engraving factory area. So, Scroll of Magic can be quickly engraved and crafted here? He hadn't paid much attention initially since the primary capability of the Staff of Divine Right building was to release large-scale magic across great distances to bombard enemies, while the rest were secondary features. But after exploring for a while, Mr. Mu realized that the level of scrolls of magic that could be quickly engraved by the Staff of Divine Right was rather high. Here, it was possible to create scrolls of magic of superior grade quality. And the crafting speed was fast. A scroll of magic of superior grade quality, even if its value could not compare with blueprints or equipment of the same grade, remained a rare item. The word, superior, signified its extraordinariness. Of course, the Staff of Divine Right could not craft any superior grade scroll. Its capability depended on the spell being engraved. The spell slots that this building could solidify, like the previous magic melting furnace, were limited. Mu Yuan could solidify one or two at most, turn them into scrolls, and trade them as commodities. Just one offensive type, and one defensive type. It can't be too strong or too weak. If the spell is too strong, creating a scroll will consume more time and energy. Too weak, and it might not qualify as superior grade. This glorious task is yours, Isloa. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. You wanted to research this epic structure, didn't you? Lord Shepard had spent a full 2 days and nights inside the Staff of Divine Right before he returned to the surface. Everyone else had left earlier. Those above were faced with incomprehensible matters. Duo Lai left the earliest, claiming it was not nearly as satisfying as enjoying a feast. When he returned to the surface, Isloa's true body was still above, tinkering with something that even Mr. Mu couldn't fully understand. She cackled like a madwoman. The upgrade of the large-scale magic hasn't been completed yet, so any attempts to use it will have to wait. The Tianyuan territory gained another epic structure. He felt a bit more secure. But this was not an occasion for extensive writing or a lavish banquet. Apart from the Tianyuan division, ordinary territory citizens including many self-aware elites didn't even realize that such a sky fortress was suspended above their heads. However, the Staff of Divine Right was also equipped with some cannon weapons. These were basically incidental add-ons. The Tianyuan territory here was peaceful and tranquil, but the situation on Langsing was becoming increasingly tense, as was the periphery of the Tai-Zan alliance. At most, we have 1.5 to 2 weeks before the worlds merge. And as the time draws near, the Land of Two Realms keeps emerging, unstoppable and incessantly cropping up. In the Langsing Profound Country, sieges by waves of attacking monsters had already started appearing. Mu Yuan also led some elites to participate in the defense battles of Baijiang City and several surrounding cities. These battles did not present any surprises, and they firmly held off the invading monster waves. However, faced with the increasing numbers of monsters, every player's expression grew solemn, fearing the day when the monsters might break through the defenses and bring catastrophe. In the Eternal World, the Land of Two Realms also appeared frequently. 3 days ago, the Mingling Observatory area experienced a legendary battle, triggered by the emergence of a large intersection area. 2 days ago, a mysterious force attacked Shiji City, causing significant casualties to Taizan, even leading to the fall of a legendary warrior. A day and a half ago, an entire profound country city vanished. Thankfully, its point of descent was within the inner circle of the Taizan domain. This city was quickly rescued. 1 day ago, a legendary battle broke out outside Panchi City, reportedly with 11 legendary realm combatants involved. The attackers suspected remnants of the Goblin Kingdom. Half a day ago, Lord Kanglang fell, presumably encountering a legendary realm monster. Reading this, Mu Yuan's brows deeply furrowed, his expression becoming grave. Could Lord Kanglang have encountered that Goblin Prince? Mu Yuan had always been alert to the danger posed by the legendary realm Goblin and had been tracking it. In the past few days, he had used the Eye of Heaven to observe, but had been unable to discover anything. Yet certain signs indicated that the Goblin Prince was active around the territory of Stone Ridge Town and several nearby regions. This was far too dangerous. Besides these concerns, another intersection area appeared within the territory of Stone Ridge Town, inciting some conflicts. Boss, quick look. Reflections are appearing all over the globe. He was exchanging information with Zhang Luoxing when he heard Yang's voice, trembling with shock. Above Langsing, reflections of the eternal world began to appear in the skies over each land of two realms. These reflections, like drops of water on tissue paper, were spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half an hour later, the sky above Baijiang City was also enveloped by the world's reflection. 3 hours later, the reflections in the heavens connected into a sheet, as if a different world was lying above Langsing. 6 hours later, many places in the eternal world also saw the emergence of towering reflections. 14 hours later, Mu Yuan stood on the western wall of the Tianyuan territory, gazing into the distance at the world reflection, spreading from the intersection area hundreds of kilometers away. It has come to the final moments. The fusion of worlds was like a majestic tsunami, and people were mere droplets, only able to watch helplessly as the great waves surged forth, swallowing and enveloping them. This was the trend of the times. In front of such a trend, even the Lord of Hanyu City, or someone of higher status, was powerless to stop it. Not to mention someone like him, a small fry. With that thought in mind, Mu Yuan stepped through the secret realm's gate and arrived at Elf's courtyard. There, he saw the equally distressed Zhang Luoxing, Lu Miamu, and others. It's like the end of the world. Yes, the reflection of eternal world has already covered the entire Langsing, as if the sky itself is about to collapse. It's not just the sky, the ground is cracking open, too. Even if we don't mention foreign countries and only talk about our own, it is now fragmented, with many areas blocked by other dimensions. Had they ever seen such apocalyptic scenes before? If the Alliance hadn't assured that what was coming was a world fusion rather than destruction, panic would have already spread. Even so, anxiety, fear, and hysteria were still violently spreading everywhere. Ordinary people were panicking, and some players were at a loss as well. In troubled times, strict laws are needed. For a short while, order in various places within the country can still be maintained, but as time goes on, when the two worlds fuse, we don't need to worry too much. Besides, worrying is useless. We're just little shrimps. We might as well lie flat and wait for the world to blend. Lu Miamu expressed that when the sky falls, there will be tall people holding it up. There's no need to panic, and panicking is useless. It's better to lie down flat like her. Mu Yuan was somewhat impressed by her mentality. If he only had strength similar to Lu Miamayu's, he certainly wouldn't be able to stay so calm at this moment. Even though he could now take on various fourth-order bosses, contributing some auxiliary value in the legendary battles, he still wasn't as calm inside as he appeared on the surface. Lord Canglang died due to an accident. And him? He was only slightly stronger than Lord Canglang, at best. In Eternal World, accidents were too numerous, and lords never knew whether treasures or accidents would come first. And these days, with the tensions high, accidents were far more likely to happen than before. My sister is right, we really don't need to worry. The so-called disaster is just superficial. We are in the night before dawn. And dawn will soon arrive. A cool voice drifted over, and the entire secret realm seemed to cool down a bit. The Lord of Han Yu City, Lu Shui, stepped forward. Many players present suddenly became restrained when they saw her. There was not a great age difference between them. They were all young, but their status and identity were not on the same level. Even if the Lord of Han Yu City had no airs about her, it did not stop them from being apprehensive. When faced with a big shot, who wouldn't feel cowed? However, compared to being apprehensive, the prodigies present were more curious about the identity of the strong warrior following behind the Lord of Han Yu City. Her face bore some resemblance to the Lord of Han Yu City at first glance, but was colder and more ethereal, as if untouched by worldly dust. Behind her hung a sword, with hair silvery and lustrous as the moon. Seeing her was like seeing a bright moon hanging high. She's a super strong warrior, yo. Compared to the reserved Lord of Han Yu City, this silver-haired woman had even more of a lofty and aloof air of a strong warrior. Some of the second-generation lords who knew about Han Yu City immediately guessed that this was the core strong warrior under the Lord of Han Yu City, the Moon Sword Immortal. It's the Moon Sword Immortal we saw last time. Mu Yuan took a couple of looks and was certain. There was more than one Moon Sword Immortal in the household of the Han Yu City Lord, and the Moon Sword Immortals probably looked quite similar. But he, Mr. Mu, would not mistake them. He had memorized this aura. He even simulated, if he encountered an enemy at the level of the Moon Sword Immortal, how would he fight? No matter how he simulated, there was no way to fight. However, if the enemy was as naive as this Moon Sword Immortal appeared to be, there might be a chance to escape. Speaking of which, based solely on appearances, one would never guess the Moon Sword Immortal to be so naive. The Lord of Han Yu City continued, right now, Langsing is filled with disasters, and Eternal World is not peaceful either, due to the overlay of two worlds, making space unstable with holes everywhere. On the side of Langsing, the fleeing monsters are already beyond defense. Once the worlds finish fusing, though we will lose Langsing, our homeland, and though we will no longer be able to use Langsing for rotation and communication, but all these losses were significant to players. But since the trend was irreversible, then, looking at it from another angle. Once Langsing fuses, we in Tai Zan will no longer need to guard fiercely against all sorts of fleeing monsters. Nor will we need to be stationed at various border areas. At that time, the Alliance will be able to free up more forces to engage in major developments internally and major expansions externally. You have to know that the area of Zan country alone restricted nearly half of the Alliance's resources. With those forces freed up, whether it's pioneering the wilderness, suppressing monster power, or deterring other countries, they could achieve a lot. It was as if the Tai Zan Alliance's hands, which had been tightly bound, were finally loosened. Of course, losing Langsing, the main base, would be a loss of a major convenience for the majority of players. The cohesion between the people of Zan country might also diminish over time, just like with Red Star, Shenmue, and other countries. These issues, after pondering for a moment, Lu Shui decided to give up thinking about them. Let the old men worry about it. The Astronomical Society has already announced that the fusion is expected to complete in 20 hours. It's down to the hour now. Mu Yuan logged into the Langsing forum in disguise and checked. The Astronomical Society had not released any new announcements. What's going on here? Backquote, 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 he thought. Just as he did, a prompt message popped up. The Astronomical Society's official has a new message for you. This message was precisely about the precise warning of the world fusion. The time would be in 20 hours, with an error margin of no more than half an hour. Aside from the time prediction, there was also a survival guide for avoiding various disasters during the fusion. These were all old topics of discussion. Once the world fusion began, one by one, the cities of Zon country would sink into eternal world. Whether for players or ordinary people, the task was to maintain order, stay within the cities to wait for support, and not venture into the wilderness on their own. For the lords, it was imperative to avoid dispatching troops. Even if there were troops outside, they should avoid staying in the wild as much as possible.
During the fusion, the territories of the chosen lands are the safest places. Even if spatial overlaps or folds occur, the areas protected by the territories, forces would not be affected.
Secondly, stay inside the cities of Zon country. Do not go out, do not go out, do not go out. Thus, a week ago, Mu Yuan had already asked Sophia to cease all intercity operations. Long-distance travel was becoming increasingly unsafe. Now, Sophia was in Baijiang City, buying materials and remnant souls from local players, which also meant that he, Lord Shepherd, was assisting in defending Baijiang City. Lien Yu and several other officers took turns defending Baijiang City. While he pondered, the Lord of Han Yu City looked over, pondered for a moment, and spoke. After the matter of Langsing concludes, come to the Pioneer Group.
The Tai-Zon Alliance had three main organizations: Pioneer Group, Tai-Zon Liangyi, and the Players Association. The Astronomical Society could perhaps count as half.
Among them, the Pioneer Group had the fewest people, but they were elites. This was a loosely structured organization. After all, each member within the organization was a high-level player or even a lord. The organization didn't impose constraints on pioneers, and how one wanted to pioneer and explore, or hunt monsters, was entirely a matter of personal preference. The main duty of the pioneers was to explore unknown territories and snipe and eradicate powerful groups of monsters. In return, the pioneers could get the latest intelligence on undeveloped lands and pocket various treasures for themselves.
Whether considering future development or from the perspective of faction and geographic location, joining the Pioneer Group was the most appropriate for him.
Mu Yuan had no objections. He was also aware that the Lord of Han Yu City preferred him joining the Pioneer Group. Despite the lack of constraints on internal members, even the exploration generals couldn't order or interfere with other pioneers. But the generals still wished for more manpower within their territorial areas. Mu Yuan himself also wished to have a powerful leg to cling to, so that in crucial moments, he could call upon strong allies. For him, pioneering to the northwest was no different from pioneering to the northeast. The only thing was that proper pioneering was unlike his current short-term explorations. It meant truly delving into the wilderness, and it was normal to spend a month or two deep in the wild. Therefore, there was the Pioneer Group. Pioneers could use special items to contact other pioneers in nearby areas to exchange information or rally teammates. Such items, once Langsing merged into Eternal World, became even more crucial. Then, that settles it. Let's talk in detail after the affair of Langsing is over. The Lord of Han Yu City was, as ever, abrupt in his coming and going, leaving the assembly of promising lords looking at one another. They watched the direction where Boss Han Yu had disappeared, then turned towards Tianyuan, eyes wide, speechless for a long while. It was Zhang Luoxing who broke the silence after a moment. "You, did Boss Han Yu personally invite you into the Pioneer Group?" "Yes. Isn't it said that the threshold to enter the Pioneer Group is extremely high, and one needs several veteran pioneers to vouch for them?" "Yes." Then, Zhang Luoxing suddenly fell silent. Though Big Boss Tianyuan was really cool, having been selected for the main competition of Dragon Court, but alright, God Tianyuan is just that cool, an eternal deity. The group didn't continue on this topic but quickly turned back to the sad reality of Langxing's imminent fusion that was about to happen.
They were still worried. So was Mu Yuan. If he had a bunch of legendary realm combat power in his hand, he would certainly have no worries, but he didn't. He couldn't help but be concerned that in the last 20 hours, whether legendary powerhouses from outside might break in, whether the land of two realms might appear next to his territory, whether space might suddenly displace, delivering a legendary monster right before him.
Such accidents were worrisome, and he had to be cautious. General Dead Bone in Tianyuan territory gave a like from afar. Zhang Luoxing said, Actually, what Big Boss Lu said makes a lot of sense, panicking is useless. As if our worrying could change reality. If by some 1 in a million chance we do encounter an accident, then we die, so be it. But we're not that unlucky, let's think about what we'll do in the future. Guys. Oh, and ladies too. Feel free to come to Luo Xing territory for some tea if you get the chance. Mu Yuan said he would definitely visit if he had the chance. Seeing Zhang eager for his attention, he said, "Alright, when I'm done with things for this period, I'll treat you. I'll treat everyone to a big meal." Wait a second, why does it feel like he just jinxed it? Patui, patui, patui. Mu Yuan drank a few cups of tea that Zhang had paid for, then returned to his territory. The world's reflected image in the sky grew clearer and more oppressive, as if it were about to crush them, unable to breathe. One by one, the area of 2 realms bubbled up like bubbles, appearing one moment and vanishing the next. Space became even more chaotic, only 19 hours left. But the flow of time seemed to slow down even more. Mu Yuan withdrew all his forces, only letting the elites patrol within the territory. For the farther wilderness areas, he relied on the Eye of Heaven of the Staff of Divine Right for occasional inspections. He also maxed out the alert level of Tianyuan territory, all troops and powerhouses on high alert and ready for battle. No accidents, no accidents, no accidents. 18 hours. 16 hours, 12 hours, the countdown of the hourglass of time trickled down. The disaster scenes of the world became more ferocious, and the roars of monsters grew louder. No accident occurred. 10 hours left. Outside Baijiang City, the hordes of monsters became denser, forming a surging dark brown tide. The sound of artillery fire was incessant. 6 hours left. Outside Shilling Town, a great battle erupted, with several fourth-order bosses appearing. 2 hours left. On Tai-Zan Forum, all kinds of information flashed by like snowflakes. Before the forum disappeared, players were having their final hurrah. "Brothers, let's meet again in Eternal World. Big shots. Which city in the Twilight Plain region is more livable and has cheaper housing? Panchi City is out of the question. It's too expensive, can't afford it. Shiji City meetup. Anyone wanna join? To be honest, the world's reflection is oppressing, but the photos taken are pretty aesthetic." The forum also had many people confessing their love, going crazy, "I am XX's dog." As the moment of merging approached, the predictions of the Astronomical Society were accurate to the minute, the second. At the very top of the forum, the countdown kept ticking away. 15 minutes left. 85 seconds left. The accident never happened. He thought. The sky brightened up, a white but not blinding light that enveloped the entire sky. A buzzing sound filled his ears, while every other sound seemed distant, as if he was being drawn out of the world and sinking into a sea of eternal sleep. At this moment, time itself became uncertain. Mu Yuan wasn't sure how much time had passed. It seemed like just a moment of confusion, but it also seemed like a very long time. When he came back to his senses, he was still standing in his territory, in the small courtyard in front of the city lord's mansion. By his side was Isloa, who wasn't busy. In the distance was Duo Lai, whose mouth was devoid of snacks. Even farther away, buildings stretched on, and the city walls stood tall, just as peaceful and serene as before. The only difference was that the oppressive world reflection that hung high over the territory had disappeared. This signifies the world has merged peacefully, he thought. Indeed, Zan country had been preparing for so many years. How could there be a hiccup at the last moment? Besides, we lords were always the most stable and safe group during the merging process. The Blue Star era has ended, it's time to look forward, to move forward. Let's proceed with the plan we had before, step by step. Once Duo Lai and Dead Bone step into the legendary realm, we'll join the pioneer group and take on some pioneering missions to earn contributions and intelligence. He had just thought this when he heard Dead Bone's voice, which wasn't entirely calm. What, even the great General Bone can be surprised. It's just the world merging, and it has already passed. Mu Yuan whooshed to the top of the Mage Tower and looked into the distance, his hands suddenly freezing in midair. Outside the territory, mist shrouded the landscape, with towering black mountains stretching across the distance, obscuring the sunlight. These mountains, Since when does Tianyuan territory have such high mountains outside its borders? Damn it! Mu Yuan took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. But how could he be calm? The nearby region of Tianyuan territory had been explored and cleaned up by his exploratory team, and it was no longer a secret. Where did this towering mountain, reaching into the clouds, come from? He was certain that this was a real mountain, not some illusion or projection. Could it be that? Mu Yuan thought of something and looked around. Outside the city walls were still the farmlands under cultivation, the arrow towers and watchtowers, and some chopped tree stumps. There were no significant changes from before. However, these areas were still within the boundaries of Tianyuan territory, so it was reasonable that there were no changes. He looked further into the distance, where trees were lush and mountain ranges stretched on, but without any particularly noticeable landmarks. He couldn't make out anything specific. With this in mind, Mu Yuan flew down from the intermediate mage tower and landed on the teleportation circle map a few hundred meters from the city lord's mansion. Shrouded in a hazy blue luminescence, he soon disappeared within it. Inside the Staff of Divine Right building, it was still empty, save for a dozen or so old elites who had awakened their self-awareness and were busy moving items around and arranging them. Mu Yuan walked straight to the Divine Right mechanism and controlled the Eye of Heaven to look around. Within a 60-kilometer radius centered on Tianyuan territory, everything was visible to the Eye of Divine Right. Activate Eye of Heaven, observe target, southwest area of the territory, 25 kilometers. The fog on the observation mirror slowly cleared, revealing the verdant forest below. Activate Eye of Heaven, observe target, southwest area of the territory, 45 kilometers. Mu Yuan moved the observation point deeper into the southwest area. The mirror showed dense, lush forests, but the leaves of trees in this area were orange-red, like maple trees. Whether they were red maples, blue maples, or something else, Lord Mu clearly remembered that to the southwest of his land was the highly distinctive Snake Man Swamp. Although the swamp was now devoid of snake men, the difference in its environment from other areas was stark. It was certainly not an expanse of red trees. He then turned the Eye of Heaven to the west, to the limit of 60 kilometers. Indeed, the dark forest that had been there was gone, replaced by a forest with red foliage similar to the southwest region. However, here the red leaves were even more sinister, like flowing blood. To the north was the most conspicuous black mountain, shrouded in mist. Its details were unclear, and he couldn't judge the mountain's distance from his territory. To the west, where there used to be a series of hills, there seemed to be a continuous range of hills as well, but a mighty river was coursing through the mountains, with its waters surging powerfully, battering against the steep cliffs. Mu Yuan could almost hear the thunderous roar of the river. Whoosh! A huge creature, with 2 tentacles over 20 meters long, burst out of the river. It leapt hundreds of meters high, creating a spray of water that spread like a vast lotus flower above the river. In the heart of the giant lotus, the enormous creature opened its gaping maw, revealing rows of fearsome, spiky teeth. The massive jaws unleashed a visible vortex of tidal forces, creating a strong suction that caught a black dragonhawk nearby, which desperately flapped its wings but couldn't escape the pull. Crack! The massive jaws snapped shut and the giant aquatic creature plunged into the river. Crimson spread across the surface of the water, but was quickly washed away by the rushing river, leaving no trace. Finally, Mu Yuan checked the south. The territory to the south had become utterly unfamiliar. Strange mountains and lands, strange monsters' settlements. Mu Yuan fell silent. After a while, the Eye of Divine Right, no longer sustained by energy, slowly closed. The worst has happened. It's not that the Black Mountain is affected by spatial dislocation outside the borders of Tai-Zan Alliance, but instead, it is that Tianyuan territory has encountered an unexpected event and has been greatly shifted, lost. How could this happen? According to the officials' predictions for the integration, the vast majority of Langsing City should have landed smoothly, and within the inner circle of the Tai-Zan Alliance.
It was possible that a few cities might have become fragmented during the integration process, scattered in various places, and appearing outside the bounds of the Alliance's territory. That would be an unfortunate situation, where whether the survivors could be rescued depended on whether they could work together and whether the area's rescued teams could respond in time.
Compared to the sinking of Langsing and to ordinary people or ranger players, the various lords were among the least affected by the integration. For them, the lords already had a foundation in Eternal World. No matter how the worlds changed during the integration, lords with territories of miracles could stand firm as a rock. According to predictions, the integration might cause some geographical and environmental changes, such as the expansion of plains, or the widening of mountain ranges, or the distance between two territories extending by a dozen kilometers. If you encounter these situations, don't worry, they are normal. However, the probability of their occurrence is still not high, and here at my place. Mu Yuan felt that the location of his Tianyuan territory had not been pushed further away but had been directly picked up and flung deep into the wilderness. Into the depths of the wild. Now, figuring out why this extreme accident occurred is meaningless. What we need to think about next is not why, but what to do. First, we need to ascertain our situation. Baijiang City entered a state of emergency alert. Dead Bone had already led a group of elites proficient in stealth from the Sol system to scout outside. Mu Yuan had used reconnaissance Sky-Eye dozens of times and had used the ultra-long-distance Eye of Heaven twice, quickly confirming. This is a genuine uncharted territory. The reason it's called genuine is that the periphery of the Tai-Zan alliance where he had been located before is not a true uncharted territory. During his Greenhand period, he thought he was at the very edge of the alliance, exploring the perilous wilderness, paving the way into the mysterious unknown, but in fact, the real uncharted territory wouldn't even frequently have third-order monsters. Thinking more deeply, the Tianyuan territory was only several hundred kilometers from the frontline town, Shilling Town. For a third or fourth-order strongman, a few hundred kilometers wasn't much. Clearly, there had been seasoned players relying on Shilling Town as a supply point to venture deep into the wilderness in search of treasures and slaying monsters. Mu Yuan, during his exploration of the underground space, had once come across a player who had been kidnapped by Dark Knight elves, and found his diary. Such players were naturally more than just one or two. However, compared to the vast and boundless wilderness, the number of high-order players was still scarce, and monsters regenerated in waves, almost inexhaustible. Most explorers didn't have the capability to harvest monsters, which made it seem like there was an abundance of them in the wild. In reality, as long as Tianyuan territory didn't sweep the surrounding area day and night, after half a month to a month, the regional monsters would proliferate again. Earlier than the ordinary exploring players, the Pioneers group's strongmen ventured into the wilderness. The powerful lords or high-level players from the Pioneer group had already delved into the wilderness and struck at some strong monster powers. So ever since my Tianyuan territory began its exploration, we've encountered only weak monster tribes with third-order monsters being rare. It's only occasionally that we encounter wandering bosses of the third and even fourth order. Eradicating high-order monsters was the duty of the Pioneers group's strongmen. Of course, given the limited number and time of the Pioneers group's strongmen, it was impossible to root out all the monsters hidden in mountains and forests. The main force in actually purging monsters and reducing regional dangers remained the lords of various lands. Similarly, as the elite Pioneers group eliminated high-order monsters, they also took away some of the more noticeable treasures, such as the high-level recruiting points bursting with splendid light, or the rich ore deposits exposed to the outside. Some great lords had their own ways of moving entire ore deposits or veins to their own territories. Or perhaps, some pioneers sold information about the veins and treasure lands to other powerful lords in that area. Mr. Mu hadn't found a single ore deposit to this day, not because he hadn't tried, but because to truly find a rich vein one must venture deep into the wilderness. Not to mention him. Even some lords from the same period had only found micro or small ore veins and were merely in possession of an iron or crystal mine. Would he be envious? Degree. This was also one of the reasons Mr. Mu wanted to join the Pioneer Group. The most powerful lords of the Tai-Zan Alliance were almost all pioneering. Of course, to pioneer meant to face real high-order monsters, historical monster powers, the fallen god's servants walking the earth, and so on. The Snake Man tribe encountered previously in the Land of Two Realms, in the genuine uncharted territory, might not be any kind of overlord. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed to flee to Langsing and build their power there. Now it looks like I'm being forced to pioneer the area. But during exploration, I must be more cautious than before. Luckily, the territory has the Staff of Divine Right, an epic structure, so at least I have a trump card in my hand. Mu Yuan's trump cards weren't limited to this one, but it's always better to have more trump cards, and he could never have too many. Just in case, the territory needs not only offensive large-scale magic and defensive large-scale magic but also a stealth type of large-scale magic. He had long had an idea about this and could develop a suitable large-scale magic based on Sophia's talents and skills, integrating and upgrading it. However, Sophia was not currently with him. Before the world fusion, Sophia had led a group of elites stationed in Baijiang City. It would have been simple for her to return to Tianyuan territory, but with the crisis at hand, Mu Yuan naturally couldn't call her and the elites back. After the completion of the world fusion, Sophia would still need to lead the elites to assist the association in defense for a while, and would only leave once Baijiang City had safely landed. By then, it wouldn't be difficult for Sophia to travel to Shilling Town aboard an armored train, and then return to the territory. Given Baijiang City's geographical location, it was likely to fall somewhere in the area around Panshi City. Right now, though, Mu Yuan could no longer sense Sophia's exact location or direction. He could only confirm her safety through the panel information. This meant that the distance between him and Sophia was extremely far. It should be noted that individuals evolved by him had a very close connection with him, their lord, far surpassing the relationship between other lords and their troops. 17, located in Shilling Town, was also out of contact. Mu Yuan wasn't worried about them. Compared to their situation, the Tianyuan territory, currently in the wilderness, was at risk of encountering dangers at any moment. He walked out from inside the Staff of Divine Right and came to the Lord's altar. Here, 3 secret realm light gates still spread a faint glow. However, the gates symbolizing the Challenge Land and the Elf's Courtyard were both firmly closed, unable to be opened, preventing entry. Alert! Due to unknown spatial disturbance, Secret Realms number 2 and number 3 are inaccessible, with the recovery time unknown. He frowned. In the new era deprived of the Langsing platform, if he wanted to purchase valuable items across regions, the secret realm in Elf's Courtyard was the only window. And now, it was gone too. The thought that he himself was an unknown distance from Shilling Town, and that crises lurked all around, made one more piece of bad news seem not so hard to accept. What else could he do, lament and sigh? He was a lord, and now, in the face of accidents, calmness was even more essential. If he started to panic, how could his domain have a future? Oh, his family still had over a dozen great generals. That seemed to make things okay. At the same time, in the capital city of the Taizan Alliance, within the grandiose 9-colored tower, a certain conference room. Hum, 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 brilliant lights flashed as the consciousnesses of elite powerhouses traversed thousands of regions to convene here. There were exploration generals from the Pioneer Group, Lord of Han Yu City, Sword Lord Lu Shi, Lord Qing Xin, and others. From Taizan Lianji, there were sealing bases, the Lord of Luo Fu Mountain, the Twilight Elephant City Lord, and more. There were also administrators from various regions, like the Lord of Shiji City, Lord of Panshi City. All the powerhouses gathered inside the 9-colored tower. At the most prestigious place sat 2 figures. One was a young woman dressed in fiery red clothes, who, despite apparently being young, had eyes filled with the vicissitudes of life as if she had seen through the world's affairs. Her body faintly radiated with brilliant light, as she too arrived through the consciousness overcoming spatial distances. The other person was an elder habitually holding a smoking pipe in his mouth. He glanced around and began to speak. The fusion with Langsing is complete, largely successful. All the cities have landed safely, but there have been some minor accidents. On the outer perimeter of our alliance's territory, some domains have shifted in location, with a few moving hundreds to thousands of kilometers deep into the wilderness. Of course, just hundreds to thousands of kilometers was not a big problem. That's what all the powerhouses present were thinking. Not to mention thousands of kilometers, which one of them hadn't ventured tens of thousands of kilometers deep into the wilderness? Indeed, as the National Pillar said, it was somewhat unexpected, but not a big issue. Exploration General and Lord Ching Shin stated, "The location of Dragonsleep Valley, which I am monitoring, seems to have shifted. We are currently tracking it. My Pioneer Fortress remains unchanged, still nailed there." The other exploration generals and sealing bases took turns to report. Lord of Panchi City also said, "I've received reports that there have been positional shifts in Shilling Town and Snow-Covered City, which are under my jurisdiction. Shilling Town reports an unfamiliar surrounding environment, and we are currently conducting comparisons and positioning anchors." After a moment, the elder nodded slowly. "The fusion of the two realms has made the outer domains of our Tai-Zan alliance looser. In the future, we'll need to pay more attention to defense line arrangements. However, right now, the priority is the rescue and resettlement of the city's inhabitants." Meeting adjourned. One after another, the powerhouses left the room. The elder gazed at the azure sky in the distance, puffing on his pipe. Rings of smoke emanated, lingering around him in a mist that long refused to disperse. In the secret realm of the elf's courtyard, Zhang Luoxing was cursing under his breath. "Damn it! My domain has shifted north by a full 200 kilometers. What kind of misfortune is this? I feel like a chieftain deep in Africa." "What, your territories haven't changed at all? Hearing that makes me feel even sadder. Speaking of which, where's Big Boss Tianyuan? Wasn't there a plan to meet up after the fusion? Maybe he's busy. Perhaps this is the difference between a big boss and us." Zhang Luoxing went back to his domain, and after thinking it over, he still decided to use a rare item designated for contacting Big Boss Tianyuan. Crackle, crackle, the item flickered with light, its brightness unstable. He fiddled with it for a while before finally sending out a signal. "Hey, Big Boss. Zhang. I'm currently." Crackle, the light of the item dimmed, ashen as death. "Shit. Tianyuan guy isn't about to die, is he?" He went back to the secret realm and told Lu Miamu, who then informed her elder sister. Lord of Han Yu City frowned. "Tianyuan has indeed been moved to a distant place. This shouldn't have happened. I'll try to locate the Tianyuan territory, but the alliance is very busy right now, needing to settle more than 1 billion people. I'm afraid they can't spare much effort." She had no better solution to this issue. She could only search and locate slowly. With Tianyuan's capabilities and the strength of his subordinates, as long as they didn't encounter someone from the legendary realm, they would most likely be safe. And even deep in the wilderness, there weren't that many legendary beings, she hoped. In the Tianyuan territory, moved by Zhang Luoxing's message, although he ruined a communication item, Mu Yuan had managed to contact the Lord of Han Yu City. She had promised to send Moon Sword Immortal, Hua Yu, to head north from the original location of Tianyuan territory and also to ask for help from friends in the Astronomical Society. This is what it means to have connections at the top. Thanks to the wealthy boss. However, hope and safety should not be entrusted to others. It must be relied upon oneself. It's time to eradicate the unstable elements around my territory, one by one. Lord Shepard's avatar, Strike, he headed to the South City Gate. Some of the farmlands and arrow towers outside the city wall were damaged. Around them lay some monstrous corpses with fierce faces. They had died a peaceful death. Outside the South City wall, monster cadavers, bisected at the waist or pierced by arrows, lay strewn across the ground, numbering in the hundreds. Lulu pulled out the fearless spear and shield from within the massive creature tens of meters in height and frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. Although the invading monsters departed peacefully without a single one escaping, some farmlands and arrow towers had been damaged. The once pristine outskirts of the city, cleaned and cleared by him, were once again in disarray due to the monsters' intrusion. The straight southern dirt road bore paw prints from the monsters' trampling. The terrain around was pitted, sprinkled with the fire and acid spat out by the monsters. Farther away, monsters howled from a distance that grew ever closer. Looking at the pockmarked earth, Lulu wished he could grab a shovel and rolling stone right there and then to smooth out the damaged ground. But he couldn't, there was no time, more monsters were attacking. The task given to him by Lord was this: not only did he have to obliterate every monster in sight, not letting a single one escape, but he also had to keep the noise down to avoid causing any thunderous commotions. Lulu could not stand the pitted ground, but obviously, the Lord's mission took precedence. He charged forward, grabbed a few powerful monsters, and struck them with a thrust, piercing and slaying them. Mu Yuan walked out from the South City gate, staring at the monster corpses scattered on the ground, and his brow furrowed. As expected, the types of monsters were still those common in the Eternal World, including but not limited to goblins, jackal men, kobolds, and others. But they were different from the monsters he had seen before. Mu Yuan crouched down and peeled back the fur of a large wolf. The stench of blood hit him and he said while staring at the bloody wolf skeleton, "This is a professional level peak large wolf." Ah, there was silence for a while, and Duo Lai uttered confusion. "So what? Is there a problem with that?" Shi Lu elbowed Duo Lai. "Out in the wild, large wolves are just low-tier monsters, and it's rare for them to grow to professional level peak. Such common 3-star stage creatures could potentially develop to professional level peak in the hands of a player, but that would only be if an old player scrimped and saved to raise and nurture the large wolf, feeding it precious breakthrough material. But wild monsters. The large wolves they had encountered before were basically apprentice level, and most times not even at the peak of apprentice level. Here, more than a dozen wolves had reached professional level. I see now, Duo Lai realized suddenly. No wonder Lord was able to spot the essence immediately, gobble. The levels of the goblins had also generally increased significantly. Even the ordinary 1-star goblins, naturally hunchbacked and thin, showed muscle contours in Mu Yuan's observation. He then took out an illuminating tool and shone it into the peacefully open pupils of the goblins, and sure enough, their eyes were full of bloodshot veins. Spider webbing throughout the entire eyeball. "Leave the task of researching the differences between these monsters and the previous ones to me," said Isloa, coming over in one of her incarnations. She looked at them briefly and spoke with full commitment. "Strike that enthusiasm. I'll dissect them thoroughly, mining out all their secrets." She licked her reddish lips. "Then, I'll leave this side to you," Lord Shepherd said to Lulu and Isloa. Following that, he put together the Exploration Pioneer team. Naturally, Deadbone was the team's main force, along with core team members Duo Lai, Shi Lu, Hong Yi, and Sario. Duo Lai mainly took on the responsibilities of the transport squadron leader. Shi Lu had both dragon might and hunter's instinct. Sometimes, her instinct was the best tracking radar or disaster avoidance radar. Otherwise, before coming to the Tianyuan territory, when Shi Lu was just a lone ranger at second-order elite level, how could she have survived so easily in the wilderness? Sario had the abilities of Ice and Dragon Might. Dragon Might could not only suppress and kill enemies but also do so without making much noise, which was considered a divine technique for bullying the weak. Hong Yi, with her illusion ability and trapping enemy ability, served a similar function. This was a stealth exploration mission. He was grateful that he had previously acquired a general understanding of the Pioneer Group, knowing the kind of enemies and environments the Lords faced, so he could take more cautious measures. If he had, as before, recklessly attacked and slaughtered monster tribes they encountered during their explorations, such an approach could be fatal in a true undeveloped territory. After all, the Pioneer team stepped out of the territory, and the environment around them underwent a noticeable change. The trees were tall, and their roots had a hint of brown redness, maybe with monsters hiding among the tree canopies and rocks, peering at them. Mu Yuan extended his hand and black crows flew out from his sleeves. He himself was on reconnaissance support. Scouting falcons weren't inefficient. Through high-altitude overview and shared vision, they could still help the leaders maintain overall control. But in such a perilously unpredictable environment, to send the scouting falcons for further exploration wasn't impossible, just that it would be somewhat costly in terms of the falcons. Mu Yuan had already commanded a few higher-level azure and tide chain birds to cautiously scout around. But his team was to head south. At that moment, the setting sun cast a reddish glow across the sky, not magnificent or beautiful, but rather reminiscent of the days when red fog shrouded and clouds of red loomed, chilling the heart. Under the afterglow of the sunset, the whole forest turned even more crimson, the slivers of red light sneaking through the gaps in the leaves as if rivers of blood were flowing between heaven and earth. Facing the morning glow, Mu Yuan traveled south for 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 60 kilometers. Soon, he was beyond the regular detection range of the Eye of Divine Right. His speed slowed down a bit. There are several rather troublesome monster groups along the way. They hadn't formed camps or tribes, but he judged that these groups of hundreds of monsters were no weaker than the average monster tribe. He noticed at a glance that there were elite-level monsters among them, and perhaps even stronger ones hidden. He didn't investigate closely, nor did he deal with these monster groups. Let the Rakshasa and Uda handle these monsters, we should not waste time. He intended to go even further, of course, even though they tried various means to conceal their presence and hide their forms. They unavoidably encountered some monsters on the way. Sometimes when blocked by a large group of monsters, Mu Yuan didn't want to waste time and effort detouring a long way around. Go, Sario. The mark on the back of his hand lit up, and a frost giant dragon over 30 meters long cast its shadow on the ground. At the same time, an overwhelming long way spread out. The monsters didn't even have time to let out a howl before their fates were clenched by the neck. Following that, Hong Yi jingled a bell. One after another, elite undead emerged from the Lord's Seal and pounced on the monsters. In less than 100 seconds, they had completely eradicated the group of monsters. They did not attract the attention of any other monster groups in the region. The stealthy advance continued. At the same time, outside the territory of the Tai Zan Alliance, many lords were furrowing their brows. They were lords who had encountered unexpected events in their territories during the integration period. Red Leaf Territory. Lord Zhou Yi looked at the greatly changed landscape and felt icy cold in the dead of winter. Now that we can't communicate on the Tai Zan Forum, once trapped in the wilderness, it's like crying out to an unresponsive heaven and earth. Fortunately, I, old Zhou, am wise, and had spent a good deal of money to buy a communication treasure bead beforehand, connecting to an informant from the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce. I'm now directly connected to the intelligence network of the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce. To be precise, it was the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce's intelligence network stationed in Stone Ridge Town. But for him, he needed only the information about the vicinity of Stone Ridge Town, as information from other places would be of no use to him. At the moment, the sound echoed away, and the radiance of the communication treasure bead dimmed. The good news is, the shift of our territories won't be too drastic, at most a few hundred kilometers. The bad news is, for a small territory like ours, migrating a few hundred kilometers to the north is also fatal. His Red Leaf territory was also a few hundred kilometers from Stone Ridge Town, which meant it was twice as far now. Fortunately, Stone Ridge Town also migrated northward along with his Red Leaf territory in this integration disaster. This was unfortunate for Stone Ridge Town, but indeed a lucky thing for him. Apart from Stone Ridge Town, many other territories in the region were also forced to migrate northward. If only my Red Leaf territory faced this trouble, I'd be done for, but now there are quite a few fellow lords in the same boat, so we can huddle together for warmth. His first thought was to send elites south to determine the location of Stone Ridge Town. Only by doing so could he feel a bit safer, but then he thought it wouldn't work. My Red Leaf territory lies deep in the wilderness, surrounded by danger. In just this short time, many monsters have already attacked the territory. To cross hundreds of kilometers to reach Stone Ridge Town would be fraught with difficulties. He had also conducted exploration and knew just how difficult it was to travel 100 kilometers north of the territory. To go to Stone Ridge Town would be even harder. Furthermore, the location of Stone Ridge Town is not certain. If I want to huddle for warmth, it's better to head northeast to find Brother Mu. The territory of Brother Mu is the closest to my Red Leaf territory, and even if it has shifted northward, it can't be too far off. And Brother Mu Yuan is a big shot. If I stick to him, I can weather this disaster. Plan set. Aim for the northeast of the territory, march out. Hundreds of kilometers away, Stone Ridge Town. Town Mayor Kui Long had already figured out his situation. It might not be just a few hundred kilometers to the north. He had ventured deep into the wilderness for many years and had seen the world with the leaders of pioneer groups, but the mountain ranges stretching around seemed unfamiliar to him. The position Stone Ridge Town had shifted to was probably farther than he had thought. Currently, the focus of the Alliance was on the resettlement of disaster victims. Before the Alliance can spare time to deal with us, I must rely on myself. Fortunately, the Red Fog disaster moon has just ended, and there are quite a few lords and high-level players still stranded in Stone Ridge Town. It felt somewhat wrong to think like this, but the presence of these powerhouses significantly increased the combined strength of Stone Ridge Town. Mayor Kui Long donned a coat and went to the south side of the town, outside the city walls at the railroad tracks. Many players had gathered there, looking around expectantly. The railroad has broken, and Stone Ridge Town has indeed shifted significantly. Its current location is unknown. Damn, does that mean we're now a deserted island? No way, I still have 3 beautiful wives in Panchi City. Can you give me your house number, bro? Stop joking around. Mayor Kui, think of something. Kui Long walked over, his third-order strength permeating the air. Despite his calm expression, his voice wasn't loud but quickly spread, calming the onlookers. Stone Ridge Town has indeed experienced some slight shifting, but there's no need for panic. We have already contacted the Alliance, and reinforcements will arrive in a few days to reconnect the railroad. However, before the Alliance reinforcements arrive, Stone Ridge Town still needs everyone to work together to overcome the current difficulties. Back in town, Kui Long extended invitations to various lords and mercenary group leaders for a meeting at the command center in town. The old fishing man had already returned to his hometown, and now, the person with the highest authority in town was Lord Kwang Dao. Many eyes turned to look at Lord Kwang Dao. Lord Kwang Dao had an expressionless face. His heart was in a flutter. The higher the level of the lords and players, the better they understood the plight of Shillingtown, like treading on thin ice. For the moment, safety was provisional, but should an accident occur, there might not be enough strength to withstand it. He, Raging Blade Lord, was just an ordinary senior lord. He couldn't shoulder such a heavy burden. Moreover, the strength of the players in Shillingtown now was more than halved from the Red Fog disaster moon period. The senior old fishing man was not present, neither were the Fourth Order strongmen under his command. It seemed that he, Raging Blade, was now the strongest one in Shillingtown, but he didn't want to be the strongest. There's still one more strongman. Mayor Kui suddenly thought of something. Kwang Dao also had a stroke of insight and thought of the same thing. There's also a strongman from the Chamber of Commerce. I remember the one-handed Chamber of Commerce has stationed a third-order peak powerhouse in our Shillingtown, and perhaps there are even stronger ones hidden. However, I am certain we still have one more. Raging Blade Lord said this and then looked at Mayor Kui. Kui Long knew more than Raging Blade did. After the meeting ended, Mayor Kui took a few of his direct subordinates and walked towards the outskirts of the town. This area was rented out to outsiders. Different chambers of commerce or territories rented areas here, big and small. Some just used the ordinary 3-story buildings constructed by Shillingtown, and some built their own grand and exquisite towers and pavilions. Mayor Kui carried a gift and came to the headquarters of a business that was not particularly impressive in decoration. He knocked on the door, wishing to visit Lord 17. Unlike Kwang Dao, who only knew of a strong archer with divine skills, Mayor Kui was aware of Lord 17's identity, people of Tianyuan. One of the great generals of Tianyuan territory. As far as he knew, Tianyuan territory had 4 supreme Sky Kings. The most ancient hero, the blue-haired young girl, giant spirit god Lulu. One-punch martial lunatic Uda, totem arrow god 17. And probably, star maiden Isloa, who wasn't much weaker either. 17's archery was otherworldly, and in a battle to defend the city, she alone could match a dozen or more Lord Kwang Dao. With such a strongman in Shillingtown, Mayor Kui's sense of security surged considerably. Moreover, visiting Lord 17 also meant the possibility of contacting Lord Tianyuan. He wouldn't dare underestimate this lord. Even if the lord's experience and main force were relatively weak, having the 4 supreme Sky Kings meant that Lord Tianyuan's overall strength was definitely not weak. To his Shilling Town, Tianyuan territory was a powerful external support. He had to establish contact no matter what. Soon enough, Mayor Kui met with Lord 17. Luckily, Lord 17 was not as aloof as most titled strongmen, and she agreed that she would take action when a powerful monster attacked. Unfortunately, what, you can't contact Lord Tianyuan? Yes, 17 sighed. When she first lost contact with her own lord, she was in a panic, nearly out of her wits. After all, she was just a baby who had awakened her self-awareness for just over half a year. How could she have any clever ideas? Luckily, Lord had left her a brocade bag containing 361 possible courses of action to take in case of emergency or loss of contact. She read through them carefully and memorized every word. She couldn't claim to understand all of it, but she committed it to memory without mistake. Thus, 17 was unsettled -1 to 1, calmness +1 +1 +1. She was also mentally prepared for Mayor Kui's visit. So, though she was a socially anxious baby and the diplomat, Daisy, wasn't around and she was truly anxious inside, she still managed to maintain a calm and composed exterior. This was the facial expression management of an epic life. Seeing this, Mayor Kui inwardly marveled and envied. Truly worthy of Lord 17, indeed having the demeanor of a great general. I also didn't know where Lord Tianyuan recruited such a figure as Lord 17. To be able to recruit and attract Lord 17 and the other Supreme Sky Kings, the Lord's charm of Tianyuan must be exceptional. This was something he couldn't envy. The deeds of Lord Tianyuan were completely inimitable. Thinking back, Lord 17 seemed to have even more of a general's bearing and more calmness than he had imagined. After all, he hadn't realized that Lord 17 had lost contact with Lord Tianyuan. This meant that the situation in Tianyuan territory might not be so great. Thinking of this, Mayor Kui's heart also grew heavier. I know my request is somewhat improper, but still, I hope that without enough clues, you will not blindly venture into the wilderness. Lord 17. I wish you would stay in Shilling Town. We will also do our best to find any information related to Tianyuan territory. If Lord 17 disregarded everything and entered the wilderness to find Tianyuan territory, he couldn't and wouldn't stop her. 17 was somewhat puzzled. Why would I want to venture deep into the wilderness? She didn't understand, but maintained her composed facial expression management and continued to display the demeanor of a strongman. I will stay in Shilling Town. Because on the brocade bag, Lord had told her to stay in Shilling Town. What to do next depended on what happened and which of the contingency plans in the brocade bag would come into play. On behalf of everyone in Shilling Town, I thank you, Lord. If there is anything you need, please feel free to ask. Soon, Mayor Kui took his leave. 17 rubbed her slightly stiff cheeks and then started to take out the gifts that Mayor Kui had left in her storage ring. A large batch of soul crystals. A large number of cultivation assistance items. And a batch of war supplies. 17 flipped through the listings in the brocade bag. Oh right, cultivation. She gathered others to distribute the supplies and then went to cultivate by herself. Wrong, to attend superior grade cultivation grounds in the center of town. Mayor Kui invited her, and Lord also said it was okay. So off she went. In the wilderness, Mu Yuan gazed towards the south, where the night was dense and ominous. The incident happened suddenly, and the brocade bag I left for 17 only contains 361 contingencies. I hope it's sufficient. Dawn's first light, bit by bit, tore open the gloomy night sky. Orange light streamed through the treetops, casting shadows on the earth while specks of dust fluttered in the beams. Mu Yuan stood under the shade of trees within the city lord's mansion, his gaze fixed upon the heavens as his mind roamed over the vast lands. To the south of his territory, a distance impossible to gauge. Transformed into Mu Yuan, Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and Shi Lu, the 4 placed their hands on a section of dark red tree root, deep crimson in color. It took them a full 6 to 7 minutes to purify this segment of the root of corruption. Notification. You have obtained purest crystal, superior grade. Notification. You have obtained miracle blueprints guiding landmark, rare. Notification. As expected of an aged root, it's even burst out superior grade materials. This was merely an ordinary land of filth, with only a single segment of the root of corruption within its domain. Yet, purifying this root of corruption took as much time as purifying a whole nest of filth. It was deeply crimson, thoroughly fused with the land itself. Of course, tackling this land of filth was nowhere near as troublesome as a nest of filth. They had only encountered 2 4-order bosses devoid of intelligence, and that was it. Easy peasy. Roar. Sario intended to howl up at the sky, but suddenly remembered the boss had told them to be quiet, so it could only symbolically growl softly. It flew within the region where the red mist had not yet fully dissipated, patrolling in all directions, hunting down occasional monsters, and exhibiting an invincible posture.
As long as it wasn't fighting internal ranking battles with the territory's generals, Sario himself was invincible.
Shi Lu, guided by her hunter's instinct, picked off the ones Sario overlooked during patrol and dispatched them. She spotted one that was a spider-class monster and, feeling slightly disgusted, she tossed it aside. Then she picked up another prey. No good, this one can't be eaten either. Never mind, the monsters around here are heavily contaminated anyway. Even if there are suitable species, they aren't fit for consumption. Finding high-order ingredients would only make it more painful, better not to find them at all. If there had been a bipedal flying dragon here, its meat would have been tainted with filth and inedible. Just thinking about it made her feel regretful. With this in mind, she stopped searching further. She just couldn't help but smack her lips. Not far away, Sario, patrolling low in the sky, shuddered for no apparent reason. It glanced at Shi Lu and, after a thought, decided to fly a little further away. It's weird, even though Sario the Great never flinched in the fight against the Red Dragon. Why does my heart keep feeling uneasy? While the elites patrolled, Mu Yuan packed away the treasures from purifying the root of corruption and continued to gaze into the azure sky. Along the way, even though they avoided monsters when possible, their gains were still significant. On the way, Duo Lai even keenly discovered a soul sand vein. After a brief exploration, Mu Yuan was almost entirely certain, he could confidently say, 9 times out of 10, that it was a small-scale soul sand mine. Not to underestimate the term, small scale, as up to this point, all the vein discoveries he heard about from contemporary lords were limited to micro-scale veins. A micro-scale soul sand vein, once fully mined, can yield thousands of soul crystals in total. The total reserves of a small-scale soul sand vein are said to be between 10,000 and 100,000. Of course, it's not easy to mine out the entire crystal vein, as it's both laborious and time-consuming. It could take a short year or many years, even decades. Nevertheless, discovering a small-scale soul sand vein near his territory was like a turn of fortune, emerging from obscurity. Still in an unexplored area, mine deposits were far from commonplace. Finding one in close proximity to his territory was even less common. He, Lord Tianyuan, could suddenly rid himself of the identity of a poor man and become a local tycoon with a mine in his backyard. It was a cause for joy, but Mu Yuan couldn't allow himself to be too happy. Compared to the mine deposit, the location of his territory was what he urgently needed to clarify. He had traveled southward in search of clues and traces. It could be a landmark terrain feature or ancient ruins. He had mentioned the Black Giant Mountain, but in the vast eternal world, towering peaks reaching into the clouds were not so unique. What Mu Yuan most wanted to find and was most likely to find were some special traces. Traces left behind by Tai Zan pioneers who camped deep in the wilderness. Should he find such traces, pinpointing the location would become hopeful. Unfortunately, he hadn't found a single one. I need to change the strategy, focusing on defense and concealment of the territory, he thought. His view returned to the town of Tianyuan within the territory. Sunlight spilled across the land, making the town, nestled amid the lush woods, particularly noticeable. Mu Yuan entered the staff of divine right. How is it? He asked Isloa. Isloa obviously hadn't slept all night, but that was routine for her, a young epic life who wouldn't waste precious time on sleep. She solemnly replied, soon. Within the 9-turn furnace area, a large-scale magic was in the process of upgrading. The progress bar was at 99.8%, and shortly, ding. Notification. Large-scale magic, Night Curtain has been upgraded to Night Illusory Curtain. For details, please check for yourself. This was the technique Mu Yuan hastily fused with the power of Sophia Raven the night before. It nearly drained him completely. It almost caused Isloa to tear her hair out in frustration. After all, the Lord's requirements were somewhat demanding. The technique needed to envelop the entire territory, have a long duration, eliminate the scent of life, and conceal the region, among other capabilities. And she had to present a plan before the end of the watch. This was difficult for her, Isloa. She really wasn't a magic god. But after all, it was the Lord's task. What could she do? She just had to do her best. Not until deep in the night, the solutions Isloa came up with still couldn't be called feasible. Mu Yuan also knew he was asking too much. No matter how hard she tried, Isloa couldn't possibly complete in a few hours what would normally take a week or two. What Mu Yuan was hoping for was merely that Isloa could produce a prototype, and the rest would be handled by the staff of divine right. After that, the power loaded by Lord Shepherd oscillated between Sophia and Duo Lai. He drank barrel after barrel of recovery potion, repeatedly exhausting his body until, at last, within just half an hour, he managed to integrate this large-scale magic. When he came down from the staff of divine right, his hands were trembling. With a mix of expectation and anxiety, Mu Yuan looked at the large-scale magic. Large-scale magic Night Illusory Curtain occupies 20 magic slots. Description: creates a massive curtain that covers the target area from above, serving to conceal visibility. At the same time, this large-scale magic can somewhat shield the scent within the enveloped area. Note 1. This magic cannot perform at full capacity during the day but will be enhanced at night. Note 2. The magic can be maintained for up to 2 hours at most. Mu Yuan nodded his approval. He was satisfied, yet not completely so. The functions of the Night Illusory Curtain to contain scents and concealed territories were the most urgently needed at present. Standing prominently amid the vast mountains and forests, Tianyuan territory was too conspicuous. If there were any powerful monster powers nearby, they could easily be discovered and exposed to the eyes of wisdom monsters. Without a clear understanding of surrounding conditions, stability should be the main focus. Shielding the scent was equally important. Keep in mind, the longer a territory appears in the eternal world, the more it attracts the attention of the surrounding monsters. Hence, even if the territory of a pure newcomer player doesn't expand much or build up forces, over time it will still encounter an increasing number of monsters. As for Tianyuan territory, it was directly dragged into the depths of the wilderness. Dense with monsters, a thrown brick could hit several elite creatures. The appearance of Tianyuan territory was like tossing a cake into a swarm of flies. Within a few days, monsters would swarm in, forming a tide. Even now, monsters were emerging from all around, some even reaching the city walls. Mu Yuan liked harvesting the wave of monsters, but not being harvested by the wave. It's a pity that the Night Illusory Curtain can only shield scents to a certain degree, and its effect in concealing the territory is rather ordinary. It can't fool determined monsters, and if they get somewhat closer, they can directly ignore it. Moreover, this large-scale magic can only be sustained for 2 hours. This effectively meant he needed to constantly use krypton crystals, or exhaust himself. The Night Illusory Curtain spread silently over the skies of Tianyuan territory. The sky darkened a bit, as if shrouded in clouds. This was an unavoidable side effect caused by the Night Illusory Curtain. After observing for a while and noticing the decrease in attacking monsters, Mu Yuan nodded slightly. But the task wasn't over yet. Next, we need to recombine and synthesize a more suitable concealment technique, which will mean we too have to work our tails off. He exerted his strength. Isloa racked her brain. The two of them rampaged wildly, probably. In the following days, the exploratory team changed its strategy, no longer heading straight south but instead exploring the east, south, west, and north to gain a clear understanding of the surrounding areas. To the south, we found only a Snake Man tribe and a Goblin tribe, just the two. Dead Bone had penetrated at least several hundred kilometers deep and had still only found two tribes. Mu Yuan didn't dismiss the possibility of undiscovered ones, but this number was still too low. Was this area safe? No, there were many monsters to the south, but there weren't any monster encampments, and the established tribes were only those two. From a distance, Dead Bone could roughly estimate that the strength of these two monster tribes was far greater than that of the Spider-Woman tribe in the dungeon. The tribal territories were large, and there were not just one, but several totem pillars erected within, vaguely portraying the figure of a creature with black wings, a crow's beak, and a humanoid body. To the north, amid the mountain ranges, Dead Bone had found three tribes: Jackal Men, and Kobolds. The totem poles worshipped by these three tribes were different from those of the southern Snake Man and Goblin tribes. Perhaps they were from different factions. Mu Yuan wasn't sure whether the several large tribes hundreds of kilometers apart to the north and south were aware of one another. His time in this place was too short. He could only ascertain limited information for now. Indeed, to the north there was a Jackal Man tribe and a Kobold tribe not far from each other, yet they seemed to coexist peacefully. The most likely possibility is that there are even more powerful monster forces above these tribes. He pondered. In the previously explored territory of Stone Ridge Town, there were the Snake Man chieftain uniting three camps to form a monster tribe and the Spider-Woman leader sweeping across the 6 directions, subjugating several dungeon tribes. Clearly, wisdom monsters would attack and annex each other. However, both the Snake Man tribe and the Spider-Woman tribe had not existed for a long time. Deep in the wilderness, older monster forces had gradually grown and developed into large-scale powers, which was unsurprising. Most monster tribes here had major backers. If there were no monster camps to be found, it was likely they all had been annexed. Therefore, until the situation becomes clear, I must not directly attack these monster tribes. Besides, they are not weak, and I have no idea what trump cards they hold. I absolutely cannot view them with old perspectives. In early years, high-level players in the Pioneer group thought that taking down mere monster tribes was just a matter of having hands. Now, the grass on those players' graves is already tall. Mistakes made by the old players, he could not afford to repeat. Let's first secure our position and accumulate power before we strike with the force of Thunderbolt. To the east, merely tens of kilometers away lay a great river. The river was rapid and profound, concealing many terrifying creatures within. Currently, Tianyuan territory lacked the means to navigate the water, hence, exploration to the east had to be postponed. The red leaf forest to the west seemed to have fewer monsters, yet the blood-like crimson leaves seemed to presage all kinds of misfortune. Mu Yuan thought, explored, and researched large-scale magic, busier than ever. Until a certain moment, ding, notice. A special unit has arrived. Above the Tianyuan territory, the sky was somewhat gloomy, as if clouds were hanging low. Suddenly, amidst the spreading mist, a figure leading a sheep-like pack animal slowly walked out. The newcomer wore a black wide-sleeved overcoat, a felt hat on the head, and a silk scarf around the face, wrapped up tight, leaving only a pair of inquiring eyes scanning the surroundings. He then furrowed his brows. This appears to be just a town-level territory. They, the mysterious merchants, traveled through various worlds, roaming all over the eternal world, selling rare goods to many lords, and had witnessed all kinds of territories. Some territories had pyramids standing tall upon the earth, surrounded by golden soldiers patrolling and guarding the Golden Nation. Some territories were suspended above the azure sky, overlooking the mortal world for eons. Some territories owned thousands of miles of land, governing over tens of thousands of people. Alright, even without mentioning those top territories perched amongst the clouds, typically, a territory marked with the guiding landmark merchant should be somewhat powerful, right? They, the mysterious merchants, did business only with powerful lords. Other lords, let alone possessing a landmark or other qualification vouchers, the vast majority hadn't even heard of their mysterious merchant alliance. Me, the pack animal, with a pair of sheep horns but a robust body, bleated softly. You mean to say the territory's appearance can be deceiving, that it might simply be newly established? Yes, you're right. Not really. The merchant curled his lip and pointed around where in the distance monsters could be seen leaping out of the jungle. The sound of weapons clashing and monster roars continuously rang by his ears. And right now, it isn't the season of the red moon. It wasn't that he was prejudiced, but a territory that had not yet managed to drive out monsters and secure the safety of its surrounding area had somehow acquired a coordinate. This was unscientific. Me, the sheep creature, cocked its head. Though such a small territory might not offer much, my business performance for this year would be more difficult to achieve, but since I've arrived here through the coordinates, wouldn't returning empty-handed be a waste of an opportunity to enter? Now that he was here, even a little added to his performance was better than nothing. Otherwise, territories that could summon their mysterious merchants were few and far between. While he verbally expressed his disdain, in reality, it was better than nothing. With this thought, the merchant took a large stride forward, as if crossing an invisible curtain of water, officially arriving at this place. Upon discovering the approach of the mysterious merchant, Mu Yuan immediately sent Lulu to greet them while he himself took a moment, stood within the staff of divine right, and quietly observed through the Lord's view. I can't discern any tricks, he said. Isloa continued. This person's attire and dress are not in the style of the 7 great nations. Nor do they resemble the old continental powers such as the Holy Griffin Empire or the Star Luo Holy Palace, and even when compared to the famous empires of ancient Holy Radiance and so on, still dissimilar. All things considered, I also can't make anything out. Isloa, the humanoid encyclopedia, embodied what it meant to be a cultured individual. Although she had been in this era for less than half a year, she had already gained a clear understanding of the current nations, having collected and stored all the information she could gather from the network into her external brain. Such was the power of a scholarly genius. Mu Yuan always had the illusion that he was academically deficient in comparison. He opened the panel. A territory that possesses this special landmark has a probability of attracting a mysterious peddler who wanders among countless worlds and makes a brief stop here. The arrival of the mysterious merchant was connected to the miracle building, guiding landmark merchant. With that in mind, there was a 99.8% probability that the mysterious merchant was trustworthy. Now that the Tianyuan territory lay outside the alliance's borders, isolated like a suspended isle, with poor communication and virtually no trade channels, the need for a special peddler like the mysterious merchant was even more pressing. Even so, after all, given the mysterious background, some basic precautions must be taken. The mysterious merchant had entered from the southeastern direction of the territory, so Mu Yuan instructed Lulu to lead people toward the East City Forest Garden. That was a pleasant leisure garden built within the Treeman Forest. However, since its completion, Great Lord Shepherd had hardly visited it a few times. He didn't have the time, and no one else even mentioned it. Lord Mu once thought that, after settling matters on Langsing, he could relax, lie on the lawn to bask in the sun, and have a few nuns feed him grapes, enjoying the comfortable life of a lord. As a result, the leisurely life of a lord. The lord hasn't slept in days. Square root. Most importantly, the garden is located within the forest, the absolute home court for the Treeman. Ward Treeman and Lord Treeman, who have been rooted here for a long time, can exert 150% or even 200% of their fighting strength. There were no civilians around, and in case a battle broke out, he could even allow the staff of divine right to unleash thunderous might. Still not quite enough. Dead Bone and Duo Lai are not around, so he asked Uta, Rakshasa, Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4 to stand by in the eastern part of the city. He then took out an artifact from the warehouse, Jade Inscription Divine General, which could summon a legendary being, and put it in his pocket, ready to be activated at any time. Afterward, Lord Mu, along with Isloa and Daisy, the savvy haggler, went there together. Daisy, being non-combat personnel, had returned to the territory around the time Langsing was blending, as the company had already ceased all commercial activities. She didn't have to wander around as Sophia did. In an instant within the tranquil garden, Mu Yuan observed the mysterious visitor. The mysterious merchant observed the lord of the land. I am the mysterious merchant, Kie Astravi Zuxing this Yeedemuzalai. You may call me Kie. The mysterious merchant's self-introduction took a full 30 seconds. Your name is not mysterious enough. Thumbs down. Great Lord Shepherd gave a simple introduction and quickly cut to the chase. What about the goods? The goods are right here. Merchant Kie busied himself back and forth atop a sheep-like beast of burden, and in the blink of an eye, managed to put together several goods shelves, 3 to 4 meters in height. The shelves were arched, arrayed around the sheep beast of burden. Displayed upon them were a dazzling array of items radiating precious light, numbering in the dozens. Mu Yuan felt like he had entered a small store, except that, unlike any ordinary shop, each item on the shelves was extraordinary. Kie boasted proudly, "We mysterious merchants come and go without a trace, only briefly pausing in a few territories or special regions, and what we sell here include numerous super rarities that are difficult to find or even unheard of in the outside world. Are you vexed because you have vast wealth at your fingertips yet cannot buy suitable treasures? Are you troubled because you've been pursuing a high-order artifact for months, even years, without success? Are you still worried because your own troops lack strength, and you long for a high-order soul remnant but can't get one? Are you still troubled? Today, the mysterious shelves are open to you, and you may take away any product here, provided that you have something of equivalent value to offer." Mysterious merchant Kie bowed slightly and stepped aside, gesturing for them to proceed. The sheep beast of burden, Ba, Ed, as if to say, "Lord, come take a look, Ba." Mu Yuan looked over. Among the treasures there were those he recognized and had seen before, and others he did not and had never heard of. But most of them were related to the miracle buildings, and as his gaze swept over them, he could identify each one, no matter how obscure or unfamiliar the items were. As expected, most of the goods were of high quality. But there were also some items that, while not appearing high grade, were very rare and surprisingly special. 100% blade caught by bare hands. Rare. Description: a replica of a special divine weapon that ensures the blade wielded by the owner is 100% caught by the enemy's bare hands.
Note: the 100% is the base probability, which fluctuates up and down depending on the enemy's level and the owner's level.
100% armor-piercing blade. Rare. Description: a replica of a special divine weapon that has the ability to specifically target armor. If touched by this weapon, the armor has an extremely high likelihood of being shattered on the spot. The probability is determined by the quality of the armor. Note: this weapon is unable to cause harm to flesh. Besides these, there were also items like 100% guillotine, 100% millennium kill, 100% dissolving potion, and so on. Mu Yuan could only comment, pretty awesome, weird but indeed awesome. Not to mention anything else, that 100% armor-piercing blade does have quite significant practical use. Being able to damage armor, that's almost like ignoring defense. Round up. He was just not clear on the actual probability of piercing the armor. Beyond these, naturally, there were also legitimate items for sale on the shelves. Misfortune Charmflower, rare. Misfortune Charmflower, excellence. Item: Spatial Shift Scroll, excellence. Material: Equipment Embryo, excellence. Remnant Soul. Flame Demon, excellence 3-star. Remnant Soul. Jackal Man Chieftain, excellence 3-star. You guys don't even have epic creatures? Kie had been waiting for the Lord to be unable to hold back his admiration, but instead, he heard such a remark. You what the hell, aren't 3-star excellence remnant souls enough? Do you know what an epic life means? He cleared his throat and said indifferently, epic lives no longer exist in the form of remnant souls. Of course, by the capabilities of our mysterious merchant alliance. It's a piece of cake to access some channels that can recruit epic lives. However, such channels are only provided to our regular customers. If your lordship can spend a certain amount here this time, the next time we meet, I can offer some epic recruitment opportunities. Oh, Mu Yuan said blandly. He was just asking casually. Recruitment opportunities for epic lives. Who cares? That's only an opportunity, after all. As for trading, he was accustomed to downplaying it a bit. That's how Daisy taught him. But by using this excuse, he also probed some information. Only regular customers, customers who spend enough, are qualified to buy epic-level goods. That's quite reasonable. Once someone crosses that threshold to epic level, even a pig becomes noble and exalted. Although there were no epic-level goods available right now, Mu Yuan still saw quite a few items that made him envious. Guide compass, special, can point towards the nearest miracle building, uses remaining 3/3.
Concealing potion, rare, can eliminate all traces of one's aura, lasting for 6 hours.
Concealing pearl, excellence, can eliminate the aura of the holder and nearby allies. The concealing potion is very important. The aura of humans, intelligent beings, and monsters are vastly different. Mu Yuan found it hard to describe the differences, but if he encountered an individual or creature outdoors, he could tell at a glance whether the individual was a normal being, player, troop type, territory citizen, wanderer, or a monster. It's instinctive, and it's the same with monsters. To them, humans, troops, and normal beings are like candle fires in the darkness or delicious cakes. They will pounce at any cost. Between them and monsters, even if the shapes are similar, they are distinctly two types of existence. This is also the reason why it is difficult for them to avoid skirmishes with monsters during exploration. Even General Dead Bone, when making a move, would inevitably reveal his presence. The traces left by battles, when seen by some experienced wisdom monsters, can even lead them to judge whether the opponent is a living being. Mu Yuan was extremely covetous of the concealing pearl. He didn't show it though, quickly glancing over it while pondering in his mind. The items are good, but whether I can afford them is another matter. Not to mention epic-level items, even excellence items are mostly priced out of reach for me, let alone practical accessories like the concealing pearl. The Elf's Courtyard holds 2 exchange meetings a month. Pan Shi City has 1 auction per month. Mu Yuan rarely participated in either. Clutching 1,000 or so soul crystals in his pocket, he felt quite wealthy and financially comfortable, but he was aware that to real big shots, such an amount didn't even count as pocket change. It was still early days for his development. When compared to lords like those from Linglong Territory or Lord of Amber City, Tianyuan Territory's financial power wasn't even close. The only somewhat valuable items I have on hand to offer are the Nature Dew and the Ice Clear Fruit. He had other precious items, of course, but they were not for sale. The more Mu Yuan thought about it, the poorer he felt. When would he ever escape poverty? So, how do we do this trade? These items here, the prices listed under them, I see they don't seem to be soul crystals? Of course not soul crystals. The mysterious merchant Kie said, we mysterious merchants adhere to equivalent trade, and the value points of the items depend on their rarity. He took out a scale. This is the scale of equivalence, which can assess the value of an item. Our mysterious merchant alliance's trading standard is priced through the scale of equivalence, and no one can change that. The scale wasn't large, but its trays seemed to contain boundless space, never filling up no matter how many items were placed inside. Items are placed on one side of the scale, their value showing on the other side. Kie put a soul crystal on it and the other side displayed 1. Representing a value of 1 point. However, when Kie threw in 10 soul crystals, the other side only showed a 7. When Kie threw in 100 soul crystals, the other side was marked 30. It shrank even more severely. In our mysterious merchant alliance, the value of an item mainly depends on its rarity. The rarer and more exceptional the item, the higher its value. Soul crystals possess some value, but they are not rare enough, so they can only be priced at 1 unit. Moreover, the more soul crystals there are, the less rare they become, and thus, the less valuable. I get it, the more soul crystals there are, the fewer there are. Mu Yuan roughly understood. In the eyes of a mysterious merchant, the value of an item mainly depends not on how powerful or useful it is, but on how scarce or abundant it is. Items of higher quality are valuable and scarce in themselves, and when put on the scales of equivalence, are naturally assessed at a higher value. The only difference is whether it's 100, 300, or 600. However, items that are not of high quality or do not contain strong power can still be valuable in the scales of equivalence. Kie spoke, "I will stay here for only a few hours, bring out your treasures for trade. If you only have soul crystals, you won't be able to take much from me." After speaking, he slowly waited. Gathering exceptional items takes time, especially for a small territory without experience and with shallow foundations. Leaving the forest and returning to the core area of the territory, Mu Yuan began to ponder. Daisy listed a table, on which were several dozen product names. There are a few that we must buy, and there are 10 or so that, if our finances permit, we should also try to purchase as much as possible. In doing so, after a brief calculation, she frowned, "But do we have enough items of equivalent value to offer?" Before leaving, she had already roughly inquired how much a superior grade treasure could be worth and frowned after a quick calculation. This mysterious merchant is quite the profiteer. Moreover, the precious items a territory can offer are just a few types. However, the value of a type of item decreases severely when its quantity is stacked up. In Daisy's view, the excuse that, the more there is of the same kind of item, the less rare and valuable it becomes is just a pretext for driving a hard bargain. Under this rule, lords cannot use soul crystals to purchase high-order goods. To get the items they covet, they have to grit their teeth and trade in one or two or many precious items. But the items provided by the mysterious merchant are indeed very rare and rarely seen outside. Daisy could not find most of these goods on the Taishuan Covenant platform or throughout the markets of the Tai-Zan Alliance. What to buy? Then bring out your items of equivalent value? Lord of Tai-Zan at least has the vast official trading platform of the Tai-Zan Alliance, where they can exchange contribution points for many high-order treasures. What about other lords? Many lords do not have channels to buy high-order treasures. If they have the opportunity to meet a mysterious merchant, no matter how expensive they find the goods, they must be willing to spend heavily. Besides, in the mysterious merchant's words, their goods are not pricey. They are priced fairly across all worlds. Those who find them expensive simply cannot offer enough items of equivalent value. The high-order items of equivalent value we can offer are only nature dew and ice clear fruit, but according to the standards of the mysterious merchant alliance, we can only take out a maximum of 10 of each. To provide any more would be a significant loss. Nature dew and ice clear fruit, their territory's stock is actually not abundant. Further down, they could only offer various rare rank agricultural products. But these agricultural products were quite common, and even though they held a rare rank, they likely couldn't be exchanged for much. It's too much of a loss to trade with these, Daisy frowned and thought. Actually, Mu Yuan pondered for a while, if the pricing is based on the scarcity of an item, then the items of equivalent value that we could offer are, to be honest, not few at all. He looked at Isloa, for example. You're an epic life, so the hairs plucked from you should theoretically be considered precious items, and quite extraordinary ones at that. The hair of an epic 2 stars, guardian of stars. How many of those could there be in the eternal world? Probably very few. Just ask if that isn't an exceptional item. Just hair might not be valued highly enough. Isloa realized. We need to find some epic byproducts that inherently contain a certain level of energy and value, yet are very rare and hard to find. This seems doable. She became cheerful at the thought. Who could resist the joy of getting something for nothing? Soon, Mu Yuan began to assemble rare items. He asked Daisy to prepare nature dew, ice clear fruit, and other serious items of equivalent value just in case. He himself summoned Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, Jun, and other generals. Upon hearing it, Bone 2 started pulling dozens of bones from its body, causing Jun, who watched from the side, to feel chills. If Lord Jun were to do the same, it would end up as a bald bird. No, don't. There's no need for so many. Just take out a few particularly special bones, Mu Yuan said. Soon, Lord of Death Remains' Bone of Grey Silence, rare. Feather of Wind King's, Feather of Wind King, rare. Lord Treeman's, Semi-Year-Old Tree Root, rare. Ghost Leader's, Soul Power Crystal Dust, rare. Arrow of Polar Stars, Star Space Arrow, rare. Guardian of Stars, Star Fragment, rare. Great Lord Shepherd was an honest man and would not truly use Isloa's hair as part of the exchange. The fact that a few strands of hair would not account for many contribution points did not matter. The items he assembled were genuinely valuable and real rare items. These materials wouldn't show to the eyes of lords, but they could be identified through an identification crystal, truly extraordinary things. Items that fall from an epic life, could they be ordinary? Epic lives had treasures all over their bodies, not to mention rare level materials. Even excellence materials could be taken from them. However, doing so would injure the officers, and Mu Yuan could not possibly choose to do that.
Rare level materials were sufficient. Common rare level materials were not particularly scarce, but rare level materials from an epic life had a degree of rarity that, roughly speaking, might just approximate epic materials.
Having gathered the materials, Mu Yuan returned to Forest Park. It was time to make a trade. The mysterious merchant Kie looked at the human lord approaching. Although he did not believe that such a minor lord could bring out anything of rare equivalence, he still held a sliver of expectation. What if he was not demanding much, just 1 or 2, maybe 3 trades for superior grade goods would be satisfying. He took out the value scale. The tiny scale hovered in midair, as if balancing all things. Daisy stepped forward, taking a piece of white bone that shone like jade and placed it on the scale. Beep beep beep. The numbers on the left side of the scale began to jump. 1, 3, 5, 9, 29. A nondescript piece of white bone material actually valued at 29 points. Kia's eyes widened. He took out a monocle and carefully examined it on his left eye. Turns out it's a piece of white bone from an epic life skeleton type. No wonder it's worth this much. No sooner had he murmured to himself than Daisy took piece after piece of bone of gray silence out of her storage item. A total of 14 pieces. The numbers on the left side of the scale kept jumping. Mu Yuan pointed at an item on the shelf. We want to exchange these items of equal value for product numbers 16 and 88. No problem, right? No problem, just a moment. Kia's voice even seemed more enthusiastic, and he quickly operated something, soon taking 2 items off the shelf. Meanwhile, the several pieces of white bone placed on the right side of the scale all disappeared. The pricing on the left side of the scale also beeped and dropped, eventually leaving 14 points of value. You can still buy some more items, or do you have any other items of equal value to present? Indeed, there are some more items of equal value. Oh, hearing the lord of this place say so, Kie grew even more enthusiastic. He had not expected that even in such a small domain, he could earn a good amount of business. It was his narrow perspective. He would come again if he had the chance. Thinking this, the fox lady took out a batch of items of equal value from the distance. It was a number of cyan feathers. Each feather as long as a human's arm, surrounded by visible cyan whirlwinds of wind. These were feathers of Wind King. On the left side of the scale, the unit value tallied up to be even higher than the previous white bones. It seemed that the existence of wings of the Wind King was much less than that of the Skeleton Lord. Seeing this, mysterious merchant Kia's enthusiasm increased +1 +1 +1. Come on, what would you like to purchase? He was even more anxious than Mu Yuan, fearing that the deal would slip away. But there was no need to rush. Daisy then placed the 3rd batch of items of equal value. It was the roots of the War Tree Man. These roots took up quite a bit of space and could not be accommodated in the storage item. They were carried over from a distance by a team of elites. There's more, there's actually more, Kie murmured. But the lord of this place was still not in a hurry. Under his instructions, the fox lady took out the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and subsequent batches of items of equal value, as if costless, casting them into the value scale continuously. On the left side of the scale, the tally of value points kept rising, and the beeping sound growing more urgent, like the beating of Kia's heart at that moment. Too much, it was too much. What kind of minor lord was this? Who said this big brother was a minor lord, huh? This was a VIP, a real big shot. Such opulence was unheard of even for legendary VIP customers. Kie, with a beaming smile, looked on eagerly, Soon, he brought item after item of rare goods for Mu Yuan. You have purchased Concealing Potion, rare, times 15.
You have purchased Concealing Pearl, superior. You have purchased Guide Compass, special. You have purchased Spatial Shift Scroll, superior. You have purchased, comma. You have purchased Heroes Proof, special. After a while, looking at the shelves that had now become sparse, Lord Shepherd still seemed unsatisfied. Your inventory here isn't extensive enough. Mu Yuan, like a bandit, had cleaned out the goods brought by the mysterious merchant. This is an exaggeration, but not entirely so. He had bought more than half of the merchandise. Indeed, the goods brought by the mysterious merchant were not plentiful or refined. Perhaps a financially capable great lord could have emptied the inventory as well, right? Mu Yuan carefully inspected the merchandise in front of him, the most valuable of which was the Hero's Proof. Next was the Concealing Pearl, which could be used permanently and possessed top-notch utility. He had not initially considered the Hero's Proof as a must-buy, but now, with an equivalent exchange not lacking and plenty of money, he decisively made the purchase. He also directly acquired the Misfortune Charm Flower, which he had not planned to buy at first. He even bought several 100% series items for Isloa to study. He also purchased 2 Soul Remnants, an Excellence 1-star Black Knight and an Excellence 1-star Rocky Giant. As for high-order Soul Remnants like the Flame Demon and Jackal Man Chieftain, which were too expensive, Mu Yuan ignored them, as his money didn't come from the wind. There are 5 Spatial Shift Scrolls, which can be called life-saving divine items. As long as the enemy doesn't possess the ability to lock down space, the user can even escape from under the nose of legendary beings. 3 sets of small energy storage stones. These energy storage stones contain vast energy. While they can't be used for cultivation, they can power various facilities. A set of energy storage stones can ensure that the Staff of Divine Right, which maintains the large-scale magic, Night Illusory Curtain day and night, doesn't have to worry about any energy consumption for 10 days. A one-time use enchantment base, Holy Barrier, that can form a complete protective barrier over a territory, without dead angles above and below ground. This barrier can even withstand several attacks from legendary beings. Regrettably, this set of enchantments is consumable and can only be maintained for a few hours. Besides these, Mu Yuan had bought many treasures for cultivation. Baptism Rain, special troops that bathe in this rain will gain a small amount of soul power experience. Bone Tempering Crystal Dust, Excellence, a natural treasure that significantly improves one's bone strength after refining and absorbing. Body Refining King Fruit, Excellence, a natural treasure that, once consumed, significantly boosts one's physique and muscular strength. However, some special life forms may not be suitable for its use. 3-dimensional Keystone, Excellence, after refining and absorption, it can slightly improve one's 3 dimensions, suitable for any life form. Divine Radiance Crystal Core, Excellence, absorption grants a large amount of soul power experience. All these were treasures of excellence order, though a single item's value couldn't compare with that of the Hero's Proof or high-order Soul Remnants, they were plentiful in quantity. Seeing this noble guest sweep clean his inventory, Kie could hardly keep from grinning ear to ear. However, the goods here aren't plentiful enough. If it had been any other lord who said this, Kie would have had to retort, but since it was Lord Shepherd who made the suggestion, Kie could only agree, "You're absolutely right." He saw that this guest was indeed not satisfied, looking troubled by having money but nowhere to spend it. And he felt troubled too. If he still had suitable goods, wouldn't his performance continually soar? Lord Shepherd wasn't so wealthy that he had money with no place to spend it. It was more like he was taking advantage of a situation, spending more freely. No, how could the crowdfunding effort be considered taking advantage? The Feather of Wind King and the Bone of Grey Silence were genuine treasures, and in the short term, Junan, Bone 2, wouldn't be able to gather another batch of such byproducts. But he was indeed not quite satisfied. He could afford to spend now, but the mysterious merchant didn't have the most necessary items for him. How come you don't have any defensive fortress arrays here? This was what the Tianyuan territory urgently needed at the moment. Of course, a real defensive fortress array was a rare commodity, not even present in Shilling Town or many great territories. For a defensive fortress array to operate continuously, the energy consumption is terrifying, and it requires supporting facilities like an energy well. For the vast majority of territories, setting up a defensive fortress array, that's a luxury. With that kind of money, you could buy how many high-order soul remnants and cultivate how many powerful beings. A defensive fortress array, you say? That's no problem, I can arrange that for you the next time I come over, the mysterious merchant said. From the mysterious merchant's demeanor, it seemed that Mu Yuan was now a VIP customer, which was why he received special treatment and could pre-order certain types of goods. But Mu Yuan not only wanted a defensive fortress array, if he could choose, he would specify an array with hiding capabilities, capable of concealing his entire territory. That's a bit difficult. Our mysterious merchant alliance naturally has all kinds of goods, but there are rules limiting what can be taken out for sale, we can only see what's available at the time. So he said. And he mentioned that the price of pre-ordered goods would be 50% to 100% higher than normally stocked random goods, and that the number of pre-ordered items could not exceed 2. This was also a rule. Whether the rules were as such or the mysterious merchant was a shrewd trader, Mu Yuan thought it was acceptable. Compared to the price, his concern was whether he could acquire the items he urgently needed. So, he pre-ordered another item from the mysterious merchant, miracle blueprints for the energy well. Just waiting for the merchant to restock and visit again. When will you be coming next, Lord Kie? Mu Yuan asked. Kie understood that this lord hoped he could arrive earlier. Like his other regular clients, any lord who had placed orders with him wished for their goods to be delivered sooner. This seems to be a common trait among miracle lords. Very soon, he said, at most half a year, but it might not even take 3 months for me to bring the next batch of goods. Mu Yuan, do you have some misconception about what's fast and slow? In 3 months, Tianyuan territory might already be able to punch legendary immortals and kick legendary prodigies. 3 months. Is that a long time? Kie murmured to himself, but even if he wanted to speed things up, it was beyond his control. Such are the rules. Besides, where is 3 months to half a year considered long? It has always been like this, and no regular customer has ever found it too slow. But thinking of this lord's appearance of not lacking money, and being the one eager to earn achievements quickly, Kie felt it indeed was slow. Why can't it be just a little bit faster? The mysterious merchant's stay was not long, and soon, he bid farewell and walked towards the outside of the city, vanishing into thick fog that suddenly spread. Hint: special visitor, mysterious merchant, has left, and the next visit time is undetermined. Hint: improving the territory's level and constructing related miracle buildings can shorten the mysterious merchant's visit time. But neither of these two tricks were anywhere in sight, so it was less reliable than expecting the mysterious merchant to show some brotherly spirit and come to them himself. In the following 2 days, Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and others who went out to investigate in all directions gradually returned. Mu Yuan distributed treasures such as bone-tempering crystal dust and body-refining king fruit that he had just purchased to his various department generals. The bone-tempering crystal dust was undoubtedly most suitable for the skeleton generals such as Dead Bone, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4. For other people, refining the crystal dust at best improved their resistance to blows, but for skeletal beings, an increase in bone strength also equated to an enhancement in lethality and combat power. The body-refining king fruit was even rarer and not suitable for most of the generals in the territory. Powerful beings like Dead Bone, Tree Demon Granny, and Rakshasa couldn't absorb its power. Duo Lai, who possessed the devouring power, could gnaw it down regardless of his physical form, but he did not need to temper his body. Crunch crunch. Yuta crunched the stone-hard body-refining king fruit and swallowed it. In just a few seconds, scalding red smoke started billowing from his body as if he were a charred person. The red smoke grew denser, and his skin turned as red as shrimp shell, sizzling with noise. Power, a continuous flow of power is emerging. Good. I'll multiply my training by 10 times today. Dead Bone was more concerned with the special item, concealing pearl. Holding the pearl, it went straight out of the territory. Concealing its presence, it watched as monsters approached head-on, sprinted past it, and ran toward Tianyuan territory behind it. The territory was like a big light bulb, and even if it was covered by a hazy cover, light still penetrated out. These lights attracted monsters, revealing Tianyuan territory's location without fail. And this kept the territory in danger at all times. This was highly improper. Since Dead Bone couldn't change the situation within the territory, it could only think of a way to alter the external environment. It thought, clutching the dusty pearl in its hand. After traveling over 100 kilometers, the silhouette of the Holy Mountain loomed behind Dead Bone. The vast Holy Mountain land was encompassed within several meters behind it, from where abominations, skeleton knights, and skeleton generals emerged one after another, forming a squad of elite troops of around a dozen. These undead were its summoned creatures, but also contained the essence of spirits. This essence was more like a mark, distinguishing between order spirits and chaotic monsters. Soon, the elite squad encountered the first wave of monsters. They were 3 ogres about 7 or 8 meters tall, with deep blue skin and bulging muscles. The ogres wielded big clubs, but the next second, they were torn apart by abominations, cleaved in two by skeleton knights, and turned into porcupines by several bone spears from the skeleton generals. Past elite monsters now didn't even qualify as targets for Dead Bone. Dead Bone didn't treat them as targets either. It looked around. Under its control, the battle ended quickly, but it also made a lot of noise. It deliberately made a lot of noise. Sure enough, more monsters were attracted. Some of the monsters foolishly charged in, others, sensing that this was a formidable group, turned and ran. Dead Bone watched from the sidelines. Watching monsters appear in groups of 3 to 5, then 10, then dozens, and then getting sliced by the dark undead gang. The concealing pearl indeed hides the presence, otherwise, fighting in the wild would only result in more enemies as you fight. As cautious as Dead Bone, it had already run tests early on. It had tried fighting without quickly ending the battle and leaving, facing from a small skirmish of dozens to a war against a monster tide of thousands. The effect of the concealing pearl was not bad. Considering this, Dead Bone went through many places and carried out 108 large and small battles to test it out, eventually confirming that the use of the concealing pearl was rather reliable. With this, we can delve deeper into the investigation to see whether behind these larger tribes of jackal men and snake men, there truly lies a stronger monster power. Tianyuan territory. Lord Shepherd kept a routine of surveilling the territory once every half an hour through the gaze of the Lord, continuously recording. Several days have passed since the night illusory curtain enveloped Tianyuan, and the number of attacking monsters has begun to notably decrease. Under the observation of the Eye of Divine Right, no wisdom monsters secretly spying on us have been discovered yet, but it's still hard to say how long this peace will last. Mu Yuan took precautions. On one hand, he thoroughly investigated the conditions of the surrounding territories, prepared to uproot several large monster tribes immediately as long as there were no concerns from behind. The second hand continued to push southward, in the hope of finding clues related to the pioneer group or Tai Zan explorers one day. Besides that, it was about strengthening the combat power of his territory as much as possible. Duo Lai might not be able to become a legend overnight, but if Tianyuan territory's combined strength increased, they might be able to stand against a legend head-on. It was time to see your limits, evolution points. Lord Shepherd's gaze turned to a certain area of the skeleton cemetery, where upon the altar sat a robust figure. He pointed a finger. Miracle power spread. Prompt. Your troop, Bone 23, has evolved into the epic life, Skeleton Lord. Within the Skeleton series, Mu Yuan did not evolve them in numerical order according to their names. He did it based on their contributions. As time passed, these little skeletons, which used to be indistinguishable in a single mirror, have now developed their own styles, habits, and talents, though not to say they've changed drastically. They were all old skeletons now, having awakened their consciousness for over half a year. Bone 23 was among the best of these old skeletons. However, even if one discounted the commanders like Dead Bone, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, the number of skeleton lords in Tianyuan territory had now risen to 11. There were also 6 ghost leaders. These skeleton lords and ghost leaders, many still in the early Third Order stage, could only struggle against weaker Fourth Order bosses at their full strength and were not considered strong. But the territory projection of the skeleton lords could easily resonate, and when they combined with Dead Bone, the power they unleashed was beyond even Mu Yuan's imagination. Furthermore, not counting 17, the Arrow of Polar Star has also increased to 5 members. 3 Fearless War Handsome have been born recently, 5 Saints of Holy Light have been born. 2 more Lord Treeman have appeared than before, and with more nature spirits evolving, 4 more have appeared, totaling now 7. And 1 more Lord of Frost, 1 more Wings of the Wind King. Tianyuan territory could be described as epic reign, although the level of the vast majority of epic lives was not high enough, some hadn't even broken through the Third Order Warlord level. They could only be seen as having potential for the future. Evolving an epic is very simple for me, and for major series like the Dead Bone series and Human Race series, gathering enough in 2 days is sufficient. However, to evolve an epic 2 stars, I need to save up for 8 days, and to evolve an epic 3 stars, I need to save for 32 days. A full 32 days. And this had to be done while skimping on evolution points and not evolving any elites. Quite a long time indeed. At first glance, the benefit of evolving into epic 2 stars or epic 3 stars seems low. After evolving, it is impossible for Aisloa to fight against 4 of her former selves. The same is nearly true for Dead Bone and Duo Lai. Duo Lai's evolutionary benefit is greater, as it doesn't see much regular improvement, it relies on a big surge during evolution. But in fact, this isn't the correct perspective. Great generals like Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and Aisloa are limited in number across the entire territory. The biggest difference between Epic 1 stars and Epic 2 stars lies in their potential. Yet, it is only when an epic life steps into the legendary realm, realizing its potential, that the difference between the two becomes visible. Moreover, most of the territory's elite levels are quite far behind the first tier, so evolving them to epic doesn't significantly boost overall strength. So Dead Bone, it's time for you to evolve. Mu Yuan said so. To the west of Tianyuan territory, deep within the skeleton cemetery. Mu Yuan made thorough arrangements. He turned on the domain interferer at full power, and simultaneously handed the concealed pearl to Dead Bone. Dead Bone extended a hand, gently pressing it on the ground. Countless spikes of white bone erupted from beneath the earth, spread out and interwoven, creating a nest in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the formless king's might diffused. Although it was a form of coercion, it was manipulated and shaped as if it were tangible material, covering the nest. This was Dead Bone's preparation for itself. Bone Seal. Bone Boundary. On this boundary, it used 16 auxiliary skills for solidification, reinforcement. Only then did it nod slightly. This should be enough. Off in the distance, Aisloa widened her eyes. There's no need to prepare so much. It made it look like a gigantic burial mound. But she glanced around and found that the gigantic burial mound was quite fitting for the setting. Mu Yuan checked the time, 0000 had arrived. So let's begin. Ding. Evo power flowed like water released from an open sluice gate, like a great river, like a flood, pouring towards the seemingly minuscule Dead Bone. A single small step forward in life's evolution requires a number of favorable circumstances and sufficient time. And the leap of an epic life requires countless small steps accumulated together. Strong individuals ascend to the legendary soul realm, the legendary skill realm, refining their bodies through multiple breakthroughs, amidst numerous opportunities and fate, finally taking that one step forward into epic. But Dead Bone's target was epic 3 stars. And yet, far beyond just epic 3 stars. Hum. The pillar of miracle light shot up into the clouds, and the world began to tremble with a humming sound. Countless dark elements particles surged toward it, crawling around Dead Bone like soldiers. In the distance, at the skeleton cemetery, it was as if skeletons were summoned by something. They knelt on one knee in the direction of the land of evolution, offering the highest respect to their king. Purple clouds drifted across the night sky. An air of nobility swept out in all directions. The domain interferer buzzed, operating at its limit. Time ticked away. The light was still shining. The purple clouds still floating, the interfer still humming without pause. After a long while, that light in those clouds slowly receded. And a soft chime rang by the ear. Ding! Notification. Your hero, Dead Bone, bathed in the miracle of evolution and has been promoted to an epic 3 stars life form, just one step away from a legendary existence.
Notification. During the evolution baptism, Dead Bone's Wraith Sacred Mountain expanded, and the talent, King's Might, was enhanced. Notification. Based on the talent, Death Extraction, Dead Bone fused it with Wraith Sacred Mountain and carved out a special building, Well of Death, on the Holy Mountain. Both Dead Bone and the undead of the Sacred Mountain can recharge the Well of Death by killing enemies. Besides, the Well of Death can gather and contain the power of heaven and earth to a certain extent. Can you even build on top of Wraith Sacred Mountain? Yes, that's possible. Bone 2 even built his White Bone Palace inside the Death Remains territory, but that was meaningless. Now, the Well of Death that Dead Bone has created has been recognized by heaven and earth. It could almost be seen as a miracle building, worthy of my great general Dead Bone.
At the same time, Dead Bone also used the miracle power from the baptism to elevate the level of a batch of core skeletons within the mountain.
Notification. During the miracle baptism process, the hero Dead Bone awakened the epic talent, Wither Grey. Eliminated, awakened the epic talent, Wither King Bone. Within the Great Bone Nest, Dead Bone's skeleton remained as white as jade, but there seemed to be some changes taking place. Changes that were enough to make one's heart race with fear. Wither King Bone, explanation. After awakening, Dead Bone's skeleton will continue to transform over a certain period, evolving into King's Bone, which will have tens to dozens of times the strength of its previous skeleton. With the boost of King's Bone, Dead Bone's basic attributes will also increase significantly. Moreover, the King's Bone harbors the power of withering, capable of annihilating anything it touches, including armor, living beings, energy, and even intangible domains. Note: the power of withering cannot be restored by potions or soul sand, it can only recover slowly over time. Dead Bone had not yet awakened, but Mu Yuan, possessing the Lord's power, immediately took out his new toy to test it. He borrowed the power of the Wither King Bone, just half. The power of Wither King Bone was too domineering, and it seemed that its rank was also too high. He could only borrow half of it. Any more, and his skin would peel away, turning him into a white skeleton. Even so, Mu Yuan estimated that he couldn't borrow 80% of its power. Two possibilities. One is that my own Lord's power is of too low a level, not powerful enough. The second, the higher the grade of the skills or talents, the less one can freeload them. The strong must ultimately tread their own invincible path. Yet even just half was enough. When a section of white bone pierced through the skin at the tip of Mu Yuan's finger, the atmosphere was still permeated with a sense of stern annihilation. He almost shuddered himself. Duo Lai retracted to 100 meters away in an instant, shouting in alarm, "This can't be eaten, this can't be eaten." Mu Yuan looked around and decided that the test subject for the Wither King Bone shouldn't be chosen at random. He thought for a moment, then took out a rare level broadsword from his storage ring, and gently touched the blade with the bone tip of his right hand. It felt as if he had pierced a thin membrane, making a hole in the hard blade. Gray residue clung to the edge of the hole, spreading outwards. In 1 second, the entire broadsword broke apart, with the gray color still spreading at the break. In 2.5 seconds, the whole broadsword completely vanished, and the gray residue that fell to the ground continued to spread. After several seconds, Mu Yuan stared at the circular pit over 40 meters in diameter in front of him, deep in thought. Danger, this was just too dangerous. Mu Yuan wasn't certain if Dead Bone could be immune to the damage from the power of witheredness, but he definitely dared not let this power touch him. Even at this moment, after the overflowing power of witheredness had been exhausted, the 40-meter-wide pit still released a terrifying aura that made the heart flutter. No one dared to approach. Duo Lai was still hiding far away. Oh no, there was someone who did move their feet, trying to edge forward bit by bit. It was Isloa. This guy, upon seeing something novel, acts like he's totally fearless. At the very least, Mu Yuan could affirm that the power of witheredness was completely depleted, leaving no danger within the pit. The Wither King bone also wouldn't bring about any contamination or subsequent effects to the surrounding environment. Probably, the slash just now consumed about 0.33% of the power of witheredness, which isn't much. But if I were to use the power of witheredness against real powerhouses, the consumption would surely increase by several or even dozens of times. This small amount of the power of witheredness can't really be considered enough. Moreover, the recovery speed of the power of witheredness is indeed slow, as described. Lord Shepherd dispelled the dead bone template and reloaded it. As expected, the reserve of Wither King bone he held in his hand was still reduced by 0.33%. He waited. After a full 2 hours, the power of witheredness had finally returned to its previous level. Which means, if the power of witheredness were completely exhausted, it would take about 25 days to fully recover. This was indeed as slow as a turtle crawling, though for some powerhouses, recovering in under a month for such a trump card was incredibly short. Mu Yuan wasn't satisfied. He thought that General Dead Bone must also be unsatisfied and was looking to see if General Dead Bone could somehow improve the recovery of the power of witheredness. The hierarchy of the power of witheredness was high, far beyond what a 4-order leading realm shrimp could control. But conversely, there was no need to wield the power of witheredness against 4-order leaders. Once Dead Bone utilized the power of witheredness, what they might face could be. Half a day later, crack crack crack. The huge nest of white bone, with its thick, intertwined bones that rose from the ground, was slowly retracting, being drawn back into a pair of white bone wings stretching out behind Dead Bone, who sat atop the evolution altar. Soon after, the white bone wings retracted into the body, and the black armored silhouette seated on the altar opened its eyes, igniting the soul flame. In the deep, moonlit blue of the pupils, a hint of reverent and noble gold seemed to flicker in and out of existence. Then, all traces of the divine and noble visage vanished without a trace, leaving behind what appeared to be just an unremarkable, ordinary, and inconsequential black armored warrior. Ordinary warrior Dead Bone, reporting for duty. Mu Yuan carefully inquired about the gains Dead Bone had made after its evolution. Indeed, its understanding of how to utilize the power of witheredness had become quite profound. Still, General Dead Bone sighed dissatisfied. It had hoped to leverage the stimulation of its own being during the awakening of the Wither King bone to excavate its potential and significantly increase its base tridimensional attributes, aiming to quickly reach the extreme realm. However, its foundational tridimensional attributes had substantially increased, and a lot of potential had been excavated, but its potential limit had also risen by a large margin. Break even. All in all, the distance between Dead Bone and the extreme realm remained vast. It was still hesitant about whether to give up this portion of potential and break through to Legendary directly. The territory now badly needed a figure in the Legendary realm. Who would take on this responsibility? It was duty-bound. But Mu Yuan negated this idea. There's no need. We haven't reached that point yet, and our Tianyuan territory isn't without means to deal with legends. The God General Talisman Stone, Staff of Divine Right, they were all trump cards he clutched in his hand. If other measures were properly utilized, they were not entirely incapable of confronting weaker legends. The most important thing was that time hadn't come yet. Breaking through now would be damaging the foundation, capping the potential, akin to trading future insecurity for temporary safety. Moreover, just because Dead Bone met the requirements of extreme sublimation, it didn't necessarily mean it could safely break through the realm. Lifeforms with higher potential, when breaking through, naturally need to burn firewood. That's several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times higher than that of their peers. And currently, the Tianyuan territory doesn't have a complete set of legendary breakout environments. Mu Yuan had planned to take Duo Lai and Dead Bone to the extreme realm before renting the fully equipped, luxurious breakthrough altars in Panchi City. Yet such plans were now null and void. He was fortunate that he had thought ahead before the integration with Langsing, and had purchased some auxiliary treasures for breaking through to legendary, either with soul crystals or with contribution points. At the core of those preparations was a set of 12 items that, when combined, could enhance the probability of breakthrough, slow down the burning rate of firewood, and ensure that the breaker wouldn't die in case of failure. Of such core sets, Mu Yuan had prepared 2. Even so, should the attempt to advance fail, the breaker would still be seriously injured and would need to spend a significant amount of time recuperating and replenishing before trying to break through again. A 4-order peak who had honed their physique to the limit, to perfection, could significantly increase the probability of a successful breakthrough. This has been proven by research papers. The path to the legendary realm provided by the Tai-Zan alliance is quite mature when compared to some smaller nations, despite the alliance being established for just over 60 years. Having heard this, Dead Bone extinguished the idea of forcing a breakthrough. To sacrifice future security for fleeting stability is indeed unwise. However, not breaking through doesn't mean one cannot continue to enhance oneself. Refining the body to its limit is a lengthy process of meticulous effort, and marginal improvements in 3 dimensions are not obvious in terms of combat power. Dead Bone's gaze turned to his few core skills. Wraith's Sacred Mountain could still continue to expand, while domains are subject to the restrictions of rules. With an expansion limit, the Holy Mountain has none. As it watched the Holy Mountain slowly spread and rise, as it watched more and more undead beings crawl out from piles of buried bones and carcasses, its heart filled with satisfaction. But this was still not enough. It needed to hoard a bit more, and then hoard some more. Regardless of the size of the undead, each could provide it with power. With the birth of every undead on the Holy Mountain, its sense of security would rise a notch. And at that moment, atop the Holy Mountain, just above the Bone Dragon's nest, there stood a well with a diameter of only a few meters, yet it seemed bottomless, as if it led to the depths of the Holy Mountain, to the nether hell. The part of the well that protruded from the ground looked like monuments, clustered together. Looking down into the well, no liquid could be seen, only wisps of black smoke drifting about, slowly rising from the mouth of the well. Too little, far too little. The Well of Death has not even managed to cover its bottom with a thin layer. Before the Well of Death was established, Dead Bone had already created energy storage crystals in the Holy Mountain. These inert objects were its hidden reserves of power, and the undead creatures were also living, hidden reserves of power. The energy it had stored and accumulated was already substantial. Moreover, Dead Bone's energy reserve chambers always had energy flowing in and very rarely flowing out. On the occasional use of some reserve energy, it was imperative to replenish double, triple, 10 times as much. Only then could it feel fulfilled and secure. But now, at the sight of the empty Well of Death, its sense of security drained away like water being siphoned from a dry well. This feels far too insecure. If one day it becomes necessary to use the Well of Death's energy and there's none here, it could be a matter of life and death. Rounded up, not charging the Well of Death equals a major crisis. With this thought, Dead Bone could no longer sit still and hurriedly set off for the territories beyond after a brief word with its lord. Praise the Lord's foresight, praise the concealing pearl. Without this treasure bead, seeking materials to charge with would inevitably be worrisome. The Lord certainly has a steady spirit. Its Tianyuan will and steady spirit could still be further enhanced. Dead Bone plans to charge the Well of Death and explore methods to supplement the power of Witherus while also delving deep into the surrounding larger tribes. Mu Yuan himself continued to tinker with fusion techniques with Isloa, hoping to create a more perfect hidden city defense art. There are very few teams leaving Tianyuan territory for exploration currently, in order to avoid leaving traces of life, as after all, there is only one concealing pearl, and the quantity of concealing potions is also quite limited. On another front, now in possession of the Eye of Divine Right, he could have a clear view of a 60-kilometer radius around him. Even without the Battle Falcon scouting or exploration teams mapping the area, he still had a transparent view and no fear of surprise attacks from wisdom monsters. Know that even Dead Bone could not initially evade the Eye of Divine Right scans. It was only after Dead Bone updated its stealth capabilities that the Eye of Divine Right could no longer detect its presence. Strong beings holding a concealing pearl could still not evade the gaze of the Eye of Divine Right because the scans were not limited to aura detection. South, a small soul sand mine just over 100 kilometers from Tianyuan territory is not to be mined by Mu Yuan for the time being. He even camouflaged the exposed veins, making the entire soul sand mine less conspicuous. I don't need soul crystals for the moment, and I have no means to purchase remnant souls right now. Having saved up a considerable amount before, it should cover the expenses for some time to come. Moreover, my income during this period hasn't been insignificant. Attacks from monsters always bring gifts from nature. Thus, he decided not to mine. To mine, one would, after all, need to eradicate the surrounding large monster tribes first. Otherwise, one wouldn't have the environment to mine in. Mu Yuan tapped on the tabletop, pondering for a moment. On the other hand, exploring south for an alliance remains important. Originally, Miss Duo had been eager to head south on her own initiative. She's fast, after all. The previous journey from Tianyuan territory to Panchi City took little time. If General Duo Lai were to fly south, in the best-case scenario, it might take only a few days to find traces of Taizan. But that would require everything to go smoothly. And although General Duo Lai was swift in travel, she was not skilled in hiding tracks or concealing presence. Letting her rush through the night was not something Mu Yuan could easily come to terms with. Another important reason was that General Duo Lai was sprinting towards the legendary realm and was currently the mainstay of the territory's combat power. There was even less reason to allow her to scout the south. After much consideration, Lord Shepard entrusted this arduous task to a capable officer who was not weak in self-preservation, ranked within the top 5 for mobility in the Tianyuan territory. Rakshasa. To ensure smooth communication, Mu Yuan gave Rakshasa the remaining hero's proof to use. The old general's ascension to a hero was well deserved. Soon, the hero Rakshasa took to the stage, carrying several concealing potions, 2 spatial shift scrolls, and some props for locating, scouting, recording, or communicating, heading straight south. Next, they just had to wait for news from Rakshasa. Duo Lai, who couldn't stay idle yet was unable to shoulder a significant responsibility, also took on a task. He couldn't be honing his body 24 hours a day, after all. There was a limit to how much potential he could unearth in a day. So, Duo Lai took the guide compass and began his favorite part, the treasure hunt. Miracle buildings couldn't be eaten, but they were treasures nonetheless. Rounding up or down, Mu Yuan thought that letting Duo Lai go treasure hunting might have some surprising effect, so he let it go. Most of the time, General Duo Lai was reliable. I bought 2 guide compasses from the mysterious merchant, which is a total of 6 uses. I hope to find some high-value miracle buildings. But we shouldn't have too high expectations. The price of this thing is only slightly higher than rare treasures. Keep a normal mindset. It's not a loss if we find nothing, and it's all profit if we do. He thought. Duo Lai always had full motivation for things that interested it. It activated the guide compass, following the needle all the way, and soon found the first destination. The target was quite obvious. On the rugged mountain stood a magnificent ancient arena. It covered a large area and exuded a simple yet profound charm, as if it had weathered thousands of years. Despite this, the whole arena was still shrouded in a faint radiance, mysterious and extraordinary. Duo Lai had seen such venues before. It's the Hero Duel Arena coup. It's probably useful, right? Seeing the Hero Duel Arena, Duo Lai remembered the past when it hung up Guardians one by one for a beating. It was time for revenge against the Guardians. Revenge could wait for later. Finding the building was the priority. Duo Lai marked this location and activated the guide compass once again. Beep, beep, beep. The needle began to spin rapidly, and after a few seconds, it slowly halted, firmly pointing in a certain direction. The needle was covered in a faint golden light, indicating the rough distance between the holder and the guided target. General Duo Lai, moving out again, it crossed mountains, forded rivers. It transformed into an inconspicuous bird, drank down the concealing potion, and cooed its way through the treetops. There's a rocky giant here, make a note. Spotted a dark knight. This guy seems like the local tyrant of this area. Yeah, mark this one too. There's an evil eye worm here. Duo Lai really wants to make a move. Hunting this Wyrm would surely please Lord and Shi Lu. But, it was tasked with finding buildings and couldn't waste a moment of the concealing potion's time. Duo Lai simply cast a longing gaze toward the evil eye worm and left without looking back. Duo Lai, taking the form of a white pigeon on the attack, occasionally glanced at the compass hanging around its neck. On it, the pointer's golden glow grew brighter and began to flicker slightly, signaling that it was getting closer to the target. About 6 or 7 kilometers left. Duo Lai thought, as it was quite experienced in this respect. But it suddenly screeched to a halt, the white pigeon clinging onto the tree trunk with its wings, its eyes gazing into the distance. There are monsters. Wisdom monsters. Through the tree canopy, it could vaguely see a strange, ashy, and eerie shrine, hidden in the distant forest. This shrine, if not unexpected, was the target the needle pointed to. However, a camp had been built around the shrine, with shadows of jackal men patrolling behind wooden fences. Some of the jackal men had particularly strong physiques and wore ornate treasure armor, apparently discussing something. They must have been the wise wolfmen. What to do, Ku? Although Duo Lai was confident that a super-large fireball could kill 99% of the jackal men inside, it also understood that it couldn't act recklessly. The time wasn't right yet, it could only note this grudge for now. What grudge? The grudge of stealing treasures. By occupying this shrine, wasn't it just like before when the Snake Man tribe used up a great deal of energy from the Blessing Temple they occupied? The Snake Men depleted their temple's energy, which was a great enmity. The Jackal Men were no different. After receiving Duo Lai's message, Mu Yuan contemplated. He took out a map, guessed Duo Lai's current approximate location, and circled it on the map. Judging from its location, this small camp is likely a sub-force of the number 1 Jackal Man tribe. The camp is small, but the power it contains is not weak. The camp's location is also quite hidden. It was not discovered during previous explorations and was only found with the guidance of the compass after it had been heavily disguised by the Jackal Men. Duo Lai made a covert mark in the nearby area, then quietly left, embarking on the third journey to find the miracle buildings. The result was disappointing. The pointer directed Duo Lai to the third location, which was within the territory of the number 2 Jackal Man tribe, and this time Duo Lai did not even get to see what the miracle building looked like. I'll remember this grudge doubly. The fourth location was also within a monster tribe, wherein the power that occupied the field building was the Snake Man tribe located to the south of Tianyuan. Duo Lai again failed to catch sight of the building. I'll remember this grudge with a super multiplier. The Great Lord also marked each location on the map one by one. Indeed, the more intelligent the monsters, the more they understand and use these field buildings. Or perhaps, a group of monster entities has occupied the field building, using this unique advantage to grow rapidly? No matter how you describe it, wisdom monsters will seek out and possess miracle buildings, but they cannot fundamentally occupy ones in the wild, so these buildings are still ownerless and can be directed by the needle. And the hero duel arena, which wisdom monsters can't use at all, they did not care to occupy. Meanwhile, seeing the golden pointer on the compass begin to flicker, Duo Lai became tense, looking around eagerly in search. It seems like there is no scent of any powerful monsters? Duo Lai specialized in offensive and destructive skills, but it also possessed its own unique insights into wilderness hunting and scouting. The key was its sense of smell. Perhaps due to devouring a variety of monsters, strike that, delicacies, or perhaps from hunting alongside Shi Lu for so long. Sometimes a whiff was all Duo Lai needed to determine whether there were any tasty, that is, powerful monsters in the vicinity. Of course, this ability was hit or miss since not every monster could serve as a high-order ingredient. Without letting down its guard, Duo Lai's little face scrunched up in concern until it caught sight of a building shrouded in a faint twilight in the distance, at which point it breathed a sigh of relief. An unclaimed wilderness building, hooray! Hint. You've discovered the profession advancement location, Mage Tower. This was a towering stone spire at least 10 to 20 meters high, but it was unremarkable hidden among the surrounding high mountains and strong, tall trees. The tower's body was engraved with mysterious patterns, emanating an esoteric charm. As soon as Duo Lai made contact with the stone tower, an alert sounded. It was a place similar to the warrior profession advancement site back home but of a higher order. Humans who meet the criteria can advance their profession to the rare one-star soldier, mage, at the Mage Tower. A few geniuses may also have the opportunity to become an even higher order magic troop type. When operating this miracle building, a certain amount of materials must be invested. Note: non-humanoid life forms without human bloodline still have a chance to advance their profession to mage, albeit with a lower probability. Duo Lai entered and looked around, transmitting the images back to the territory by some means. A land of inheritance for the mage profession, huh? Mu Yuan could only say it was decent. As a rare-level profession, mages were indeed good, but there were probably very few territory citizens qualified for the profession change. There might not be even a few among 100 people who met the requirements. After all, mages are a distinguished lot. There aren't many real mages in Tianyuan territory either. Being able to change a batch of them wouldn't be too bad. At least, those in the mage profession have an advantage in making scrolls of magic and could serve as level 8 technicians. Within the Mage Tower, aside from the grand statue placed prominently in the main position, there were also a number of silver-white podiums surrounding it. Each podium held a hexagonal crystal, clear and sparkling. This seems to be part of the inheritance too, Duo Lai murmured. Soon, it inserted some coins and performed the verification. Following confirmation, Mu Yuan understood the function of these hexagonal crystals. They contained a significant amount of mage knowledge. As is well known, a real mage possesses vast knowledge and intricate techniques. A mage who only knows how to cast fireball cannot truly be considered a mage and has little difference with the barbaric alien shamans. This wilderness building was capable of nurturing true mages. In that case, the value of this mage tower isn't low. Creatures like Duo Lai, wild powerhouses of the magic kind, could further their studies here. Well, maybe not Duo Lai, as it always believed that brute force could create miracles, never caring for the principles or rationale behind powers as long as they work. However, the knowledge held here could also complement Tianyuan territory's data archives. In a nutshell, it wasn't half bad. Hearing their lord speak so, the corners of Duo Lai's mouth lifted slightly, finally showing a hint of conceit. After marking this location, Duo Lai activated the final use of its guide compass. With a ding, the compass lit up, its pale golden needle pointing far into the distance. Maybe because all the nearby wilderness buildings had already been discovered, the compass pointed to a relatively distant location this time. After flying cautiously for 2 hours, Duo Lai still hadn't reached its destination. During the flight, the effectiveness of the concealing potion had worn off. Duo Lai hesitated for a moment before deciding not to drink a second dose. They only had a total of 20 potions, bought from the mysterious merchant, and couldn't produce them themselves. Each use meant one less potion, so naturally, they must be used sparingly. Slowing down, Duo Lai advanced even more carefully and cautiously. Another half an hour passed, and the golden needle finally started to flicker. Duo Lai's eyes widened as its gaze swept inch by inch around the area. Good news, it didn't seem to smell any powerful monsters. Bad news, it hadn't found the wilderness building either. Strange, it should be nearby, right? It stared at the constantly flickering golden needle and shook the guide compass gently. The needle's direction remained unchanged, so it was likely not broken. It thought. Holding the compass, it started to move around the area. After several back and forths, Duo Lai realized that the needle was firmly pointing at a specific region. It narrowed down the range. It was too smart. True to its name, Benduo, however, there seemed to be nothing in this area. Even when Duo Lai decreased the range to 1,000 meters, 300 meters, even 100 meters, the area remained empty. Surely the wilderness building couldn't be underground, but the needle wasn't pointing to the ground either. Duo Lai was confused. With its limited brain capacity, it simply couldn't understand, nor did it bother to. But as it paced back and forth in the vicinity, contemplating whether to consult the omniscient Lord, it suddenly noticed something odd about this area. There was a disharmony. A disharmony in space. It didn't know how to describe it, nor did it understand space. It had no aptitude in spatial magic at all. But it just felt something was off, strange. It was as if the area was veiled by a piece of black cloth. Coming to this realization, its instinct was to reach out and swipe at it, and as it did so, it involuntarily used the power of spatial devouring. Crack. Its hand was like a pair of steel pincers, brutally tearing open the fragile veil of space. Revealing inside, the figures of a dozen or so beings as if ready for a great enemy. Yu Rongyue was a general of the Winged People Kingdom, stationed at the Vitality Spirit Spring. The Winged People Kingdom had occupied the Vitality Spirit Spring for 3 or 4 decades. Yu Rongyue had been the guardian here for over a decade, without any major hiccups. Even though there were several monstrously powerful monster powers nearby, they couldn't discover this treasure trove hidden behind the veil of space. Until today. Their cunning and extremely secretive spatial veil was seen through by the girl with blue hair in front of them, who simply reached out her hand and ripped it apart. Yu Rongyue was greatly alarmed. What a terrifying mastery of space. Luckily, the girl who could perceive space, surpassing their understanding of spatial powers by leaps and bounds, showed mercy. She only tore a small opening and did not destroy the nodes of the space veil. Yet, the sudden intrusion of the girl still made the Winged People's expert stationed here feel as if facing a great enemy. Duo Lai was also greatly shocked. What happened? It had only casually scratched with its hand, but it felt like it had torn through something just now. It was just staring, and the bird people with wings on the other side had not attacked, so Duo Lai did not make a move either. Because these bird people were not monsters. Their aura was completely different from that of monsters. It was more similar to that of refugees who had been guided here by waypoints. Could they be the indigenous people of the Eternal Continent? Duo Lai had after all attended school in the territory. Even though it had failed every small monthly test, it had been exposed to some basic knowledge. It knew that in the depths of the wilderness, there might still be some remnants existing. Whether remnants or hidden civilizations, when it comes to fighting against monsters, everyone is on the same front line. They might be potential allies. For non-monster groups, if there was no danger, General Duo Lai naturally couldn't just attack indiscriminately. Lord always said we should unite all forces that could be united. But, I seem to have torn something just now? Could Duo have caused trouble? Thinking this, General Duo Lai felt a bit guilty. Yu Rongyue also felt a bit guilty. They were close, so close to releasing their arrows. Then it would have been irreparable. This blue-haired girl riding on slime, she didn't have the odious, tainted, and frenzied aura akin to monster powers. She was obviously a true being. And this blue-haired girl seemed very harmless, strike that, approachable, clearly not a bad person. Such a person couldn't possibly harbor ill intentions, right? She had held back when tearing the spatial veil, clearly with the intent of visiting. If they had acted too hastily just now, it could have turned into a disaster. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Yu Rongyue sent a winged people expert to the city to inform Queen, while he himself attempted to strike up a conversation with the blue-haired girl. Soon, Yu Rongyue knew that this girl, who identified herself as General Duo Lai, was a human powerhouse representing the human lord. The last time we had an outsider visit was last time. He had forgotten which year it was. In any case, it was a long time ago. Back then, he wasn't married yet and was a winged person free to soar at will. For such a visitor, Yu Rongyue was willing to make contact. After all, the Winged People Kingdom's knowledge of the outside world was exceedingly scarce. Even though he was the chief stationed at the gateway of the Winged People Kingdom, he still had never stepped out of the Winged People Kingdom in the past 10 years. The same went for the other winged people. They only knew the outside was dangerous, ravaged by monsters. They had almost come to believe that they were the only surviving civilization of winged people in this world. He wanted to obtain more information about the outside world through this visitor. Thus, one day, our winged people kingdom could truly venture out and experience the vastness of the world beyond. The winged people kingdom is a civilizational power in the nearby region, and it seems they have been rooted here for a long time. We need to get more information about the nearby monster power through them. It's much more efficient than us groping in the dark. Mu Yuan spoke to Duo Lai in the Lord Hero channel. Duo Lai simply nodded, acting as a parrot repeating the Lord's words. As for the deeper meaning and details, it couldn't be bothered to understand. It just kept its Carizlan big eyes wide open, looking around at the surroundings. After a while, General Yu Rongyue received the message from behind and said to Duo Lai, "If you please, our queen has agreed to your visit request." The area shrouded by the spatial curtain, the Vitality Spirit Spring territory, was like a little heaven and earth of its own. This place covered an area of about 10 acres, with 2 to 3-story buildings dotting the landscape. Further in, there was a winding path covered with fine stones, and the light here twisted strangely. Duo Lai did not need to look closely to know that the space here had been specially arranged. This time, it walked gingerly, careful not to touch anything haphazardly, fearing that a single careless move might tear apart the fragile space again. The space here was indeed too delicate, thumbs down. The winding path wasn't long, and after just a brisk walk, Yu Rongyue proudly announced, "We've arrived, this is our winged people kingdom." Before them, the heavens and the earth suddenly cleared, and the transparent sunlight fell straight down, bringing warmth. In this space, not a trace of red mist could be seen floating about. The periphery was surrounded by towering cliffs rising vertically from the ground like walls. On the cliffs, within the valley trees, and on the ground, exquisite and picturesque white buildings were constructed. Feathermen were flying between the trees and cliffs, while others were picking fruits or tending to crops, presenting a peaceful and pleasant scene. What do you think? Our winged people kingdom is not bad, right? It's probably not bad. Duo Lai was an honest being and could not utter insincere words. In its eyes, the Featherman Valley before it was indeed quite beautiful, but this was a kingdom. Is this the frontline town of the winged people kingdom? It asked. Yu Rongyue was puzzled. This is the winged people kingdom. What do you mean by frontline town? He couldn't understand. Duo Lai. Why could this place be called a kingdom? Although it wasn't well read, it wasn't stupid either. This Featherman Valley was just a bit bigger than Shilling Town and far inferior to Panchi City. How could it be considered a kingdom? Duo Lai didn't understand. Yu Rongyue also noticed that Duo Lai seemed somewhat disappointed. He asked, "What is the outside world like?" "Very, very big." Duo Lai thought about how to describe it, but being rather uneducated, it had a limited vocabulary and couldn't think of an appropriate adjective. After a while, it said, "You know about the Tai-Zan Alliance, right? They have so many cities and territories." Yu Rongyue. "No, we don't know." He really hadn't heard of it. Lord Shepherd pondered in the background. They haven't even heard of the Tai-Zan Alliance. Exactly where is this place? On the fringe? Normally, even with spatial dislocation, my Tianyuan territory shouldn't have been thrown to a very distant place. It could also be that this Featherman is relatively uninformed. We should take the opportunity to meet the Featherman Queen. It's said that the Featherman Queen has lived for over 100 years and must be quite knowledgeable, right? Duo Lai followed the Featherman General deeper into the winged people kingdom. Its young girl's body led the way while the slime's body followed closely behind, hopping along as if they were two completely separate entities. And they essentially were. Under the effect of perfect imitation, the girl Duo Lai's body was indistinguishable from a human, exuding the scent of humanity. The only scent it couldn't mimic was that of a monster. In this mode, even in danger, the enemy would target girl Duo Lai, while ignoring slime Duo. Naturally, this was per Mu Yuan's request, as Duo Lai would not have such a sense of security. In the eyes of the Great Lord, even if the environment was 99.8% safe, the remaining 0.02% of uncertainty could not be overlooked. Taking some precautionary measures was worth it. After a bit of walking, the mouth substitute of Duo Lai asked, "Your winged people kingdom has been operating here for so long, you must be very familiar with the nearby monster power, right?" The Featherman General's weathered face flushed slightly. Truth be told, he was indeed unaware. In his lifetime, he had stepped foot outside the Featherman Kingdom only a handful of times, to be precise, merely twice, and both times he had ventured out for no more than a day or two before returning to the kingdom. His knowledge of the outside world was virtually non-existent. This was rather embarrassing for the Featherman. "No, this won't do." How could you be so ignorant?" look in the eyes of this human powerhouse made Yu Rongyue somewhat unable to maintain his composure. "I'm just one of the younger generals of our Featherman kingdom. If you want to know the situation with the monster power around here, asking old Master Spot is sure to be correct." Duo Lai originally wanted to meet the Supreme Queen of the Featherman Kingdom, but the Featherman Queen didn't seem to want to see it, so it could only follow the Featherman General and find Yu Spot, an elderly Featherman Grand General. He was indeed very old, his hair was thin, his temples marked with streaks of white. A pair of scar-covered, gray-white wings drooped behind him like they were broken. He was holding a flask of wine, pouring it into his mouth sporadically, exuding an air of decay. Yu Spot looked up at the sound and glanced at Duo Lai. A visitor from afar? He seemed surprised, but that was all. "Do you want to know about this region and the news related to the monster power?" The elderly Featherman shook his head. "Young human, I don't know how you managed to come here, but what I want to tell you is that this world has deep waters, and it's far from as simple as what it appears on the surface." It seemed he was speaking not only to Duo Lai but also to the likes of Yu Rongyue and other younger Featherman powerhouses. In the east, there lies a vast Snake Man tribe in the Snake King Swamp, with boundlessly powerful snake men. Duo Lai nodded in agreement. It was aware of this information, corresponding to the Great Snake Man tribe located in the southwest of the Tianyuan territory. Yu Rongyue was also aware of this. "I've seen this tribe from a distance in the past, and it's indeed very powerful. But our Featherman Kingdom is no weaker. Even if the Queen doesn't take action, our Featherman Kingdom wouldn't be afraid of this Snake Man tribe, right?" He always had the intention to strike at the outside world, but the Queen and other Featherman elders were strongly opposed to exploring the outside world. In the elders' eyes, their Featherman Kingdom was perfectly self-sufficient and the environment outside was not as picturesque as their Featherman Valley. Why should they risk venturing into the wastelands beyond? Still, the young Featherman powerhouses yearned to fly out of the valley and see the sky beyond. Old Master Spot glanced at the most headstrong amongst them. "The Snake Man tribe is just one of the many monster tribes we must face. Not to mention distant ones, just 200 kilometers east of the Snake Man tribe, there lies another powerful tribe, the Goblin tribe." As the old man spoke, young Featherman couldn't help but speak up. "Master Spot, I remember that monster tribes also attack each other, especially when the tribes are of different species. Shouldn't they be fighting each other to the death? We could then take advantage of the situation and eliminate both threats in one fell swoop." As he spoke, he even gestured for emphasis. The elder said indifferently, "You have some knowledge but only understand half of it. Those who know only half are often quicker to die than those who are completely ignorant. At least the latter still have a sense of awe for the unknown." Having taken a couple of swigs of cloudy wine, he continued, "Under normal circumstances, the Snake Man and Goblin tribes certainly do fight. But if there is an even stronger, more terrifying monster power standing behind them, if they are simply being commanded, pawns left out as gatekeepers, then they naturally won't fight each other. On the contrary, the absence of strife between the two tribes means that." "How can that be?" Some young Feathermen turned pale. "Why not?" said the elder Yu Spot. "The monster power standing behind the Snake Man and Goblin is a group of snake men. This group of snake men is the true overlord of this region. One of them. Hundreds of kilometers to the north, a group of jackal men, who dominate both the Jackal Man and Kobold tribes, is another overlord of the region. To the west, deep within the Red Leaf Forest, there are no monster tribes, but legend has it that's the domain of the Blood Tree King. Even the Cobra Overlord and Wolf Overlord dare not set foot in that part of the Red Leaf Forest. Does not the depth of such an external world speak for itself? And yet, this is but a corner within the view of our Featherman Kingdom. The outside world has long been occupied by monsters, and the living can only struggle on their last breath. Vitality forces that can comfortably live within their own territory, like we Feathermen do, are becoming exceedingly rare. You should be content." Even with foreigners visiting, the old Featherman's mindset remained bleak. After all, in the past, civilizations that had survived weren't limited to their Featherman kingdom alone, but as time passed, one after another, these forces extinguished their civilizational fires. Some were destroyed, some were eroded and became no different from monsters. Others fled to distant lands, likely also drowned in the long river of history. Only their Featherman kingdom, locking its gates and developing in isolation, has persisted to this day. In the old Featherman's view, even allowing this foreigner into their kingdom should not have happened. What if it led to their Featherman kingdom's coordinates being discovered by the monster overlords? If it weren't for the Queen's command, he wouldn't even give this foreigner the slightest bit of face, let alone reveal this information. Tianyuan territory. Mu Yuan received real-time information shared by General Duo Lai and began to ponder. As expected, behind these large tribes stand even more powerful monster forces, the Jackal Man Overlord, the Overlord of the Snake Man. Within these Overlord powers, there must be legendary realm beings. It's just unclear how many legends they possess. From this, it can be inferred that the Featherman Kingdom, a small country that seems to be of modest scale, also possesses beings of the legendary realm. This is logical. To say the Featherman Kingdom is small is only relative to national-level powers. Compared to Tianyuan territory, the Featherman Kingdom is already quite vast. Their buildings are densely packed, and third-order and fourth-order strongmen are common sights. According to Duo Lai's census, the dozen or so Feathermen initially encountered, stationed by the Vitality Spirit Spring, were all at least of the third order. Along the way, the number of fourth-order Feathermen that Duo Lai encountered also exceeded a handful. Yet, it is apparent that the quite formidable Featherman Kingdom cannot directly contend with the monster overlords and must survive in a reclusive manner. The depths of the wilderness are indeed too dangerous. So, you understand how dangerous the outside is now, don't you? I can understand what you young folks think, but it's just too naive. The Featherman elder said. The young Featherman warriors all bowed their heads. They weren't all convinced. It was just that in front of this old general, their throats moved, but they still couldn't think of any words to argue with. The silence was suddenly broken. Several young Feathermen flew down from the sky, with the leading Featherman youth sporting luxurious white wings and a diamond-shaped mark on his forehead. He took over the conversation coldly, but if our Featherman kingdom does not venture out, we will only grow weaker until we perish like other surviving civilizations. Only by venturing out can we seek a glimmer of hope for survival. He clashed head-on with the Featherman elder, erupting into a fierce quarrel. Such quarrels seemed to have occurred between them not just once or twice. This one is Yu Baisheng. Baisheng is the strongest among the younger generation of our Featherman kingdom. And it's not just the younger generation. He is the match of few veterans nowadays. Many people say that Baisheng could become the second most powerful being in our Featherman kingdom after Her Majesty the Queen before he turns 50. Yu Rongyue introduced. It was clear that he was a naive Featherman. Just from this one sentence, Mu Yuan could tell that there was only one legendary being in the Featherman kingdom. Duo Lai didn't think so much, it only thought that it was still a baby, not even a year old. What is the concept of 50 years? Scary. Not only that, Baisheng is also the leading figure of our attack faction. The attack faction advocates for venturing outside the Featherman kingdom to explore the outside world. Apparently, there were two factions within the Featherman kingdom. The lockdown faction, led by the Queen and the older generation, and the attack faction, led by the young strongmen. General Yu Rongyue was also a core figure of the attack faction. However, he was more conservative, being a conservative within the attack faction. Yu Baisheng, on the other hand, was one of the radicals of the attack faction and seemed to be about to come to blows with the old Featherman general. Duo Lai was so entertained it almost wanted to crack open some seeds. Unexpectedly, Yu Baisheng, the leading figure of the radical faction, suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as he looked toward it. If a human strongman can survive in the outside world, then, as long as I can defeat her, it will prove that we Featherman warriors also have the strength to explore the outside. Human, I challenge you. Duo Lai hadn't even started on any seeds, and the spotlight had already fallen on itself. It widened its eyes. Yu Rongyue stepped in. This is a distinguished guest of our Featherman Kingdom. Yu Baisheng produced an item emanating a faint blue glow and said, "Fight me with all your strength, win or lose, this treasure will be yours." It was a superior grade material. Even just as a material, it was of considerable value. So, if you'd said this earlier, wouldn't it all have been settled? Of course, Duo Lai wiped away the non-existent drool and responded seriously. Half an hour later, on the training field east of the Featherman Kingdom, innumerable feathermen flapped their wings, suspended midair, looking forward with great anticipation. Back off, don't cross the marked line. This is the battle of a fourth-order leading realm. In the vast arena, the strongest warrior within the Featherman Kingdom, Yu Baisheng, stood on the left side. Duo Lai stood on the right side. The slime steed retreated to the edge of the field and pulled out two small flags from its belly, waving them one to the left and one to the right. I had to give it my all to earn the treasure reward. It thought earnestly. But there are many kinds of all-out effort. The highest tier of full force is hyper-limit swallowing. Extreme stance, where a single super-large fireball could affect 10,000 meters. This definitely cannot be used casually. The next level of full force is hyper-limit swallowing, normal stance. The level after that it's normal state, domain. And the level after that it's normal state, full firepower. It's decided then, you're the one. Yu Baisheng took to the air slowly, holding a treasured bow in his hand. The treasured bow shimmered with an extreme blue glow, looking even more formidable than the whispering bow used by 17. He drew the bowstring, and arrows shot out like piercing light. Fast, extremely fast, concentric pale ripples pierced through the air in front of him. Duo Lai brought his hands together without chanting, gravity, dustless land. This was a technique naturally learned after its last evolution, an upgrade of its gravity gift version. An invisible dust-free barrier expanded around Duo Lai, with a radius of 10.8 meters. Each supremely sharp arrow halted just before the boundary and burst explosively. However, Yu Baisheng quickly continued to draw the bowstring, unleashing a series of luminous arrows that bombarded Duo Lai's dust-free barrier, causing visible ripples to spread. They're both so powerful, but our Lord Baisheng is still a notch above. Around the young Featherman strongman, winds and clouds surged, and his arrow's intent, having reached a state of perfection, seemed to be taking half a step toward an even higher place. Vaguely, the shadow of a massive pair of white wings emerged behind him. Half imagery level. General Spot showed a relieved expression. It looks like Baisheng has the potential to take that step. It's just that this child is impatient, now that he has defeated this outsider. However, above the blue-haired girl, a strange scene was also vaguely outlined, filled with flashing thunder and skies covered in red clouds. She too was a half-imagery level strongman. "I'm going to go all out now," she said. As soon as her words fell, a lifelike thunder dragon appeared out of nowhere, its teeth and claws sprawling over the world before her. It struck first even though it was released later, and even such skills that could be deemed ultimate moves seemed to be executed without chanting or charging. How could this be possible? Yu Baisheng shot out several arrows, powerful enough to penetrate heaven and earth. The arrows tore through space like pillars of light that could tear apart anything. The light pillars collided with the thunder dragon. A buzzing sound filled the space between heaven and earth, and an energy storm exploded, sending turbulence billowing. The terrible tidal wave of energy obscured the world in front of them. As the Feathermen panicked and retreated, while wondering who would win this clash, several thunder dragons, every bit as formidable as the previous ones, emerged from the tidal waves and smoke. They surrounded the young Feathermen, their eyes as large as car headlights. Facing these sets of eyes, Yu Baisheng felt as if he was engulfed in destruction. A chilling sensation rushed up his spine to the crown of his head. His wings drooped, and he slid powerlessly from mid-air to the ground, still standing in a daze, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. His mind was filled with those pairs of eyes, brimming with devastation and great terror. After a while, the thunder dragons in the skies slowly dispersed. The energy tide also vanished without a trace, as if absorbed by something. Behind the clearing dust, the blue-haired girl still stood in her original spot, untouched by dirt. The coercion emanating from her had dissipated, and she appeared completely harmless. But no one would think so. Especially Yu Baisheng, who had faced down the authority of the prison god himself. He had lost. Utterly so. The elders were right. The outside world is still too dangerous, he murmured. A certain young Featherman warrior, looking utterly disheartened, had left, leaving behind only the treasure he received as payment, still emanating a tempting luster. Duo Lai put away the treasure, glancing around once more. The Featherman still bore a dumbfounded and foolish appearance, and it slipped into contemplation. Could it be that I, Benduo, exerted too much strength? But it was clearly you who told me to give it my all. Duo Lai felt wronged. Moreover, this guy was a bit too weak. Although he was already an imagery-level half-step warrior, he conceded after barely a couple of exchanges. This does seem a bit weak, but it's not a lack of strength, rather a lack of fighting will and experience. Mu Yuan, through the snippets of Duo Lai's words, could also make a rough judgment. Behaviors like standing still after launching a big move, and only feeling fear when trapped, all highlighted this Featherman's lack of combat experience, which was very scarce. The experience of fighting for his life could well be zero. This wasn't surprising, as Featherman's hometown had been sealed off for a long time, without external contact. And within the Featherman's hometown, the number of Feathermen was actually limited, and a martial spirit didn't seem to prevail either. Yu Baisheng's stats might not be shabby, possibly on par with demonic flame Wang Qi, but compared to the latter, his experience and will fell far short. Moreover, these Feathermen seemed to be indigenous inhabitants, not born from a military breed. Compared to the bred warriors, they naturally possess self-awareness, have undergone years of learning, and can undertake many jobs besides fighting. However, compared to military breeds, they also have disadvantages, lacking innate combat valor and the heart to forge ahead on the path of battle. One could refer to Daisy for more details. When Daisy reaches the 4-order peak, her stats will definitely be higher than those of this Featherman warrior, but her comprehensive combat power should not be expected to be substantial. Mu Yuan was actually hoping to establish an alliance with the Featherman dynasty, as in regions surrounded by monster power, any vitality force is a natural ally. However, the Featherman dynasty did not seem to have any interest in cooperation. Forget an alliance. Even basic trade was not something the Featherman dynasty was prepared to engage in. Even though their territory was quite small and there must inevitably be some resource shortages despite being self-sufficient. Mu Yuan could somehow understand this. This place was deep in the wilderness, and just the fact that they could survive was a commendable feat. Over the span of decades, centuries, or even more extended periods, they might have grown accustomed to this mode of survival. Yet, such a mode of survival could only ensure temporary safety. In Mu Yuan's view, it was akin to a slow death. Of course, he was simply an outsider and not fully aware of the true situation of the Featherman dynasty. Who knows, perhaps the Featherman dynasty was preparing some grand scheme. It is said that our Featherman dynasty was extremely glorious hundreds of years ago and constructed numerous sky cities. Yu Rongyue introduced the Featherman dynasty's glorious history. However, while he talked about these historical events, he lacked a sense of reality. He and his generation, including the older and even older generations, had opened their eyes in Featherman's hometown. Regarding the once supposedly glorious Featherman dynasty, they could only grasp fragments from historical records. Sometimes they even wondered if such a world truly existed. It was precisely because they saw the vast world and broad expanses described in records that they were unwilling to confine themselves to a small corner. Feathermen were meant to soar high in the sky. Now, they were only like small birds with broken wings, trapped in a web. I am very eager to communicate and interact with your Tianyuan territory. It's just that Her Majesty the Queen has no such desire, and I dare not disobey, he said, his gaze involuntarily drifting in the direction Yu Baisheng had left, looking far into the distance. This young generation's strongest, a leader of the radical faction, was one of the rare few who dared to go against the Queen's command. However, Yu Baisheng seemed to have suffered a massive blow. Before he left, he was muttering disconsolately about danger. The outside world is indeed too dangerous. Seeing this, not only was it unlikely he would continue to lead the radical faction, it was feared he would become even more conservative than the conservative faction itself. A few hours later, Duo Lai left Featherman's hometown with a communication token in his possession. Behind him, space rippled faintly. The entire entrance to the Featherman dynasty, along with the outdoor structure, Vitality Spirit Spring, vanished without a trace. No matter how much Duo Lai looked, he could not find the slightest discord in the space. Without the location pinpointed by the guide compass, even Duo Lai would hardly be able to find that entrance again. This showed that the Featherman dynasty's method of concealment was extremely sophisticated. After all, the Featherman dynasty was a great nation before the cataclysm occurred, Mu Yuan believed, despite many Feathermen being skeptical about their own history. After verifying from multiple sources, there indeed used to be a Featherman dynasty in history. Following the fall of the Featherman dynasty, this Featherman's hometown could very well be one of the remnants of the surviving populace of the Featherman dynasty. It might even be the only surviving group. Setting aside their strength, they surely possessed an abundant heritage. Lord Shepherd also expressed envy. He wished to conceal the Tianyuan territory like the Featherman dynasty, re-emerging only after Duo Lai, Dead Bone, and other generals ascended to legendary status. Unfortunately, he lacked such heritage. So he could only try to settle the surrounding instabilities as much as possible. Featherman dynasty, at the palace. A young female Featherman with a complex expression walked in here. She was a leader of the conservative faction among the attack Feathermen, like Yu Baisheng, a descendant of Her Majesty the Queen. "My queen, are we really not going to cooperate with this human force? This is the only vitality force we have encountered in decades, and we can't miss this opportunity." How could I not know? A hoarse voice emerged slowly from the depths of the court. In the shadows, the Featherman Queen walked forth. Her gait was elegant and her dress was luxurious, each movement exuding the reverence and nobility befitting a queen. However, behind the Featherman Queen, where one would expect holy and magnificent white wings, lay patchy and faded feathers, sparsely distributed. Some feathers even drifted to the ground as she walked, torn and scattered by the interplay of light and shadow. Her face was wrinkled, like withered old tree bark. People could only infer from her silhouette that the queen must have been a beauty in her youth, but now, the charm was gone, leaving only age. Actually, she was not so old, just over 100 years. Feathermen have longer lifespans than humans, and legendary beings enjoy even longer lives. For a Featherman queen, her age meant she was barely more than a youngster. Nonetheless, she had suffered a severe injury, a wound to her very essence. It had yet to heal even now. Her lifespan was severely diminished as a result. And this was the price for venturing into the outside world. The Cobra Overlord and the Wolf Overlord are extremely terrifying. It is still uncertain whether this human force can survive and for how long. It is possible that they could perish tomorrow. Cooperating with a vitality force that could be annihilated at any moment is pointless and could even pose a threat to our Featherman kingdom. Let's wait until they manage to survive first. That was also why she had instructed General Sop to reveal information about the surrounding forces. Only those who could survive amid the surrounding overlords had the qualifications to cooperate with her Featherman kingdom. Boom, 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 outside Shilling Town. The roaring blasts followed one after another, artillery shelling filled the skies. Monstrous bodies were ripped apart, while more creatures emerged from the horizons, their fierce teeth bared, pouncing towards the town. This is already the 26th large-scale monster wave we've encountered these days. Additionally, 19 players have gone missing in the wild, presumed to have met with mishaps. In the town's command center, an official player reported. Mayor Kui Long's face tensed slightly. The missing players were mostly those who had ventured out to explore on their own. Despite issuing various warnings, some players who were not selected for the official exploratory teams still deemed themselves exceptional and insisted on delving into the wilderness, and they could not be stopped. The existence of our Shilling town has likely been exposed to many monster powers. We cannot view these monster powers through old perspectives and experiences. He addressed the other lords at the meeting, pausing to say, "The monster tribes we've faced in the past were mostly established within a few years, and although their leaders held wisdom, it was limited. During the Red Fog disaster moon, we confronted some high-order intelligent monsters, but those beings, corrupted by the Red Fog, had sunk into near insanity, with little wisdom remaining. But now, the intelligent monsters around us, they understand mining, enslaving, and even military training. They might be secretly plotting against us." Shilling town was no small settlement, with numerous buildings and imposing walls. Such a town suddenly appearing in the wilderness naturally attracted a lot of attention. Even if Mayor Kui Long wished to take some measures for concealment, there was nothing that could be done. Moreover, there were numerous players in Shilling town, who could not be completely controlled. Players were a massive force, but the traces they left behind also made Shilling town even more exposed. No matter what, players could not be controlled as easily as soldiers. But it was precisely because Shilling town had high-level players and veteran lords that Mayor Kui Long was quickly able to get a decent understanding of the surrounding territories. Currently, there are 9 discovered Tai-Zon territories, and the furthest is 390 kilometers away from our Shilling town. But this distance is shorter than before the Great Change. Furthermore, there have been 26 monster tribes discovered, among which 3 have very large scales. Raging Blade Lord has assessed that these 3 large tribes each have several fourth-order bosses in command. He projected several photographs. The most striking among them was a wall over 20 meters tall. The wall was brownish-red, not particularly well constructed, as if it had been built from piles of crushed flesh. Not far from the wall, one could vaguely make out the eerie and towering spires of the Tower of Flesh and Blood. This scale was fitting for a monster city. Many high-level players and veteran lords were astonished. They had heard that this was a large tribe dominated by half-orcs. They were accustomed to half-orcs, but never had they seen such a bizarre half-orc tribe. It was not a matter of size. It felt strange, unreasonable, and eerie. Mayor Kui Long, Raging Blade Lord, and a few others were also seeing such a monster power for the first time. However, having higher status and more powerful acquaintances, they had some awareness of it. Rumors say that the monsters also have their own factions. Some monsters worship the fallen god and craft totem pillars, which are indicative of the fallen god faction. There are also those at the pinnacle of the wisdom monsters establishing the monster kingdom and ruling countless minions. Among them, a monster kingdom known as Tianqi Eternal Life worships and pursues eternal life through flesh. The half-beast tribe we face is likely one of its minions. These are not like regular monsters. They are more corrupted. Half-orcs are merely their external shells. Their true nature is probably that of mutated flesh monsters. And what Tianqi Eternal Life is best at, is creating aggregated monsters. When Kui Long spoke of this, many lords and high-level players already showed a slight change in their expressions. They had all encountered aggregated monsters and knew well their horrors.
The leader of the Silver Mercenary Corps recalled an encounter in the Land of Two Realms more than half a month ago. They had come across a colossal being, an aggregation of tens of thousands of snake men.
So the question arose, did the Snake Man settlement believe in the snake god and belong to the fallen god faction? Or had they merged into flesh and fallen under the sway of Tianqi Eternal Life? Mayor Kui said, since this tribe is a minion of Tianqi Eternal Life, even if there's no legendary realm presence, they will surely possess aggregated monsters that far surpass the Fourth Order peak, even those strong enough to be on the dragon list. Even relying on several defensive constructions of the excellence tier, we would have difficulty holding out. For this reason, I plan to conduct the promotion trial for Shilling Town ahead of schedule, and I will leave the remaining defense tasks to all of you. In the depths of the wilderness, inside a vast jackal man tribe, a burly goblin clad in exquisite treasure armor walked out. By his side, a similarly robust jackal man accompanied him. But unlike most within the tribe, this jackal man's fur was a strange scarlet hue, and his muscles seemed to undulate on their own, as though they had a life of their own. The Goblin Prince looked deeply at this legendary werewolf and strode away. It has come to this after all. I obtained the heart of the nest in the land of two realms, but to restore the glory of the Goblin Kingdom, relying solely on myself is far from enough. He had found an ally, but a legendary warrior of Tai Zan cut him down with a single sword strike, leaving him once again on his own. He engraved this grudge in his heart. He had been relentlessly pursued by the sword Saint Tianhe. He remembered this vendetta once more. The downfall of the Goblin Kingdom was at the hands of the Tai Zan alliance. He etched this third great enmity into his memory. Recently, the merging of the two realms caused some changes in the peripheries of the Tai Zan alliance. The Goblin Prince found himself relocated deeper into the wilderness, which allowed him to escape the pursuit of Sword Saint Tianhe. Clearly, fate was with him. When the Goblin Kingdom's glory is rebuilt, that will be the time for my return and vengeance. But before that, I must, albeit reluctantly, borrow the power of Tianqi eternal life and become a part of it. He did not want to. Under the shroud of red mist, there were three forces. First was the fallen god. Second was the monster kingdom. And his goblin kingdom was the third type. They were originally living beings too, who fell from grace due to the disaster and became corrupted. He always believed that they were entirely different from the monsters born from the nest of filth and the red mist. They were the real individuals. Thus, the Goblin Kingdom perished. The Goblin Prince came to realize, embrace the flesh, and you shall have eternity. Next, I must find a suitable sacred place to settle this heart of the nest. Thinking this, he strode southward. Tianyuan territory, staff of divine right. Inside the colossal furnace, surrounded by 9 flowing torrents, where light and shadow interweaved, a curtain aglow with star sand was fluttering. Beautiful, dreamlike. The second-generation concealment skill has finally been created.
Isloa wiped the sweat from her forehead. While the fusion of techniques wasn't her main academic interest, after so many days and nights, the creation of this large-scale magic filled her with a great sense of accomplishment.
Next to her, Mu Yuan and General Duo Lai were truly drenched in sweat, looking thoroughly drained. Duo Lai had even transformed into a jelly pancake, sprawled out flat on the ground. Cool, so cool. Didn't want to get up anymore. Duo had given it everything, after all. The initial fusion determined the limit of the technique, so it dared not slacken in the slightest. Afterwards, however, it got easier. It was just a matter of extracting energy from the small energy stones to power the Staff of Divine Right. Lord Shepard had to put in even greater effort since he had to not only manage energy output but also perform some of the intricate operations during the technique's fusion, resulting in both physical and mental exhaustion. However, when you consider it, the three of them working together to create a technique that could be called perfect and top tier, overexertion was to be expected. Usually, the work of research and fusion for such a technique would require a team of over 100 elite mages to execute.
And yet, the final product would not be nearly as good as what the three of them had accomplished.
The second-generation concealment technique, building on the basis of the night illusory curtain and incorporating the river of stars and starry eyes, not only makes the whole technique more natural and prolongs its duration, but it also significantly enhances the concealment of life essence. Moreover, under this technique, Tianyuan territory is also greatly resistant to divination and predictions. Aside from having a higher cost than before, it had no flaws. But even this cannot be said to be a flaw of the technique, it's Lord Emu's shortcoming. He's broke. If soul sand were used as the energy source, this technique would burn through 100 soul crystal coins a day. Even the Great Lord couldn't sustain that. Sustaining it would make his heart ache like it was being sliced with a knife. Thank goodness for the small energy stones, large-scale magic, night-hidden starry sky. Under the Lord's vision, this concealment skill appeared like a starry canopy covering the sky of Tianyuan territory. With specks of starlight flowing and converging into rivers. Occasionally an eye or two would open upon the curtain of stars, roll its eyeballs, and then plunge back into the abyss. Though it was a tad strange, it didn't matter as long as it was practical. Apart from the Lord's perspective and the hero's vision, ordinary people, even fourth-order strongmen or beings in the legendary realm, would not be able to witness such a spectacle. Under the cover of night-hidden starry sky, Tianyuan territory seemed to vanish into a rift in space, invisible and undetectable. Fourth-order strongmen would need to be within a few kilometers to sense something was amiss. Of course, it was different for those in the legendary realm. Beings in the legendary realm could control the power of heaven and earth and might spot the anomaly from afar. As for how far, Mu Yuan couldn't be sure. He wasn't a legend and had never experienced the wonders of that power. Regardless, the concealment offered by night-hidden starry sky is quite ingenious and shouldn't cause problems in the short term. After all, the wilderness is vast, and the nearest major tribe is hundreds of kilometers away. Mu Yuan didn't plan to maintain it for too long. The small energy stones he had wouldn't last forever. But it should be enough until Duo Lai ascended to legendary, right? He thought. As a devouring slime, Duo Lai recovered very quickly. After lying flat on the cool floor for half an hour, it sprang up lively and spirited. It began its daily tasks: eat, strike through, train. Not picky about its diet to ensure a swift pace in its training, Duo Lai ate almost anything, including minerals, plants, and crystals. Nowadays, most of Tianyuan territory's material income was going into Duo Lai's stomach. However, since Tianyuan territory had cut off trade with the outside world and couldn't engage in business with the Featherman Kingdom, the material's income was effective. The main income came from monsters' tributes. While there were plenty of monster materials, relying solely on devouring monster components could lead to an imbalanced diet, with a limited increase in basic attributes by the end of the day. To raise the upper limit of the daily training benefits, the only option was. After battling for half a day, Duo Lai hustled to a small soul sand mine 100 kilometers away, covered and concealed, while the sky grew dim. Glancing left and right, with no people or monsters around, Duo Lai used its rarely deployed Earth-based ability to slowly burrow into the ground, reaching the depths of the mine. Time to eat. This soul sand mine was buried deep, making excavation difficult and noisy, so Lord Mu had decided not to mine it until the situation in the surroundings had truly stabilized. He just let Duo Lai nibble at it from time to time. Nibbling was much easier for Duo Lai. It didn't matter if it was ordinary rock, raw soul sand, or rich soul sand deposits. It simply swallowed them down for digestion without any fuss. Silently, Duo Lai gnawed a large hole into the mine deep underground. This was training. The other commanders of Tianyuan territory were also in training, whether they were leveling up, refining skills, deepening artistic conceptions, or practicing through sparring. The territory was alive with martial vigor. There was no need for the Great Lord to urge them at all. In the west, at the skeleton cemetery, Bone 2, calling himself the second strongest after Emperor Deadbone, was teaching some elite skeletons who had just awakened their self-awareness. I can recall the days when our territory was nothing more than a few thatched cottages. We, alongside Brother Deadbone, stepped into the forest, combating a variety of enemies that seemed very strong back then. It all feels like it was just yesterday. Bone 2 seemed like an old skeleton, lost in reminiscence. Back then, I was merely a little skeleton warrior, facing a group of gargoyles far beyond my level. Yet I, Bone 2, was fearless, crashing into them with a sliding tackle. A group of green-hand skeletons shouted, "Bone 2 is brave, Bone 2 is mighty." At last, another skeleton asked, "And then what?" And then, cough. After that, under my valiant combat, we turned the tables despite being weaker and gave those gargoyles a good beating, earning our territory its first pot of gold. Cough cough, of course. All credit goes to Boss Deadbone's steady command, and the Lord's wise decisions. At this, Bone 2 let out a sigh. It had been a long time since they had fought side by side with Boss Deadbone. Not long ago, Boss Deadbone went alone to the north to scout the situation of the surrounding monster tribes, while they had to stay behind in the territory, training the other skeletons. By now, Boss Deadbone might be battling powerful monster enemies. And they can't be there to help? That's just unreasonable. Bone 2 sought out Bone 4, determined to become stronger and catch up with the boss's pace. Bone 4 glanced at him. Is there any chance that the boss doesn't bring you because you're too rash and might hinder his stealth? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bone 2 clanged his sword to the ground and then dutifully picked it up again. There was no persuading a single-minded skeleton like Bone 2, and Nigulasi was well aware of this. Bone 2 was just too impulsive, brimming with bravery but lacking in caution, failing to learn even a bit of the boss's steady spirit.
Bone 4 pulled out a book. This is The Beginner's Guide to Steadiness, a beginner's book from the Steady series written by the boss. You should read it more when you've got nothing else to do.
Bone 4 strongly disagreed with Bone 2's rashness, often using it as a cautionary example, a warning to himself. However, Bone 4 deeply agreed with Bone 2's earlier sentiment about it becoming increasingly difficult to fight alongside the boss. Just because the boss ventured deep into the wilderness without them, didn't mean they could allow themselves to fall behind. In fact, they were not falling behind. By now, they had become commanders capable of leading their own armies. Oh, not Bone 2, he didn't have the command ability. But they aspired to give their own strength when the boss was facing formidable foes. Our Death Remains territory can serve as a power booster for the boss during war, but that alone is far from enough. Under a few months' management, their territory had grown considerably, sprawling across the wasteland like a white bone wilderness, roamed by a variety of skeletal creatures.
Little skeletons, skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, skeleton archers, skeleton knights, and so on.
But as a power booster, 10 territories of Bone 4 would still not compare to one Wraith Sacred Mountain owned by the boss. What use were they then? So, under the Lord's foresight and boss Dead Bones' wise command, they had started developing combination techniques early on. The problem was, many of these techniques were quickly obsolete due to frequent updates. Except for this one. No matter how the updates change, our Death Remains territory is the absolute core of the tactical system. Come on, Brother Bone 2, let us create the ultimate combination technique. Only by doing so can we keep up with the boss and fight alongside him. The principle of the combination technique was simple, merging the territories of Death Remains. The territories of the Skeleton series, the Phantom series Ghost Market, and the Treeman series I Am the Forest all held the potential for transformation through combination and fusion, to achieve a metamorphosis through quantitative change. That was the theory, but actual realization was not easy and could only be achieved through continuous blending and practice. That alone was not enough. Merging two territories could only produce a 1+1 effect. But what Bone 4 sought to achieve was 1+1 times 1+1. Lacking the boss's astounding genius, he could only try to achieve this through time and repeated attempts. First is the merging of territories, and second, we must harness the power of Army Soul Resonance. Army Soul Resonance was not as simple as mere addition. Today's Tianyuan territory, including the three of them, had a total of 14 skeleton lords. Bone 4 had long attempted combinations in pairs, in threes and in fours. The greater the number of fusions, the less stable it became, the more prone to collapse. In severe cases, it could even damage the very foundation of their Death Remains territory. Therefore, Bone 4, who had inherited the steady spirit, would not attempt a majority fusion without 99.8% certainty. And today, the time was ripe. All 14 skeleton lords raised their bone great swords toward the sky and shouted in unison. Death Remains territory, combine, times 14, on the furthest west of Tianyuan territory, adjacent to the city walls. One wasteland after another burying countless skeletons, appeared out of thin air. These wastelands, even the smallest, were as large as a small village. The largest wasteland once unfolded was comparable to a small town-level territory. Only now, these Death Remains territories appeared as miniature maps, suspended above the heads of each skeleton lord. There were three largest Death Remains territories, arranged in a pin formation, sketching out a triangular shape. Cultured Bone 4 knew well that the triangle was the most stable structure. The remaining Death Remains territories of various sizes were scattered randomly around. They seemed disordered, but were actually strategically placed in a mysterious array, scattered among them like stars across a chessboard. At this moment, Bone 4 was like a conductor in an orchestra, coordinating everyone with a unique rhythm. Under its command, the Death Remains territories slowly underwent changes. The edges of some territories became elongated, the centers of others slightly rose to form small hills, a corner of others indented inward. If viewed from higher above, it would be discovered that the edges of many adjacent territories resembled two meticulously designed gears, ready to interlock perfectly at any moment. But these territories did not merge together. Within various Death Remains territories, skeleton creatures crawled out from the ground one after another, gathered at the center, and their jawbones clicked up and down making caw-caw-caw cries, as if reciting some incantation. They lacked spiritual wisdom, but they were extensions of the powers of the various skeleton lords, part of each respective lord. The chanting grew louder, eventually carrying out of their domains, intertwining and resonating with each other under a unique rhythm. A black fog surged, covering the skies above each Death Remains territory. In the vagueness, each white bone wilderness seemed to expand a little. No, not seemingly, under the coordination of the mysterious rhythm and the resonance and contact between the territories, each Death Remains territory began to expand. The barren earth spread inch by inch. Grim bone fragments, like young sprouts, grew and pierced through the soil. After a matter of seconds, 14 Death Remains territories truly merged together, forming a vast white bone wilderness. The merging of the Death Remains territories was not the end, just the beginning. In the blink of an eye, the entire white bone wilderness began to spread and expand at a speed much faster than before, countless times so. The grim white bones across the wilderness grew as if they were injected with steroids. In just a moment, large swaths of white bone forest had formed. This place was no longer a white bone wilderness, it had become a white bone forest. A cold, spectacular white bone forest spread out. The vast bone forest exuded an awe-inspiring coercion, a place that could both transmit deep, oceanic energy and bring extremely horrifying augmentation to the various skeleton lords. It even possessed a terrifying, indescribable suppressive power. Big is strong, big is beautiful. Through fusion and evolution, the scope of the entire white bone forest had even surpassed that of General Deadbone's Wraith Sacred Mountain. Of course, this power was not real. It was also borrowing the power of Army Soul Resonance. Once the time was up, they would revert back to their original state. No matter if they revert or not, just ask if Mr. Skull is impressive right now. Impressive, very impressive. Sario, swaying its tail, exclaimed in amazement. It was just a little brother dragon. What else could it do if not echo along? And to be honest, the coercion spreading from the white bone forest was indeed terrifying. If the entire forest bore down on it, Sario even doubted it could move a single dragon claw. So terrifying. Wait, if Bone 2 and the others have become this strong, how can it continue to be the frost giant dragon above all undead, but beneath only one skull? It seemed that its group status had dropped again. Sario fell into contemplation. Bone 2 looked at Bone 4. Our divine powers are now fully accomplished. It's time to leave our seclusion and lend a hand to Boss, right? Charge. Let's join Boss and slaughter the enemies chaotically. Bone 4. Bone 4. Since when did you get the delusion that Boss needs anyone's help? Impossible, absolutely not. It seemed rather true.
Bone 2 once again fell into contemplation. At
the same time, in the northern part of the Tianyuan territory, an overwhelmingly powerful being was striding through the air. Making no attempt to conceal himself, where he passed, Monster Tribe either bowed their heads in submission or trembled in fear, none daring to bare their fangs at him. Because he was the king among goblins, he was the Monster King. He stationed high in the sky, surveying his surroundings as if the world was his hunting ground. He spread his domain across thousands of kilometers, searching for a precious land that suited his needs. This area won't do either. The same here. This place has been under the rule of 2 overlords for decades. All the desirable spots have been taken. But I need the support of the wolf overlord, and I can't choose a lair too far away. Moreover, to the east, the great river roars into the sea, mysterious and unknown. To the west, the Red Leaf Forest was said to be the domain of the Blood Tree King. That was a legendary realm existence far more powerful than he. even stronger than Sword Saint Tianhe, and he certainly wouldn't provoke it. Beyond the Red Leaf Forest further to the west, there seemed to be overlord powers occupying the area as well. The only choice he had was here. The Goblin Prince stepped slowly through the air, opening his domain after covering a certain distance to sweep the surroundings. Domain probing, although not omnipotent, was far more reliable than the information one could get from eyes and ears. As an old legendary realm being, the Goblin Prince's mastery of domain usage was expert, if not at its peak. At the same time, General Dead Bone was walking silently between the mountains and forests. His steps seemed slow, but he actually traversed hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Where he passed, either the monsters had no detection, or they were annihilated on the spot without leaving the slightest trace of combat. I have already carried out a probing attack on the Jackal Man tribe, and they took me for another monster, without detecting anything wrong, but
I also wasn't able to probe much information about the Wolf Overlord backing the Jackal Man tribe.
All clues indicated that the existence of the Wolf Overlord was real. Yet, the location of the Wolf Overlord remained a mystery. Unlike the conspicuous large tribes, the Wolf Overlord had hidden itself very deeply. This indeed is a very tricky and dangerous enemy. Without eradicating this formidable foe, his mind couldn't be at peace. Of course, he would need to devise a long-term plan, as he was, after all, too weak and lacking in strength. To pinpoint the headquarters of the Wolf Overlord and Cobra Overlord, Dead Bone also had some ideas. The simplest strategy was tracking. The Overlord power rearing these monster tribes certainly didn't do it for nothing. These monster tribes, visible on the outside, monitored all sides and controlled various resource-rich lands. The Sephora Forest, the Black Iron Veins, the Sharp Crystal. In these days, Dead Bone had discovered several monster tribe-controlled resource lands. The rare items mined and collected from these sites couldn't possibly be for the tribe leader's personal enjoyment alone. They must be supplied to the overlords above, including the resources obtained from those few outdoor structures. By tracking the supply teams, it was possible to find the headquarters of the overlord power. This plan might not be feasible, but Dead Bone had prepared several alternative plans, ready to be tested one by one. Suddenly, as if a ripple spread through the air, the whole forest fell dead silent for a moment, and then as if nothing had happened, the roaring of monsters resumed in the distance. An illusion? It was not, it's a domain. Dead Bone was certain of it. The Goblin Prince's mountain domain didn't reveal itself completely. As a legendary figure who had cultivated in this realm for quite a long time, he knew how to use his domain subtly. Just like now, he simply used his domain as his eyes, spreading it thinly to significantly reduce consumption. At the same time, the entire domain became formless and invisible, like a gentle breeze. But it still couldn't escape Dead Bone's perception. He was not only certain that a vast domain was engulfing the forest, but he also found this domain quite familiar. He had seen this domain from afar. Dead Bone stood still as the silence of stone. Behind him, a bone-eye quietly emerged, gazing in the direction the domain had come from. His gaze seemed to bend, piercing through the layers of leaves and branches, and spotted the goblin figure standing high in the azure sky, godlike and demonic. A goblin legend. This was the third time Dead Bone had seen this legendary figure. What was he doing? He seemed to be lingering persistently. Was he searching for the Tianyuan territory? He must have nefarious plans. He already had the path to death. Tianyuan territory. Mu Yuan sat in the cultivation quiet room, his eyes closed in meditation. Through his cultivation, he had managed to relieve some of the tension that had been building up these past days. After the second generation of the large-scale concealment techniques were developed, Lord Shepherd could finally catch his breath. Next, all they had to do was to wait, accumulate, and prepare. He rested for no more than half an hour before he was suddenly jolted awake. He had received a message from Dead Bone. To this day, the core framework of Tianyuan territory was already in place, and each section's powerful figures were mature generals who did not need to report everything to their lord. During Lord Shepherd's rest period, he had also blocked most notification alerts. However, he hadn't silenced a few channels of communication. General Dead Bones' channel was naturally one of them. Dead Bones seldom sent messages, and would never do so without a reason, indicating a major event. Goblin. Legendary, he's moving southward? He harbors malicious designs against Tianyuan territory? With a clear understanding of General Dead Bones' paranoia, strike that, cough cough, steady spirit, Mu Yuan translated the precise information from Dead Bones' words by himself. A legendary goblin from the goblin race, inching southward, is that it? He pondered. As a lord, he could afford to be steady, but could not afford paranoia, for he must choose the most appropriate strategy. And now, the goblin legendary is moving south. The goblin legendary is probing something. The goblin legendary has a certain chance of discovering our Tianyuan territory, even in the vast wilderness, and though strictly speaking the probability isn't high, but if they were discovered and the location of the territory was exposed, their situation would become extremely perilous. Should they fight? Face a legendary realm head-on? The legendary realm commands vast domains, borrowing the powers of heaven and earth, a strength beyond the reach of common warriors. Though Mu Yuan had never personally fought against a legendary, he had felt their awe-inspiring presence from afar. Even separated by tens of kilometers or more, the godlike pressure emanating from a legendary being still seemed to constrict their throats, making it difficult to breathe. And the Goblin Prince, this particular legendary, even had the grand accomplishment of coordinating an ambush on a Shi-Mo legendary. Confronting a legendary, actively declaring war on a well-established legendary, was not an easy decision to make. Everyone harbors hope against the odds. The Goblin legendary might not discover Tianyuan territory. But I cannot gamble, we can't afford the price of losing a bet. No matter how small the probability, we can't gamble. By now, 10 seconds had passed since Dead Bone had sent the message. He no longer had time to hesitate, and face defeat. Decisive action was their only chance. The Goblin legendary, he brings a path leading to death. For the safety of the territory, for his officers and countless territory citizens, Mu Yuan had no choice but to invite this goblin legendary to his demise. The time to fight had come. With this realization, he no longer wavered, no longer considering other possibilities. His mind focused on only one possibility: how to snipe and assassinate this terrifying legendary, relying on the meager and frail power at his disposal. Tianyuan territory, enter the highest alert state immediately. Adjust the status of the division-level powerhouses, and be ready to strike at any moment. A deep alarm sound echoed over the core area of the territory and across the left and right giant military camps. The domain interferers began to buzz and operate at high speed. Orders were relayed in all directions. A host of generals were alarmed. Isloa hurried down from the staff of Divine Right, fully aware of the dread that came with the legendary realm. The legendary realm wielded power not meant for mortals. In the Eagle Kingdom she once belonged to, not even an entire nation could produce a single legendary being. The mere possibility of a legendary entity approaching was enough to turn a country like Eagle into utter chaos. Our territory won't be in trouble, right? Daisy pursed her lips. She too was once from the Eagle Kingdom, and in her memory, the legendary realm was higher than the heavens. Yet their Tianyuan was merely a small town. Nothing will go wrong, Isloa asserted confidently. In the northern city, the defensive core barracks, Lulu, holding a large spear, gazed at the distant azure sky, which seemed to grow darker, with clouds slowly gathering. The somber sky hung over them like a massive rock pressing on their hearts. Countless elites silently stood, but their silence was filled with resolve. I will hold Tianyuan territory's defenses, Lulu declared. Uda, standing beside him, was not silent. The flames of battle burned in his eyes as he slowly unwrapped the bandages around his arms. There are 8 chains within a human body constraining the flesh, and I could previously sever only 6 of them, but now, I can shatter all 8 locks. Around him, chains seemed to materialize and then burst apart as a towering aura erupted around him. He fixed his gaze on the horizon of the sky. When all the chains are shattered, whether my fist can withstand a legendary realm, I'd like to find out. He was eager to test his strength. Duo Lai was rushing back from the mines. The epic band formed by Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, and the other 14 skeleton lords had already set out. Mu Yuan presided over the Staff of Divine Right, preparing for ultra-long-range support. The Level 4 Staff of Divine Right had 100 slots, of which the technique, Night Hidden Starry Sky, occupied 20. After that technique was used, the next, Night Hidden Starry Sky, would begin manufacturing. He had 80 technique slots at his disposal. Among them, 3 Roaring Thunder Flame Dragons, 10, and 2,000 Prism Large Reflection, 10, were inscribed. Subsequently, Mu Yuan inscribed a dozen more powerful techniques, including offensive, defensive, and support types. Besides the Staff of Divine Right, I also have the God General Talisman Stone, an Overlimit Duo Lai, a Seed-Bursting Uta, the Skeleton Lord Group, the Trent Lord Group, and Mu Yuan listed the trump cards in his hand, his gaze passing through the window glass, looking out at the sea of clouds beyond. The wind rose up, in a certain part of the wilderness. The Goblin Prince suddenly halted his steps. He still hadn't found the treasured land he was satisfied with, but he had discovered something that intrigued him. The scent of living beings, and it's someone from Taizan. The former Goblin Kingdom was located near the Dark Forest, next to the Taizan Alliance. As for this human force, he could say that few monsters understood Taizan better than he did. The Taizan Alliance has grown too fast. In the past, my Goblin Kingdom had once suppressed Taizan momentarily, but now it's far outmatched. For the sake of revenge, he had deeply researched the Taizan Alliance. He understood the culture of Taizan, recognized the styles of their equipment, and was familiar with the common military types of Taizan. He even had some understanding of the Taizan Alliance's covert markings. This place must be very far from the Taizan Alliance. There's not the slightest trace of Taizan here, but if I, the prince, can be unwittingly transported to this place through space, it's also possible for someone from the Taizan Alliance. Perhaps, an entire Taizan territory got moved to this region. I can take my time searching for the treasured land, but people from Taizan must die. If this place were near the Taizan Alliance, he might have hesitated, but he was deep in the wilderness here. What did he, the Goblin Prince, have to fear? Let's retrieve a little interest from the body of this fortunate Taizan creature first. He, the Goblin Prince changed direction and walked on air, leaving. Over 100 kilometers away, Dead Bone secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he sensed that the trap he had left behind finally worked. He also remained on high alert. The Goblin Prince truly lives up to being at the legendary realm, indeed very cautious. The first 3 sets of bait didn't lure him, and it was only this 4th set of arrangements that caught this legend. So difficult to deal with, too difficult indeed. However, due to the rush earlier, the arrangement of this 4th set of bait was actually a bit crude. Dead Bone wasn't pleased as there was no time and no opportunity to modify it. Unexpectedly, it was this set of bait that hooked the Goblin legend. Dead Bone pondered this and began to apply various buff statuses to himself one after the other. Bone Harden, Strength Amplification, Spirit Boost, Armor Protection, Death Barrier, Shadow Immersion, Energy Circuit, in total, 36 kinds. Most were basic or advanced skills he had self-learned, self-researched, and self-awakened, while a small part came from one-time use scrolls of magic. After completing these, General Dead Bone then targeted a certain direction and hurried off. He rushed. The Goblin Prince pursued. You can't escape, even if you had wings. The Goblin Prince laughed shrilly. His figure swept through the air like a large bird, racing swiftly, his breath now spreading largely unrestrained, startling the wilds into dead silence, the roars of monsters abruptly ceasing. His domain also spread out, as if radar waves scanning the surroundings in circles. It didn't take long before he made a discovery, found you. In the distance, a black armored figure, with an energy signature far exceeding others, ran swiftly. On the parts not covered by the black armor, some silver-white bones were exposed. Clearly, this leading realm figure was not human. But the Goblin Prince knew well that the Miracle Lord could recruit various types of troops, and a fair number of the strong within the Tai-Zon alliance were not of the human race. Besides, this armor, with its distinct Tai-Zon style, is obviously Tai-Zon made. This was one of the lieutenants of some miracle lord. Does that mean the lord is also nearby? The Goblin Prince increased the suppressive force of his domain. An invisible might rolled forth like a tidal wave, spreading out before him. The black-armored strongman ceased his escape. Under the influence of the domain, any mundane realm strongman is but an ant in a web, unable to break free, unable to escape. Suddenly, gloomy, cold, and shrouded in chilling winds, the domain centered around the black-armored undead spread out mightily, pushing open the invisible field that enveloped it. It was as if there were two circles. The inner circle was the gloomy and cold realm of the dead, with exposed white bones, entwining black mist, and undead that sought resurrection. The outer circle was unseen, but the air within it was already distorted by the massive domain's tremors. The scale of the outer circle was 10 or even 20 times larger than the inner circle. The Goblin Prince was surprised for a moment, then began to cackle even more gleefully and contentedly. What could be more delightful than crushing a Tai-Zon strongman who was eligible for ascension to the legendary realm? He stood against the azure sky. Behind him, the true image of the domain finally revealed itself. There were rolling mountains and towering peaks. The Goblin Prince was standing on the summit of a mountain, looking down upon all beings of the dusty world.
Once his mountainous domain genuinely exerted its force, General Dead Bones' realm of the undead emitted a strained buzzing, as if it might burst at any moment.
Only a domain can fight a domain, and the battle between domains is simple and brutal. Bigger is stronger. The greatest radius of the realm of the dead was merely 500 meters. This range was not actually small and represented the extreme limit of the domain that beings below the legendary realm could control. The extreme limit of the rules, however, the radius of the Goblin Prince's mountainous domain exceeded 4,000 meters. The disparity in volume and mass between the two domains was so vast it was incalculable. Even if the realm of the dead's ranking was slightly higher, it was nowhere near making up for such a significant difference in scale. Within just 2 or 3 seconds, the realm of the dead shrank to a mere 100 meters in diameter and seemed likely to shatter at any moment. Countless monsters, flora, and stones had already cracked and shattered under the overwhelming pressure of the mountainous domain, with juices and blood flowing widely. Indeed, the power of the legendary realm is too terrifying. General Dead Bones sighed and had no choice but to retract his domain. In an instant, the mountainous domain enveloped everything. It was as if countless mountains were bearing down upon him, and General Dead Bones' entire body visibly sank, causing the ground beneath to crack with a snapping sound. The Goblin Prince slowly extended a hand. Around him, countless invisible and formless elemental particles converged, forming visibly bright yellow specks that swiftly interwove into a palm that could obscure the sun. The power of heaven and earth, Kangtian Palm. For those in the legendary realm, this was merely a relatively serious blow, yet it was already an unreachable height for those below the legendary realm, even the fourth order peak. In the legendary realm, one is considered a god. Beneath the gods, all are ants. The terrifying palm moved slowly forward, compressing all the air around it. Its speed seemed slow, but it firmly locked onto the chi of the distant black-armored undead. With the coordination of the domain, the mighty black-armored general had no possibility of evasion. There was only desperate struggle in the face of despair. In General Dead Bones' eyes, the soul flame was calm and deeply blue. He grasped the black greatsword, wailing death, and let out a slow sigh. The sword's deathly black mist entwined like a dragon. Behind him, the blurry holy mountain of white bones faintly emerged. General Dead Bone drew slightly on the energy of the undead from the holy mountain, mixing it with his own at a ratio of 1:99. And slashed out an icy and supreme strike that seemed slow but was incredibly fast. River of Netherworld. An endless stream of energy transformed into a vast, gray-black river, which surged toward the sky, where countless flowers of the other shore bloomed along the banks of the Stygian River. The colors black and yellow clashed midair, the river water exploded, and black raindrops cascaded down. Trees withered, rotted, and turned to dust. The earth grayed and cracked with ghastly white fissures. Inch by inch, the earthy yellow palm turned gray-black, with clumps of soil falling away, crashing to the ground like collapsing boulders. They created deep pits with thunderous roars. After a while, the earthy yellow palm completely disintegrated, and the vast and overpowering river of Netherworld was also shattered, dissipating into the heavens and earth. In this strike, neither side gained an advantage. General Deadbone collected the data. It seems that this was merely a casual blow from the Goblin Prince. Truly, the might of a legend is as terrifying as expected. Fortunately, this river of Netherworld was also just a probing attack, an insubstantial draw of power, not a strong one at all. The rumbling between heaven and earth gradually dissipated, leaving only a devastated land so ravaged, its original topography unrecognizable. The Goblin Prince narrowed his eyes. He was slightly surprised. Just slightly, of course. With the strike just now, he hadn't actually intended to kill the armored warrior. His goal was to capture the general alive, using him as a clue to locate the Miracle Lord who might exist in this territory. Thinking this, the Goblin Prince spread his palm again, stirring the power of heaven and earth in the blink of an eye to form a colossal hand capable of grasping an entire hill. He slapped forward. The yellow giant hand obscured the sky like a slowly falling mountain. In the distance, the armored warrior seemed to be exerting all his might to slash out another roaring Stygian river, even more vast and spectacular than before. In an instant, thunder roared across the sky and earth, and storms ravaged all around. The Goblin Prince raised his right hand high, a giant outline appearing in his palm as he gathered the power of heaven and earth to fiercely pound down 3 times. The distant armored warrior also slashed out 3 rivers of Netherworld in succession. This time, the Goblin Prince was truly a bit startled. To withstand a blow from the power of heaven and earth in the legendary realm with a mortal body was something only a rare few amongst those at the 4th Order peak could do. Such strong men, the prince had indeed encountered a few in his life. Each one possessed super moves that outsiders could neither learn nor imitate. But such super moves typically exhausted the energies of the peak strongmen, draining their power and overburdening their bodies. For them, to use it once was to risk their lives. To use it 3 or 4 times was unthinkable. The Goblin Prince had never seen a peak strongman with such ability, but he had heard a few tales. For instance, in the Tai Zan Alliance, there stood a peerless genius at the very top of the Dragon Gate ranking. And this armored warrior before him was just that. This prince is willing to acknowledge you as the strongest beneath the legendary realm, but how many more times can you lash out with an attack like the vast river of Netherworld when you're giving it your all? Whereas the attacks I deliver with the power of heaven and earth consume next to nothing. If it wasn't for harnessing the power of heaven and earth, with 99% of the expense paid by the elemental particles of heaven and earth, even the Goblin Prince would suffer a significant drain from such a strike. If even he, being from the legendary realm, would be thus affected, then what of a mere 4-order peak warrior from the ordinary realm? Usually, just one river of Netherworld could exhaust the entire energy of a 4-order peak combatant. Unparalleled warriors were always leaps and bounds beyond common fighters. But no matter how extensive your energy reserves, how far could they possibly go? Even if you possess 4 times, 6 times, 10 times the energy of other peak strongmen, what of it? The energy reserves of the Dead Bone were indeed meager. Even though it was now an epic 3 stars being, compared to a standard 4-order peak being, it could only have dozens of times more energy at best. Dozens of times the energy reserves, in a battle of this scale, amounted to little more than a drop in the bucket. No matter if it slashed out dozens of rivers of Netherworld, it would be meaningless. The Dead Bone was probing, pondering. After releasing the 4th river of Netherworld, it reigned in its presence and, using the energy storm as cover, fled into the distance. However, such flight proved futile. The Goblin Prince had already locked onto it. The power of his domain was like chains shackling it. With the domain advantage, the Goblin Prince could not only prevent his enemies from escaping, but also retreat with ease if he ever found himself at a disadvantage. For the Dead Bone, there were only two possible outcomes in this battle. Victory for itself. The death of the Goblin Prince. The Goblin Prince had to die. It fought while retreating, having launched the 8th river of Netherworld. The Goblin Prince grew increasingly astonished, his eyes darkening with the intent to kill. This child must not be spared. Once the armored warrior steps into the legendary realm, he will immediately become a strong man among legends. Give him a little more time to cultivate, and perhaps in a few years, he would become even stronger than Sword Saint Tianhe. Maybe even Moonsword Immortal. But no matter how high his potential, no matter how extraordinary, the armored warrior would fall here. At this thought, the Goblin Prince's homesickness dissipated somewhat, and he let out a jagged laugh. Suddenly, he paused slightly, his domain detecting over a dozen figures rushing over from afar. And these figures had an aura quite similar to that of the armored warrior. This was why Dead Bone had delayed, retreating while fighting. It was waiting for the reunion with the skeleton horde. Goblin Prince, what were you waiting for? Dead Bone couldn't be sure, and thus dared not be careless. What the Goblin Prince was waiting for, could it also be a trump card? The Goblin Prince. He gazed into the distance, identifying each incoming undead as a strongman. This was likely a miracle territory that predominantly consisted of undead troop types. The prince couldn't determine which troop type these undead were, but that didn't matter. Numbers have no meaning in the face of the grand legendary realm. He made his move. This time, he abandoned the cat and mouse stance and held nothing back. The power of his domain unfolded fully. Sky and earth trembled as majestic mountains rose from the ground, forming a throne to elevate him. In this mode, the Goblin Prince's power was greatly amplified, and his control over the power of heaven and earth expanded several times over. Whoosh, whoosh, countless earth elemental particles gathered from all directions, coalescing in his palm. From a distance, the entire sky turned a bright yellow, as if covered by a veil. Beneath the bright yellow sky, atop a range of peaks, countless elemental particles coalesced into one spear after another of brownish-yellow lances, hovering around the Goblin Prince. However, these spears were so massive they resembled horizontally laid buildings, bringing an indescribable sense of oppression. What has happened? Tens of kilometers away, wisdom monsters gaped in astonishment before fleeing to the distance as if their lives depended on it. Even further away, on a certain mountain peak, a winged featherman strongman was hiding and sneaking peeks at the scene, unable to help but gape. A legend has emerged. A being of the legendary realm has taken serious action. He was a feather court guard personally trained by the queen, a secret strongman from her side. To many young feathermen, their featherman nation had been closed off for many years, but what they didn't know was that the queen had still left a few eyes and ears to collect information from the outside world. This featherman strongman was one of them. He also knew that a foreign visitor had recently arrived in the featherman nation. Could it be that this vitality force has been discovered by a supreme being of legendary realm? No, that won't do. I must report to Her Majesty immediately. As for stepping forward to investigate personally, he decidedly would not dare. This wasn't a question of bravery, but rather, going would mean death in vain.
No one could spy under the watchful eye of a being from the legendary realm.
On the northwestern side of the battlefield, a wisdom monster from the number 1 Jackal Man tribe gazed at the bright yellow expanse of sky. It was unaware of the existence of the Goblin Prince and possessed limited intelligence. But at least it knew that upon seeing such a scene, what it needed to do was go home, report. When in doubt, leave the decision to the boss. Lads, follow me. The patrol monster captain waved its claw, and the other unintelligent beasts followed, shaking their heads and waggling. The next moment, ding ding, ding ding, amidst the cacophony of tree shadows, the patrol captain seemed to see multiple after shadows before its very eyes. It fell to the ground, its body no longer breathing. Clean up the scene, and then we must head to the next place. At the same time, Mu Yuan, holding techniques in his hand, looked out over the entire battlefield with the eye of divine right. The personnel have taken their positions. The battlefield has also been set up. We can begin the real fight now. On the battlefield, the Goblin Prince continued to amass power, accumulating building-sized lances. He held up one hand as if supporting something while slowly closed the other into a clenched fist. From all directions, the towering mountains rumbled as they moved towards the center. Domain Mountain's killing. The power of Seal from his domain was more than 10 times stronger than its original might. This was the true old brand legendary domain. Under the power of domain sealing, weaker skeleton lords became rigid, with their internal energies sluggishly moving like slow-crawling turtles, almost losing 80 to 90% of their combat power. They, too, were beings with 4-order combat power. However, 4-order creatures seemed to lack even the qualifications to act in front of a true legendary realm being. Bone 2, with its bones creaking, refused to suffer this indignity. It wished it could directly charge forward, but it found itself hardly capable to do so, and besides, it couldn't fly. It could only look towards its invincible boss. Through the psychic network, in the span of their thoughts, they had already exchanged tactics. Within the towering mountains, all of a sudden, a summit piled with white bones stood out conspicuously. The Bone Mountain, higher and more real than the rest of the peaks, suddenly inserted itself among what seemed like illusory landscapes. Simultaneously, a force similar to that of the domain, affecting the surrounding space and sealing the heavens and earth, rolled out from the white bone sacred mountain as its center. The originally invisible but solely interferable by another domain mountains wavered suddenly, with the sound of loose stones tumbling down. What is this thing? The Goblin Prince had just widened his eyes when, in the distant azure sky, plains of white bones began to appear. 1, 2, 3, 14. The moment the 14 Death Remains territories appeared, they instantly resonated together. Unlike the formations they practiced before, they used the 3rd of January 11 formation this time. With the Wraith Sacred Mountain as the center, 3 Death Remains territories were arranged in a protective triangle, while the remaining 11 territories of Death Remains extended further out. This formation, although slightly different from what Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4 practiced regularly, now allowed the territories to merge and resonate faster, more smoothly, and more stably than ever before. In just a blink, when the Goblin Prince still didn't understand what had happened, the Goblin Prince faintly felt something wrong and indeed made his move. The Goblin Prince found he couldn't affect the resonating and merging territories. He brazenly made his move. The dozens of massive brownish-yellow spears, each comparable to a 100-meter building on either side of the Goblin Prince, tore through heaven and earth and plunged mercilessly toward the ground. Boom! Boom 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 boom. The earth shook violently, cracking thousands of meters of trenches. Distant mountains were pierced and subsequently shattered, rising up to the sky in billowing dust. Some building-sized lances even penetrated distant rivers, cutting off entire waterways, their invisible power spreading and instantly drying up the riverbed. At the center, storms, dust, and tidal waves of energy already enveloped everything. Suddenly, they were torn apart by an unfathomable great force. The wind stopped. The dust returned to the earth. The tidal waves of energy seemed to be absorbed by something, seeping into the land covered in pale bones. What was left for the Goblin Prince to see was only mountains, wilderness, bone forest, and atop the sacred mountain, a throne constructed from countless white bones. Black armor and a black cloak fluttered in the wind. Countless undead emerged from the ground and from the gray-black world beyond, howling up to the sky, offering their hearts for the ascent of their king. Over the pale land and atop the white-boned sacred mountain, wisps of black fog drifted. The fog was much thinner than before, with some earthen yellow debris sticking to it. It was this black fog that blocked the building javelins from the Goblin legend. Even so, deep ravines had formed within the Wraith Sacred Mountain. Such damage was the most it had ever sustained since its birth, the most. In my name. Within the domain, the power of countless undead swarmed over. The well of death behind began to surge forth. The sword of death bone was thrust upside down into the summit of the sacred mountain. Resonating and merging together, the land of the Wraith Sacred Mountain appeared in the world, several times larger than its normal state. Crack! Within the domain of the mountains, a burdened hum echoed. The domain was not affected by any physical matter, but at that moment, the mountainous domain seemed to bear the weight of a world. It could not handle the weight of the world, nor withstand the world's oppression. It crack, crack, crack. The mountain ranges cracked open, the earth cracked open, the soil and rocks cracked open, and the foundations of the domain were fracturing as well. Only a domain can contend with a domain. This was common knowledge. There were a few exceptions to this common sense. For example, the special abilities of an epic life. The Goblin Prince understood this. He was certain that the black armored general was an epic life, and not a common epic at that, but he glanced around. There were 14 figures standing beside and behind the black armored general, each with their own domain overhead, emanating a vast and imposing aura. All of them epics. Was this reasonable? But reality was in front of him, and the Goblin Prince's mind was nearly crashing, as a slight sense of retreat hesitantly sprouted within him. It was not about being defeated, it was just too strange. But such thoughts lasted only a moment, as if he were to tactically retreat now. In the future, he would never be able to hold his head high again in the Jackal Man legend. As the mountainous domain shattered, the shackles binding the Deathbone warriors ceased to exist. Bone, too, felt an unexpected lightness, with seemingly endless energy. On looking again, the boss had vanished without a trace. The boss had gone into action. At that moment, the undead seemed to be possessed by Bone 2's spirit, showing a bravery like none other in this era, as it charged against the current towards the Goblin Prince. It was very calm at that moment. Even if the Goblin Prince's domain was neutralized, it still had no advantage. If it was a long-range bombardment or an energy drain, it would most likely still be defeated. Most importantly, even if it won with such tactics, it could never capture the Goblin Prince. Wraith's Sacred Mountain could not truly suppress a legend. The opponent still held the advantage of coming and going freely. If one wished to assassinate this legend, there was only one way. To cast aside the flashy energy moves and the superficially stable long-range bombardments, and engage in the most dangerous close combat. The undead spread its wings and soared into the sky. The Goblin Prince opened his eyes wide, bearing a smile. Close combat? What gave you the delusion that you could defeat a legend in hand-to-hand fighting? With the domain damaged, the prince was furious. With a low roar, a brown-yellow torrent wrapped around him, and he grew taller and taller, wrapped in the earthen yellow energy, like a mountainous giant. In his hands, the chain hammer he swung expanded several times, dozens of times, hundreds of times in size. Like a golden yellow meteor, the meteor paused midair as a gigantic white bone hand grasped it. From behind the white bony palm, a giant burning with a faint cold flame, its body cast from white bone, tore through the torrent and flew out. In front of the mountain-like Goblin Prince, it cast an even larger shadow. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The Goblin Prince stood upon the remnant apex of the mountain within his own domain, expanding into a giant. In front of him, amidst the turbulent torrent, an even more colossal creature suddenly appeared. It was a skeletal giant. Its body was constructed from countless thick bones interwoven together, and around this skeletal body, a faint blue cold flame enveloped it. Behind the giant, a pair of tattered but equally huge bone wings stretched out. The giant looked down, looming over the mountain summit. In one hand, it tightly grasped a hammer as large as a meteor, and in the other, it wielded a huge sword with agility that belied its massive form. It swung the sword down. This is unreasonable. The chain hammer clanged, but it failed to smash the giant bone hand built of white bones. The Goblin Prince could only pull back the chain hammer by force to block the sword. But at the same time, the skeletal giant had already closed in, with bone swords protruding from its elbow, forehead, chest, knee joints, from every part. The skeletal giant was as agile as its true form. After all, if the skeleton giant beast was such an inconvenient entity, there would be no sense in developing this skill. It had upgraded the skeleton giant beast to a skeletal giant a long time ago and was already adept at it. It's okay not to use one's trump card, but one must never be without it. And now, it was indeed being deployed. The skeletal giant maneuvered the fog of bones, and after just a dozen or so exchanges, it broke through the Goblin Prince's defenses. With the enhancement of the Wither King Bone, these external armors, even if they were not truly King's Bone, were extremely sharp. Bone spikes, bone swords, bone spears effortlessly pierced and tore through the layers of the goblin's legendary rocky armor. Armor fragments fell in rustling sounds. The mountainous mech armor that the Goblin Prince had shaped quickly diminished as well. Boom! The rocky giant burst apart. Rings of earthy yellow halos spread, contaminating the skeletal giant in front of it, causing the movements of the skeletal giant to gradually slow down. The Goblin Prince flew out from the dust, and a swing of his chain hammer caused the skull of the giant to crack open. Dead bone surged out from the giant's skull, its pupils blazing with bright blue soul flames. This was the moment for close combat, a fight to the death. Legendaries rarely do this, after all. Even legendary realm beings can die if their heads are chopped off or their hearts smashed. They usually opt for a more secure way of fighting, but that doesn't mean they can't fight at close quarters. The Goblin Prince, back in the day, had also emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He did not retreat an inch. He displayed the peak of his skills, surpassing even that peak.
He is, after all, a legendary realm existence. He had even fought in hand-to-hand combat with other legendaries of the same tier.
Tear. With a single palm strike, the Goblin Prince easily tore apart the armor of the black armored warrior before him. The rare-level treasure armor before the Goblin Prince was scarcely thicker than a sheet of cardboard. He regained the confidence that came with being a legendary realm being. Dang! The hand glowing with a yellow halo stamped on the white skeletal structure, exquisitely clear as white jade, as if striking the sturdiest primeval rock. The earthy yellow stream of energy shattered the entire black armor and even penetrated through the armor and bone structure, creating a muddy yellow energy river behind the skeleton strongman. However, the skeletal strongman, who had taken the hit head-on, had its clear white bones merely slightly cracked. Cracks as fine as a hairline appeared. And within the blink of an eye, these small cracks had all healed, leaving the entire set of white jade bones as smooth as new. As if the damage just now was nothing but an illusion. As if the shattering of the treasure armor was merely the release of some seal. As if, this is too unreasonable, Dead Bone, having endured this strike, finally let out a sigh of relief. Too dangerous, too dangerous. It had taken a super huge risk, akin to facing death, to endure this blow from the Goblin Prince, just so that. Click, Dead Bone, having brushed past the Goblin Prince, took advantage of the gap when he withstood the blow and stabbed the legendary being with a light bone finger. Before this bone finger thrust, Dead Bone had executed several feint attacks. Bone Whip, Bone Spike danced in the air, wailing death slashed down. And as the bone finger was thrust, the blue soul flames in Dead Bone's pupils blazed brightly, and a strand of golden light burst forth from the depths of its sea of consciousness. It was as if golden threads appeared out of thin air, entangling the Goblin Prince's limbs and soul consciousness. King's Might materialized entanglement, and with it, the withering quality of the Wither King Bone, which meant imminent death upon contact, burst forth instantly. The Goblin Prince instinctively sensed danger, and by the time he realized something was amiss, he no longer had the will to resist. By the time he came to his senses, the bone finger had already pierced through the shining armor on his body, sinking 3 inches in, piercing his skin and penetrating his muscles. The stab was shallow. At first glance, it seemed like a minor scratch, but there was a chill seeping into the marrow, spreading from the wound deep into his soul. This was a dagger from the deepest abyss. The Goblin Prince's flesh instantly decayed, as if he had been a corpse left to wither for countless years, and this decay spread rapidly throughout his body. Spurt. He severed his entire shoulder along with his right arm. Gushing blood and fragments of flesh flew out, mixed with an unpleasant stench of decay. Even though he acted decisively, the withering power of decay still crept bit by bit into his body from the severed stump. The Goblin Prince's face turned ashen, the fear of death crept over him, and his body turned cold. No longer caring for any legendary dignity, He harnessed the power of heaven and earth and sped away toward the direction of the Jackal Man tribe. Simultaneously, he let out a long howl. The howling shook the heavens and the earth, stirring the monsters in the surrounding area. Visible to the naked eye, monsters emerged from the forests and rushed forward like mad, intending to burst through the Deathremain's territory enveloping this world. Indeed, Deathremain's territory could not confine a legend. This skill was never meant to trap and lock, but its powerful suppressing force rocked the surrounding space, forcing scrolls such as those for spatial transfer to need a longer activation time in this kind of environment. The Goblin Prince had just torn open a scroll, its spatial lines trembling, becoming extremely unstable, and with the slightest inattention, it was directly interrupted. The powerful force of suppression also affected the Goblin Prince, slowing down the legendary figure for a few crucial moments. And in those few moments, General Dead Bone had clung to him like a malignant tumor, catching up in close pursuit. Whoosh 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 whoosh, bone spikes flew, and heavy swords fell. The Goblin Prince ran 200 meters, and the mountain peak that rose from the ground behind him was severed. The Goblin Prince ran 600 meters, and his chain hammer was washed away by the surging rivers of Netherworld. No sooner had the Goblin Prince ran a kilometer than bone spikes and bone swords tore through his armor. The Goblin Prince, already at a disadvantage in physical combat, was grievously wounded. His fate was all but sealed. Poochie. A wound slashed across his cheek. The power of desolation poured into his sea of consciousness, extinguishing the golden radiance within. The light of will flared and flickered. After a dozen seconds, it still could not hold on and dimmed. The Goblin Prince staggered to his knees, his life's experiences flashing before his eyes. He was the king of goblins. He still bore the heavy duty of restoring glory. He hadn't yet taken his revenge on the Tai Zan alliance. Suddenly, he realized this seemed like an ambush specifically for him. From the moment he discovered the clues, to the tracking, the probing, the fighting, it all seemed to be part of the plan of the black armored general before him. This undead. Whose subordinate was it? But he couldn't understand why he had been targeted for such a deliberate ambush. Why go to such lengths to deal with him? He stared with eyes full of unwillingness. His body gradually withered, his green skin turned to ash, flaking off. He had already lost the breath of life. Meanwhile, the horde of monsters summoned by the legendary Goblin's howl were still on their way. Following the downfall of the Goblin Prince, the majority of the monsters dispersed, leaving only a few stubborn ones still making their way here. General Dead Bone looked at the Goblin Prince kneeling on the ground, his body now as dry as kindling, his exposed bones visible. It still did not approach. It stood in place, waiting for a dozen seconds, then stretched out its hand to shoot out bone spikes, piercing the Goblin Prince with a poochie. And then it waited another dozen seconds. Consequently, it sliced several beams of sword light. After testing several times, General Dead Bone finally confirmed that the Goblin Prince was thoroughly dead, a death that brought peace of mind. After all, he was a legend. We were confronting a legend head-on for the first time. Caution was essential no matter what. Fortunately, with all our might, we have finally won a narrow victory over this great foe. The entire process was indeed too perilous. From a distance, Bone 2 finally arrived at the battlefield. It had been chasing the whole time, wanting to join the fight, but it seemed that by the time it caught up, the battle had already ended. Was this a narrow victory? It looked at the goblin legend who had died an uneasy death and then at its big brother. Ah yes. If you say so, big brother. Far away in the Tianyuan territory, Mu Yuan also let out a sigh of relief. This battle was indeed, probably, rather difficult. The strength of the goblin legend was as anticipated. If it weren't for Dead Bone feigning weakness and taking a great risk to create the opportunity for close quarters combat, it would be quite challenging to truly kill a legend. Of course, Mu Yuan was 1000% skeptical of Dead Bone's all-out effort and perilous struggle. The only time Dead Bone could be said to have exerted all its effort was during the ignition of the Light of Will in the Tower of Challenge. Great Lord Shepherd had also made some contingency plans. In the distance, on the obligatory path to the werewolf tribe, a duo Lai and an Udo were squatting. They were snipers. With full burst of effort, stalling a legendary creature for a moment was generally not an issue. Mu Yuan also had a 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon at hand, ready to bring down the might of a thunderbolt from the heavens at any moment. However, large-scale magic, although the strength of the large-scale magic, merged to the limit and further enhanced by epic architecture, was undeniably strong, it would inevitably cause a great disturbance. Without absolute necessity, he would not resort to this technique. The goblin legend has fallen, but the end has not truly come. There's no time to marvel at the duel with a legendary creature. The one who now entered the scene was the incarnation of Lord Shepherd. He summoned a group of tree people sweepers, rooted in the earth, and quickly changed the entire fragmented landscape. In the blink of an eye, this barren area, full of potholes, burgeoned with fresh vegetation. Suffice it to say, this could hardly restore the vast ruined area back to its original state. Mu Yuan had no such intention either, as he was not an environmentalist. Nor were the treemen. They only protected the environment within their own territory, outside of their territory. The Earth's force of this area is surprisingly strong. It might be the remnants of the legendary realm's power. It's said to be a legend wielding the Earth series power. Earth series? Earth gives birth to wood. This is right up our alley. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and draw it out. Draw it out, the treemen whispered amongst themselves, and then they rooted into the earth, forcefully extracting the Earth's force from the land tainted with the blood of legends and enriched with the energy of the Earth series. They used about 1% of the Earth's force to nurture and cultivate the newly sprouted plants. This equated to giving back to the land. Under the treemen's intense extraction, despite the land still wearing the marks of a great battle, energy traces had been disrupted, and the pervasive undead air of death was largely cleared away. Experienced individuals could still discern that a legend had fallen here, but attempting to analyze the entire battle or using it to track the movements of the powerful entities involved had become exceedingly difficult. The treemen were just the first mode of interference. After that, Mu Yuan sent General Duo Lai to disturb the space, allowing Isloa to cover their tracks. He took several measures and, feeling it was sufficient, officially finished the task. Let's get out of here. Duo Lai took with him the remains of the goblin legend, along with a considerable amount of soil, and the group quickly departed. Half a day later, the area remained silent, with some not-so-tall grasses and plants sparsely growing there. No monsters dared to approach. Only the rustling of leaves by the wind could occasionally be heard. The silence was disconcertingly profound. A featherman carefully pushed through the distant underbrush, tiptoeing towards this place. Looking at the scarred, empty land without any remnants of buildings or corpses, he couldn't help swallowing his spit. This was definitely a battle of legends, and no corpses left behind means. The human forces withstood the assault of the legendary monster? Later that day, the Featherman Queen pondered. She was not very surprised. For any force that had survived to this day, it was quite normal to have legends guarding them, or to possess means to resist legends. However, merely thinking that way was far from enough to face the overlord power. This human force seemed too unstable. The legendary creatures had discovered them too soon. Regardless, since humans have withstood the attack of a legend, then we can engage in some simple cooperation with humans. But it's too early for further strategic cooperation. We still need to observe and wait. It wasn't that she was indecisive, but rather, she bore the survival pressure of the Featherman nation. If she made one wrong step, they could lose everything. She couldn't afford to lose. To the north of the werewolf tribe, in a certain place among the mountains. A werewolf elder of the legendary realm had just returned here. He scoffed, the Goblin Kingdom? That's in the past. Even this so-called Goblin Kingdom is nothing compared to the eternal Tianqi Holy Kingdom. However, this prince is indeed a legend and does have some value. Let him slowly establish a new realm. As long as this realm ultimately embraces the Tianqi eternal life, providing the goblins with some support didn't bother them, the werewolf overlords. At the same time, in Tianyuan territory, a banquet was being held. Everyone had a bright future in mind. "Wow, this guy is so rich!" exclaimed Duo Lai. The gifts from the Goblin Prince were astonishingly substantial. Mu Yuan wasn't too surprised. After all, this was a figure from the legendary realm, the first legendary being their Tianyuan territory had fought and defeated, holding extraordinary significance. Most importantly, the Goblin Prince was a high-ranking member of the Goblin Kingdom, carrying a portion of the kingdom's treasures on his person. Even though most of those treasures were used to curry favors in exchange for specific precious items, they were still substantial for the impoverished Tianyuan territory. 1 storage ring, 2 storage rings, 3 storage rings. Duo Lai counted carefully, pulling out a total of 6. 2 of them were slightly damaged. Perhaps, possibly, probably, inevitably. During the combat, some of the fragile storage equipment had been destroyed, and their contents had scattered into the spatial currents. The mere thought made a certain general feel so pained he couldn't breathe. Lord Shepherd, however, was magnanimous. The primary aim of this ambush had been to eliminate the very unsafe variable that was the Goblin Prince and, at the same time, to truly test the power of the legendary realm. Achieving both main objectives was the greatest gain. The other gains weren't important. Bullshit. Mu Yuan still hoped for more bounty. Duo Lai opened the first storage item, and in an instant, a dazzling light soared, with soul crystals piled up before him like a small mountain. There were also numerous cultivation assistance items displayed there. Notification. You have obtained 4,000 soul crystals. Notification. You have obtained a variety of basic materials times 4,000. For a figure from the legendary realm carrying a share of the kingdom's wealth, 4,000 soul crystals couldn't be considered too many. However, the visual impact of these 4,000 soul crystals piled together was indescribably striking, far surpassing the impact of a few high-order treasures. This batch of soul crystals and basic materials had filled the superior-grade storage ring to the brim. That was the tangible feel of an abundance of soul crystals. Sometimes, even for a strong being carrying great wealth while venturing out was not an easy task. General Duo Lai rubbed his hands eagerly and with anticipation, yet the subsequent blind box openings resulted in rather disappointing treasures. Notification. You have obtained Corrupted Goblin Wraith, common, times 2,000. Notification. You have obtained Corrupted Goblin Wraith, rare, times 500. Notification. You have obtained Corrupted Blood of the Wild Beast, rare, times 500. Notification. You have obtained Corrupted Flesh and Blood Sapling, rare, times 500. Notification. You have obtained Corrupted Seed, Goblin Turret, rare, times 50. It was clear that these were strategic materials the Goblin Prince had hoarded in hopes of a resurgence. And there were as many as 500 rare-level remnant souls. Do not look upon the many great lords who effortlessly assembled complete troop legions numbering in the hundreds and thousands, because it was through years, decades, or even longer periods of accumulation that these great lords could amass hundreds of units of rare troops. The Goblin Prince casually produced several hundred. Although I usually disdain goblins, as long as the quantity is sufficient and they're all free, I'm not very particular. However, Mu Yuan couldn't use the corrupted remnant souls. Forcibly recruiting them might contaminate his own lord's altar, and the recruited troops would be chaotic entities tainted by corruption. Rubbish. He couldn't bear to throw them away, so he had to keep them for now. After all, these were precious remnant souls, and with the wonders of the eternal world, who knows if there might come a day when he could find a tool or a building that allowed for the sacrifice of remnant souls to obtain treasures? Then, he would offer up the delectable goblin wraiths. There are also some untainted treasures, such as rare and excellence-grade equipment. Some of these pieces are complete, some damaged. And there are various pieces of construction material, forging materials, and the most important item that the Goblin Prince had. Corrupted Lord's Heart, Heart of the Nest. This Lord's Heart has been corrupted and cannot be used, but lords or heroes may use the power of purification to cleanse the Lord's Heart. This process requires the consumption of soul crystals. Lord's Heart. A treasure that bears the core rules of the eternal world. 1. If used by a lord, they can create a subsidiary territory in their chosen location, sharing all the permanent blueprints and special benefits with the main territory. 2. If used by a non-lord, they can advance to become a lord, but must pass the lord trial. The Lord's heart seemed to be one of the most precious treasures that could be produced in the land of two realms. It also contained rules power, but unlike other fragmented treasures, the Lord's heart wouldn't dissipate over time. It was the foundation for many miracles. Recruiting miracles, constructing miracles, and advancing to miracles were all built on the foundation of the miracle territory. It seems the Goblin Prince had a way to use this Lord's heart? Mu Yuan discovered that their greatest gain from this battle was this Lord's heart along with the vast number of soul crystals and materials. Such spoils were indeed quite substantial. The Lord's heart was a treasure that could not be bought with wealth or power. On the exchange platform of the Taishuan Covenant, it was consistently marked as out of stock. Whenever one did appear, it was quickly exchanged by powerful lords who had been single for 30 years. The trouble is, Lord Shepherd currently had no use for it. The Lord's heart could be used to establish a subsidiary territory, but considering his current struggles to merely maintain Tianyuan territory, thinking about creating a subsidiary territory seemed far too ambitious. In any case, the Lord's heart can be left unused, but it cannot be without. After the inventory of recovered pollutants was complete, Mu Yuan instructed Isloa to find a way to seal them. All that remained was a skeleton that had shed all its flesh, now half decayed, a legendary carcass. The carcass was neither tall nor emitted a terrifying aura. It seemed that all that was displayed here was an ordinary humanoid corpse without any hint of its legendary prowess. Indeed, that was the case. Without Mu Yuan or Dead Bone saying anything, nobody knew that this carcass, in its lifetime, was an incomparably mighty legend. The bones it left behind were too common, riddled with blotches that could be easily broken with a little force from soldiers of profession level. This was the terrifying nature of the power of witherness. Touch it, and you die. However, on the flip side, the fact that the Goblin Prince managed to leave behind even a scrap of remains, rather than being utterly annihilated, showed. This Goblin Prince was indeed mighty powerful. Dead Bone was close to defeat in that battle. Dead Bone sincerely exclaimed. Mu Yuan. But Dead Bone wasn't being modest. It truly felt that the battle was extremely perilous. If it had failed to feign weakness at the beginning, if it couldn't get close to the Goblin Prince, if the infused power of witherness hadn't been enough, the legendary realm could have possibly escaped. Once they failed to slay this legend, the Tianyuan territory would be in constant danger. That would indeed have been a narrow escape from a major defeat. Even though they won, it had consumed more than 1/3 of its power of witherness. This battle was a narrow victory. So much of the power of witherness has been depleted. I must find a way to replenish it quickly and then think of a method to expand the reserve capacity. Otherwise, holding so little power, it's too insecure. Dead Bone didn't feel any pride or exhilaration from defeating a legend. It tightened the rare level treasure armor it had just donned and vanished in the blink of an eye into the cold wind. Only General Duo Lai was left, gazing at the legendary carcass that did not retain even a hint of essence. After a long pause, it barely showed any regret as it curled its lips. Goblin carcass, not even a dog would want it. Defeating this legend didn't mean Tianyuan territory was safe, it only resolved one imminent threat. Having confronted a legend head-on, Lord Shepherd felt slightly more confident. However, that's still far from enough. The Jackal Man and Snake Man tribes, two great overlord powers, obviously have more than just one legend. Apart from legends, the two overlords likely have all kinds of war weapons. The top-tier ones, although individually weaker than a legend, might play no lesser role in a large-scale war. Mu Yuan didn't know much about overlord power. Monster power is varied and strange, and the Eternal Continent is vast. Even the top lords within the Tai-Zan alliance couldn't claim to fully understand them. Moreover, at present, he hadn't even discovered where these two overlord powers were located. But looking at it from another angle, it suggests that the two overlords are still quite far from here. The several large tribes surrounding them are merely one of the overlord's minions, not the entirety. Overlord powers rely on these tribes to control territories and swallow up emerging camps and tribes, occupying resource-rich lands, and growing stronger. At the same time, they've only shown their claws. Their true bodies are hidden in the vast fog, eluding everyone's comprehension. Forget about Tianyuan territory, a small fry. Even if one of the top lords from the Tai-Zan pioneer group arrived, they might not be able to discern the true situation. If not strong enough, one might be specifically ambushed by overlord powers and thus fall. If strong enough, the overlord powers might abandon their minions and completely vanish into the fog. For Tianyuan territory, contending head-on and eradicating these two overlords is a long way off. However, once Duo Lai and Dead Bone advance to legendary, they would have some self-preservation power. And at present, it would take about 22 days for General Duo Lai to refine himself and reach the 4-order Great Perfection Extreme Realm. It would take about 6 days for General Duo Lai to evolve. Duo Lai will get a significant boost from evolving, but since its potential limit will also greatly increase afterwards, the evolution might not necessarily shorten the refinement time. But the evolution was still necessary. The higher the tier, the easier the process of breaking through to Legendary Realm, and the greater the improvement after the breakthrough. As General Duo Lai's lord, Mu Yuan naturally hoped it could reach further potential before the official breakthrough. As for the overlord power and various monster tribes, we need to drag it out, strive to buy time as much as possible. As for how exactly to do that, he would wait until he had made 200 contingency plans. Suddenly, in the core area of the territory, one of the 3 secret realm entrances on the Lord's altar, leading to the elf's courtyard, began to ripple slightly. The change wasn't significant, but it was discovered by the soldiers who were on duty outside the city lord's mansion, vigilant and responsible. They quickly reported the discovery. A slight change in the secret realm entrance? Previously, impacted by spatial dislocation and shocks, aside from their own, Black Wasteland, secret realm, he couldn't connect to the other 2 secret realms where he was merely a visitor. And now, the elf's courtyard, this secret realm, seemed to have recovered with the passage of time and the stabilization of space. This is undoubtedly great news. Now, with the Tianyuan territory isolated, he couldn't spend the large batch of soul crystals he had just acquired and was in need of a spending channel. With the secret realms connected, he could also inquire about the current state of the secret realms. The Elf Courtyard Secret Realm. Today coincided with the bi-monthly trading assembly, where people bustled in and out of the secret realm, creating quite a lively scene. The trading assembly is much livelier now compared to a few months ago. That's to be expected. Now that Langsing has merged into the Eternal World, we've lost a major transit platform and can only connect to these smaller secret realm platforms. It's not just livelier, even getting a hold of a key to the secret region is tough nowadays. My friend has asked me for the 3rd time about when I can get a key to the elf's courtyard. Difficult. The batches of keys the Lord of Han Yu City distributed previously all have owners now. Currently, the Lord of Han Yu City certainly still has keys to the secret region, but they are not something you or I can easily obtain. More than hard to get. If we weren't old members of the elf's courtyard, even getting a key to the secret realm would cost us a lot now. Speaking of which, if even the elf's courtyard is like this, I can hardly imagine how bustling those old, established trading secret realms that have been operating for decades are. A great lord sighed. Trading secret realms and transit secret realms like the elf's courtyard are few within the entire Tai-Zan alliance, but there are still a dozen or more that are publicly known. In these trading secret realms, the elf's courtyard is considered one of the more quiet ones. For one thing, the secret realm is new. By the time the Lord of Han Yu City got it and started operating, most powerful lords already had their established trading channels and did not want to use hers. As for the ordinary lords without much potential, the Lord of Han Yu City didn't want to give keys to these people. She didn't even want to sell them. There is a limit to the number of territories that a public secret realm can link to. She prefers to take the boutique approach. Therefore, most of the keys to the secret realm that the Lord of Han Yu City gave away were gifted to promising new lords with potential. In the past, these emerging lords weren't very wealthy, and they had Langsing as their main trading platform. Hence, the elf courtyard mystery territory was relatively quiet. Even during the bi-monthly trading assemblies, the number of participating lords was often low. Until now, with Langxing's integration, the importance of trading secret realms has skyrocketed. Only in such places could one buy special products from other major regions. And today, the number of lords who entered the secret realm exceeded 100. The trading assembly is lively, but most of us basically can't afford to buy anything, we can only watch. From a distance, Zhang Luoxing shook his head slightly. Next to him, several fellow lords smiled bitterly. They were the true ones who couldn't afford anything, unlike Zhang Luoxing and Lu Miamu, who claimed they couldn't afford but generously splurged on anything that caught their eye. These were rich brothers and sisters. They were wealthier than many of the older generation up-and-comers. Of course, compared to the wealthiest lords present, Zhang Luoxing and the rest of the rich second generation still had a long way to go. They were, at best, the rich second generation, while the few powerful lords in front were the rich first generation. Thinking of this, the desire to envy and spite, akin to eating lemons, in the hearts of the fellow lords eased slightly. The next moment, their eyes widened in surprise and kept getting rounder. They had spotted a familiar figure. The Tianyuan giant.